Do you believe in fate? And do you believe that fate maybe present you with different outcomes depending on your choices? Or maybe you believe that regardless of your choice, the ending will be the same. People were fleeing from the terrifying monster, screaming to be rescued. But one girl was unlucky and twisted her leg, so she could not run anymore. She asked her companions not to leave her, but it was too late. And a second later, the monster flattened the defenseless girl. The people around them were not going to stop to help her, because humanoid monsters are too dangerous. But to their misfortune, after all this pursuit, they found themselves right at the cliff, and so they decided to hide to get at least a chance of survival. The people quickly hid behind rocks, whereupon they heard the terrifying roar of a humanoid monster behind them. The blonde girl, trembling, prayed that the monster would not notice her, only that it would not happen. She asked, granting the monster didn't go that way, but looking up, she saw the monster leaning down beside her. Looking into the monster's mouth, the girl prayed that it wouldn't end like this. The guy sitting behind one of the stones realized what a devil star was. He mentally cursed at the fact that the test was too difficult for beginners. The stipulation of passing the class change task is that they need to last 5 minutes on the devil star. But for a normal person to do that, a person wouldn't be able to last even a minute here. This guy's name is John Kai, and he's currently on a rookie mission on the planet Devil Star. Devil Star is a huge planet near Earth that came out of nowhere 500 years ago. What is strange is that the appearance of the Devil Star did not cause any gravitational collapses and did not affect the Earth. But after her arrival, the plants and animals of the Earth, unexpectedly, they evolved into divine beasts, bringing real chaos to this world. And worst of all, modern technology is unable to counteract these creatures. And because of this, humans are on the verge of extinction. But in a moment of utter despair, many portals suddenly appeared on the ground. By going through them, people were taken to the Devil Star itself, but in the form of their digital copies. And the moment they arrived, they realized that this place is a highly realistic simulation. And most importantly, in this world they can get a variety of professions, each with their own characteristics, equipment, and skills. People with professions can increase their level as if they were game characters, so they can become stronger. It was also once revealed that when you reach a certain level on the Devil Star, you can return to Earth with the powers you gained on it. Only by being at this level will people be able to fight off the beasts and reclaim their land. And if one truly wants to live in their homeland, they simply had to get as much as they could from the devil. The people who dared to go to the star became known as pioneers. The monster one by one killed all the people running away with Jiang Kai. But the main problem now was that he had nowhere to run to anymore. Slowly approaching the last rock, the monster raised its spear, preparing to attack. Jiang Kai wondered if he had spent all of his family's savings only to die in a place like this. His sister supported his desire to go to the Devil's Star and promised that she and her brother would try to save him money for it. Little sister had many difficulties in order to save money, while my brother continued to work, ignoring the diagnosis of kidney failure. And if he didn't get his surgery within 2 months, is he really going to die like this, without even getting any profession and spending all his money on it? Suddenly, the monster behind Jiang Kai's back roared and threw its spear at him. Realizing that things were bad, Jiang Kai immediately picked himself up and ran towards the cliff, right after which he heard the sound of crumbling rock behind him. At this moment, Jiang Kai was thinking, then waiting for his death. It was better for him to risk his life for his family, immediately after which he jumped down. Jiang Kai was ready to grab any chance he could. The humanoid monster ran to the edge and looked at its missed victim. As suddenly, a window appeared in front of Jiang Kai, informing him that based on his actions, Jiang Kai had obtained the Hambler class, and he was also congratulated for obtaining the million chance and discovering a hidden profession. Jiang Kai had completed the profession change quest, and the system hoped that he could glorify himself as its user. A while later, Jiang Kai woke up on the riverbank and immediately wondered what was happening. Not finding any pain after falling off the cliff, Jiang Kai examined himself and saw that all the wounds from before had suddenly healed. Just as suddenly, a system chime rang out and a girl appeared out of thin air. And above her was the information that Jiang Kai's characteristics had been updated after changing his profession, which was tantamount to rebirth. Jiang Kai asked if she was the artificial intelligence of the Devil Star, to which she replied with several pop-up messages that he might think so. But in any case, she congratulated him on his successful career change. She would now explain to him what talents he had gained as a gambler. The first talent is multiplier. All rewards and punishments given out by the system will be multiplied by a factor of 2, and on top of that, there is a 1% chance of activating the super multiplier, which multiplies rewards and punishments by a further factor of 10. Also, his multiplier talent triggered during the profession activation, and therefore he will get another gambler talent. Jonkai was pleasantly surprised because he was lucky enough to receive another talent, while others only received one at a time. The Devil Star AI replied that it was like that, and that his next talent was Super Crit, which caused Jonkai's critical damage attacks to be increased to 20,000%. But his original critical strike chance is 0.1%, after which a status window appeared in front of Jonkai, listing him as a level 1 pioneer. And what surprised Jonkai was that he had a total of 36 characteristic points. Jonkai asked the AI how he could have 36 characteristic points, since normal players only got 20 points after changing professions, to which the AI replied that his points also doubled after changing professions, surprising him once again. This meant that for each new level, Jonkai would gain 20 character points instead of 10. Except, wouldn't that equate to him growing twice as fast as the other first-timers? In addition, he still has Super Crit, giving him 20,000% critical damage, while the other players only have 200% critical damage. Even though Jonkai's initial critical strike chance was 0.1%, he would be able to raise it, and then his damage would simply be abnormal. Finished with his musings, Jonkai walked towards the river, where he saw the large iron pole that the creature from above was using. Jonkai only planned to change his profession as soon as possible after arriving here and earn money for his brother. Even with the weakest profession on the Devil Star, one can earn a lot, but he couldn't imagine that he would suddenly get a hidden and so strong profession. Soon he would be able to save up money, and his family's life would get better. But all this is just the beginning, because before that he needs to. Jonkai saw a window with a message that he had completed the task of changing profession, and that he should complete the quest by getting to the City of Gods in one piece. Jonkai must complete the quest of the training zone, which requires him to reach the City of Gods in 7 days, except that it is extremely difficult to get there, because the newbie zone is simply overrun with monsters, and if the player dies, the quest will fail, while the player returns back to the ground. The body on Earth is of course not affected in any way, even if you die here. Besides, you can even go back to the Devil's Star once more. But this is a small problem only for the rich. After all, it costs a fortune to reload one's profile on the Devil's Star, so the rich are not restricted from trying. The poor, such as Jonkai on the other hand, are required to go through with it on the first try. Just as suddenly, Jonkai heard a loud shout somewhere in front, and he immediately realized who the source of the scream was. He waved his hands with energy and prayed to God to save him. Waving his arms in all directions, he shouted at the snakes to get out of here, as he hates snakes. This guy is Yuan Yu, Jonkai's childhood friend. Jonkai looked out from behind the tree and verified that the scream was indeed Jonkai's, and he was now trapped by snakes. The venom of these snakes is extremely strong, and even humanoid beasts can die from a single bite from them. Yuan Yu is clearly in danger. Jonkai shouted to Juji not to be afraid since he was here, and rushed towards him with his spear. Noticing his friend, Yuan Yu asked Kai why he was here, crying because of the creepy snakes. Yuan Yu asked to leave him and leave, as these snakes have quite high characteristics. And what's worse, they are very poisonous, which means they don't stand a chance against the snakes. Jonkai told Juji not to worry about it and threw his spear, instantly nailing the snake to the tree behind him that had just tried to bite his friend. Yuan Yu was amazed by what he saw and asked Jonkai if he could really kill snakes, or was he imagining it? Everything was just perfect. Juji is pretty good at distracting the snakes like this, allowing Jonkai to attack the snakes from the blind spot. Except now, things aren't so smooth, as the snakes have set their sights on Jonkai himself. Worried about his friend, Yuan Yu shouted to Jonkai to beware of snakes, as their agility was too high. Jonkai asked if that was really the case. He did a cartwheel while dodging all the snake bites, and once again impressed Yuan Yu with his agility. For Jonkai, it was a deal-breaker, since his stats were twice as high and equal to the second level. As he had previously thought, the level 1 snakes would not be able to do anything to him. Jonkai asked Yuan Yu to keep aggroing the snakes on himself, and the latter once again created armor on his arms. But what happened next again surprised Yuan Yu, for he had distracted the snakes for only a moment, and Jonkai had already managed to kill them all. After dealing with the snakes, Jonkai realized that his profession had great dexterity but little strength at the same time. That said, the damage was enough to kill level 1 monsters with a single strike, Thanks to killing 3 snakes, Jankai gained 3 experiences out of 100 to level 2. Thanks to this iron spear, he will be able to increase his strength for a while. And he needs strength, because strength is the basic characteristic responsible for attacking on the star. Just as suddenly, Yuan Yu grabbed Jankai and started hugging him and shouting in his ear about how he had only heard of rookies being killed by monsters, but not the other way around, and so he asked how the latter was able to do that. After breathing after the heavy hug, Jankai said that he was lucky to get the rare profession of gambler, and he also asked that Juju not to tell anyone about it. Yuan Yu did not question Jankai about his unknown class, after which Yuan Yu flaunted his muscles and revealed his status, and said that he didn't know how Jankai was doing, but his profession was not bad either. Jankai didn't expect to see the martial arts master class here, but he could understand how Yuan Yu was holding his own against these snakes, because this profession was ranked 5th in the realm of the gods. How many professions are there on the Devil Star? It's unknown to anyone. But the first thing people have to do once they get here is to get a profession. The profession will depend on the quality of the material one has before entering. The rich spend tens of millions on materials for themselves, and that's how they get very strong professions when they get here. The poor, on the other hand, cannot afford good materials to get professions, and hence they are weak. Professions are given out randomly. Jankai wondered if Juji had taken out a loan. After all, a martial artist's profession cost at least 50 million. Yuan Yu chuckled and replied that it was a long story, and that he would tell it later. Jankai thought a bit about what he had heard, but in the end, he suggested collecting the scattered materials from the snakes. After all, they could be sold. The money earned here can be exchanged for the currency of the land, which will help him and his family. A variety of remains, cores, minerals, equipment, and materials are available. When it came to Devil Star items by type of remains and equipment, Jankai reached for the snake, and effects began to appear above it, after which Jankai managed to place the snake into a card. Once obtained, the remains and equipment could turn into cards that were just transferable and sellable. Judging from the battle that happened, a gambler is actually stronger than a martial artist. While Jankai was pondering, Yuan Yu heard the sounds of footsteps. Suddenly, an unknown person greeted them. Yuan Yu immediately hid behind his friend's back and shouted. Jankai himself asked who it was. A pink-haired girl who immediately introduced herself as Su Nuan came out from behind the bushes and trees and said that she wouldn't be able to pass the trial by herself. Therefore, she asked if she could join their team. Jankai apologized and explained that they were having a hard time themselves, while it would only get harder with her. Yuan Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, as it was only a pioneer, not a monster. Su Nuan asked them not to abandon her, but in return, she could treat their wounds, since she was a healer. With tears in her eyes, she said she could also extract poison from the snakes and improve their weapons if they found more snakes. She prayed only that they would not leave her here alone. Hearing that Su Nuan could both heal and buff, Yuan Yu was so delighted that stars shone in his eyes. Jankai, on the other hand, was pondering that healer was one of the 10 most valuable professions. Thinking back to his first encounter with the humanoid beast, Jankai thought back to the fact that it would really be good for them to have a hitman, because if he hadn't regenerated back then, he would have died. Jankai agreed to accept Su Nuan into their small group to reach their final destination, and shook her hand, then introduced himself. Su Nuan thanked him for saving her. Suspecting something wrong, Yuan Yu approached Jankai and quietly asked him if he had changed his mind, because he liked this girl. Jankai replied that he was going to punch him in the face. At the same time, the Kingdom of the Gods, Zhenjiang City. Devil Star Portal, Base 18. Data Research Laboratory. Sitting in front of the monitor, the professor could not help but start praising the wristwatch in his voice, as it was really a great invention, because with its help, they could determine the location of the pioneers on the Devil's Star with high accuracy. There was the sound of footsteps behind, and the girl said that it was a matter of course. And as she knew, most watches on the market easily gave off all kinds of devil's data. And the more expensive the watch, the more features it has. Su Lanlin, the rookie test inspector, asked Professor Li if her little sister on the Devil Star was okay, to which he replied that according to the GPS data, most of the newcomers had already been eliminated, while her sister was currently on a team with 2 people. Su Lanlin was surprised to hear this. She wondered if her little sister was really that cowardly to join a team with others. After all, she had already warned her not to join teams. After all, the more newcomers gather in one place, the more monsters they will attract. While Junkai and the others were talking, two huge humanoid monsters arrived. 3 minutes later, Professor Lee confirmed that there were indeed two humanoid beasts near Su Nuanuan. Su Lanlin began to tremble with excitement for her sister, after all. For a group of newcomers, even one humanoid was too much, and against the others, Nuan would have even less of a chance. Death on the Devil Star is the same as losing a character in the game, and the person's body will take no damage. But there can be psychological trauma from the experience that can cause serious harm. Some have seen the monster eat them piece by piece, while others have been unable to speak at all and have been talking nonsense. Su Lanlin shouted that she would pick up Li Nuanuan for psychological tests right away and headed towards her sister. But the professor asked her to wait for a while and told her that Li Nuanuan was still alive, which surprised Su Lanlin. To his surprise, Professor Lee said that two humanoid monsters had been killed. Everyone who heard this was astonished, and Su Lanlin ran up to the professor and asked what had happened. 3 minutes ago, the terrifying humanoid beasts were rushing after their victims. As they ran away, Yuan Yu cried out in terror and asked, what the hell was chasing them? Su Nuanuan suggested that they were humanoid monsters and advised them to speed up. Junkai realized how bad their business was, because Juji and Su Lanlin were not as agile as him, which meant that they would soon fall into the clutches of the humanoid beasts. Suddenly, Junkai stopped and advised the others to speed up. With tears in his eyes, Yuanju turned to Genkai as it was too dangerous. But the man only ordered them to run away while he would handle things here himself. Genkai suspected that if things continued like this, they would all die together. Therefore, he was going to stay here and kill these beasts. Genkai jumped towards the monster, preparing to attack it with his spear. And to his luck, he was able to fly unhindered to the monster and stabbed his spear into it. Suddenly, he noticed an approaching object out of the corner of his eye. The humanoid monster's hand was too fast, causing it to hit Genkai, sending him flying. Genkai mentally chided himself, thinking about how much health these humanoid monsters had, since he was unable to kill the monster with a single blow. Genkai wondered, would it really end like this? He would die in the rookie trial. Su Nuanuan could not watch the monsters kill Genkai, and holding back tears, she asked Yuanju to help save him. Looking at the humanoid monsters, Yuanju trembled and couldn't utter a word due to the terror he felt. A residential neighborhood of a polluted river. Yuanju's mother served tea to the guest who gave Yuanju materials to work with. She confessed that she was not sure how the guest evaluated her son, but even though Yuanju is tall, he's also very shy, and if he met a monster, Yuanju would hardly dare to fight it. The old man agreed with her and said that her child was indeed afraid of monsters quite a lot, except he had already realized that Yuanju would never leave anyone in need. And timid he would not be in such a situation, Yuanju shouted loudly. Immediately afterward, he rushed towards the humanoid monsters, knocking them to the ground. Yuanju's strength was enough to push back the monsters, but they remained intact. Barely suppressing a shiver, Yuanju turned to Kai and asked if he had decided to protect him because he was weak. Yuanju reminded him that they were brothers, and brothers should try their best together. Yuanju shouted that they should also die together, immediately after which he once again struck the beast that he was afraid to even look at a short while ago. Genkai wondered, would Yuanju be able to defeat this beast with a single blow? Even though the damage may not be much, but can a martial artist do that? Returning to Genkai, Su Nuanuan asked for him to hold on and used her magic. Noticing her, Genkai asked, what was she doing here? After all, she wasn't even a martial artist. But Su Nuanuan replied that she would not leave, and that a doctor should treat people despite any fear. Su Nuanuan's father had once lost the support of the healers during a battle, and because of that, he died. Su Nuanuan asked if she could abandon her team when they needed her support. After briefly healing, Genkai's wounds finally healed, and his XP once again reached 100%. Rising to his feet once again, Genkai praised Su Nuanuan, as she really wasn't afraid of death. When Genkai headed to Yuanju's aid, Su Nuanuan realized that the two of them together would not have enough damage to kill the humanoid beasts. Just as suddenly, Genkai stopped as it suddenly hit him. When they first met Su Nuanuan, she said that if they met more snakes, she could extract their venom and strengthen the team's weapons. Genkai took out a snake card and questioned Su Nuanuan if she knew how to extract venom, after which he held out the snake from the map and asked if it could heal Yuanju and extract poison at the same time. Su Nuanuan replied that she wasn't sure about it herself, but promised to try her best, then set to work. Immediately after that, Genkai's spear began to improve thanks to the snake venom. If Genkai's timing was right, they could win. At this moment, he couldn't stand one-on-one with these things, but Yuan Yu could take care of it. At the same time, Jiang Kai's own damage is not enough to kill a humanoid beast, but with the improvement from Huan, if you look closely, their team is a great example from games. A combination of tank, DD, and hitter. Meanwhile, Su Nuanuan completed the spear improvements and Zhang Kai immediately rushed into battle, wondering, what did it matter if he was a beginner or not? Rushing to help, Zhang Kai asked Juji to hold the beast for him, to which the latter replied that there was no problem with that, especially now they were working as a team and fulfilling their roles. After blocking the attacks of the humanoid beasts, Yuan Yu prescribed a powerful uppercut to one of them. Immediately after, Zhang Kai jumped onto the second monster with the thought that even if someone found out that some rookies like them had defeated the humanoid beasts, they would be able to come and challenge them. Zhang Kai loudly shouted, "Die!" to the monster and stabbed his spear into it. Immediately afterward, a message appeared about killing a level 2 monster and gaining 2 units of experience. Genju could hardly believe that they were still able to defeat one of the monsters, while Su Nuanuan was glad that it had worked. The remaining monster roared at the pioneer team, but at the same time, it began to tremble. Teamwork had really helped them defeat one of the monsters. Now it was the turn of the other. Jiang Kai suggested that everyone deal with it as well, immediately after which they attacked the monster following the same tactic. Su Lanlin was trying to figure out what had happened in these minutes. What was wrong with the people's wristwatches? And were they really able to kill 2 humanoid beasts? After all, how could the 3 of them kill something that was capable of single-handedly killing a much larger group? Professor Li was in agreement with Su Lanlin, especially looking at Su Nuanwan's watch. They can't say that she has enough strength to do this. Yes, the pioneers in her team are also not strong enough. Only Zhang Kai stands out among them, as his profession is not found in their system. Su Lanlin was astonished by what she heard and asked if this was even possible. This person probably possesses the power to kill 2 humanoid beasts, and yet they don't even know his profession. She wanted to know what kind of character this newcomer had. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai picked up 2 corpses of second-level humanoid beasts, immediately after which they all collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. Sighing heavily, Su Nuan said that they had still managed, after which Yuan Yu admitted that he had not expected Brother Kai to be so smart. Su Nuan huffed and glowed with happiness, and said that since they had enough strength for something like this, they could pass the test without any problems. Yuan Yu agreed with her and added that they could go straight to the very finals. But Jiang Kai said that there was no need for them to be in such a hurry, as they still had plenty of time before Shanxi. He suggested slowing down the pace for now, which surprised his teammates. Jiang Kai asked, did they know that after the trial, points are given? The first 3 in the top will be rewarded with equipment, and the equipment they receive after training is very good for beginners. And since they can kill beasts, they'll also be able to get points for their corpses, and with more points they can even qualify for the top 3. So why don't they kill monsters for points and equipment then? Wenju and Su Nuanwan simply had no words to reply to Jiang Kai. A few hours later, tapping a twig on the trees to lure the beasts, Yuanju asked Kai if he really thought they should earn points like this, even though he asked him to lure snakes, but he was still afraid of them. Barely holding back tears due to fear, Yuanju asked, would he really be the first of them to die on the Devil Star? Jiang Kai told Juji to be bolder, after all. He was a martial artist, after all, and he was just made for the role of a tank or a damager. Plus, they could be healed by Nuanuan at any time. Suddenly, the snakes rushed towards Yuanju from his blind spot at full speed, but a moment later, Jiang Kai killed all the snakes, saying at the same time that it wouldn't be easy for them to die. Jiang Kai had killed 3 level 1 snakes, making him collect 10 experience points out of 100. All because there's a rule on the Devil's Star that the person who kills gets the experience. And since Jiang Kai was the only one capable of killing, they decided that he would be the one to gain experience first. After all, by doing so, he will be able to keep his team safe. A day later, in front of Jiang Kai, a knowing window finally appeared congratulating him for leveling up. And thanks to the multiplier effect, he also received double characterization points. Jiang Kai was happy with the result after all. They were able to accomplish this with just killing level 1 snakes. Su Nuanuan immediately congratulated him on his level up, and Yuanju asked if he felt any changes. Jiang Kai revealed that he had added 20 characteristic points after his promotion, and now he already had 56. Hearing this, Yuanju and Su Nuanuan almost had a stroke of shock, for this was too much. Looking at his status, Yuanju saw his 26 characteristic points and said that usually only 10 points were given after leveling up. Hence he asked from where the one who got 20. Meanwhile, Su Nuanuan was dizzy as Kai at level 2 already has 56 points, and it looks like he's no longer behind level 4 in terms of strength, which is surprising. Especially, she only has 12 characterization points. Zhang Kai explained that due to his special profession, his rewards are doubled, but at the same time his punishments are also doubled, which means he can't go bad. Su Nuanwan recognized that Zhang Kai's profession was pretty cool, and this was despite the fact that she hadn't fully figured it out. Yuan Yu reprimanded and kicked the snake, saying that it was much cooler than his master's. Suddenly, a passage opened up in the air, and the AI girl once again came out of it. Immediately after which, she said that since the player had reached the second level, he was entitled to one new skill. But since he possessed the multiplier talent, Zhang Kai's skill would be doubled. Zhang Kai was surprised at what he heard, and just in case he asked again, is it possible that he could get an additional skill at the second level as well, much less get two at once? Hearing this, Yuanju and Sun Wanun were even more amazed at what they could do from the AI has confirmed that this is true, and the first skill is the card in the hand of a ghost skill, thanks to which the strength of flight when throwing an object is increased by 20%. If he uses a card other than the same one, the effect is increased by 200%, but at the same time, the energy consumption increases by 100%. The second skill obtained is Ghost Eyes Focusing, thanks to which you can increase your range of vision by 50%, but your energy consumption increases by 100%. Zhang Kai had obtained two new skills, and although he hadn't fully understood them yet, he could already tell that they were very useful in his profession. After sorting everything out, Zhang Kai told the guys that he had gotten stronger and offered to go and further earn experience points. Su Nuan happily agreed, and Yuanju asked why Kai again? 2 days later, Inspector Su Lanlin and his scientists continued to monitor what was happening on the Devil Star. Professor Lee approached the inspector and reported that, surprisingly, nothing bad had happened to her sister in the past 2 days, whereupon Su Lanlin wondered if that was true. Su Lanlin smiled and acknowledged that the newcomer appeared to be very tenacious. Then she recalled that his name was Jiang Kai, as suddenly sounds of running were heard, and a soldier ran into the hall shouting, "Urgent announcement!" Immediately after which he briefly reported that a danger had been detected in the newcomer's territory, and therefore all the scientists should gather. Su Lanlin and the scholars immediately became agitated because of what they heard. Immediately afterward, the commander came out to them and told them that the enemy country had sent their men to the newcomer zone, and that an invasion was expected. The commander-in-chief of Zhangjiang City, Wei Ying, ordered them all to prepare. Su Lanlin asked with horror, was it true what he said about a full-scale invasion? To which Commander-in-Chief Wei Ying replied that if that were a lie, he wouldn't be here. Su Lanlin mentally cursed, because this meant that they would be attacked by stowaways, who were soldiers of the enemy country L, with a special profession whose role was to kill newcomers. Advanced players can't and shouldn't even enter the beginner zone so as not to hinder their development. But L country's stowaways are different from other players. It's all about them having special skills that allow them to infiltrate another nation's territory. Moreover, they use very brutal killing techniques during their missions. The main goal of stowaways is to make newcomers of other countries fear the Devil Star, increasing the chances of other players to successfully pass. Su Lanlin slammed her fist on the table and quietly said that Nuanyuan was too weak, and if these beasts attacked her, Commander-in-Chief Wei Ying said that they needed to train the new recruits, and that the large-scale attack of the Stowaway army had already begun. Therefore, they should prepare for the fact that none of their men would survive. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai and the others, unaware of the attack, continued to look for beasts for prey. Just as suddenly, Zhang Kai turned around, and with his spear at the ready, said that there was something there. Not understanding what the matter was, Yuanju asked what he was doing, and suggested that they continue on their way. Su Nuan was also surprised by Kai's words, and said that there was nothing in that direction. Zhang Kai was the only one who spotted the enemy, thanks to his new skill, Ghost Eye Focusing. Zhang Kai cried out that there was someone further away and threw his spear with all his might. Immediately afterward, his spear flew through the trees with great force until the sound of a hit was heard. Zhang Kai said that he was in trouble and offered to go and check everything and ran off. Yuanju and Su Nuanwen couldn't understand what had gotten into him. Yuanju wondered what kind of vision Kai had, because there was really nothing there. With a spear throw, Zhang Kai had almost instantly killed a level 2 wild boar, thanks to which he had already accumulated 199 experience out of 200. The guys were amazed at Zhang Kai's keen eye, since he was able to spot a target at such a distance. He had also killed him. Pulling out his spear, Jiang Kai said that there was nothing surprising about it. After all, it was all due to his skills. A window appeared in front of Jiang Kai, whether he wanted a wild boar carcass with 19 sharp spikes that could be used as weapons, and Jiang Kai agreed, after which the carcass started to disappear. Jiang Kai's current skill card in the ghost's hand increased the damage, and due to the focusing of the ghost's eye, his vision became much better, making him able to follow attacks better. In other words, the enemy wouldn't even notice them when they were already dead. Jiang Kai decided to put his thoughts aside, as he was only one experience point short of the 3rd level. Jiang Kai offered to kill some more monster, and Yuan Yu agreed with him, while Yuan Yu resented the fact that he was still level 1. Not far away from Jiang Kai's squad, laughter was heard underwater, after which one of the stowaways reported to the captain that the 2nd team had great luck, after which they all swam out of the water. It was their hour of entertainment. Jiang Kai immediately covered Yuan Yu with himself and asked the strangers who they were, but one of the strangers asked Jiang Kai not to be afraid of them, as they are good people. They only want to rip out his chest and make him bleed, or else they could remove the skin and then feed it to the animals. During the conversation, the stowaways completely surrounded Jiang Kai's squad, whereupon a ripple went rippling across the water again, and the commander of the stowaways came out of it, whereupon he said that they had one object to captain of the 2nd team of stowaways. Smuggler said they should not let the newcomers pass the test. Yuan Yu said that she knew these people, and revealed that they were stowaways who specialized in killing newcomers. Jiang Kai and Yuan Yu were astonished at what they heard, as they were the ones who had suffered this fate. Meanwhile, Yuan Yu had already checked the levels of the stowaways, and said that all of them were above the 3rd level, and the highest level among them was the 5th level. Things were bad, as there were too many people against them, and worst of all, one of them was already level 5. Jiang Kai realized that he and his characteristics would at best be able to compete with the 4th level, but in no way with the 5th level. The smuggler asked his brothers to stop standing around and get down to business. Just as suddenly, Jiang Kai burst out of his seat and shouted to Juji and Yuan Yu to stick together, as he needed to split up with them for a while. The smuggler grinned and said they were too slow, as they had only now decided to spring into action, after which the smuggler ordered the 2 3rd-level subordinates to go chase after the escaped victim, while they had fun here. Chasing after Jiang Kai, the stowaways couldn't help but admit that this guy was fast, except that he had nowhere to escape them. Suddenly, Jiang Kai shimmered and completely dissolved into thin air, startling the pursuers, because of which they were forced to stop and started looking around for their victim. The stowaway chuckled and asked the kid if he had decided to play with them, whereupon his masked comrade admitted that he was very excited about it, and that as soon as they found him, they would break all his legs. Suddenly, a spear came out of nowhere. The masked stowaway smirked and raised his blade to ask if he had decided to fight them. Either way, the trash was incapable of doing anything to them. Just as suddenly, the enemy's attack was much stronger than the stowaways expected, thanks to which Jiang Kai managed to hit one of them. But even after that, the spear did not stop and continued to drag the stowaway further. The stowaway asked his comrade how he was doing, because the attack had caused him to fly up. But coming closer to him, the stowaway saw that his comrade was already dead and nailed to a tree. Jiang Kai chuckled and asked, "Do all stowaways die so easily like this?" And walking out with the boar spikes in front of him, Jiang Kai said that it seemed like he had nothing to envy them. Stowaway asked if that one wasn't a normal rookie and used his watch. He wanted to know how a rookie could kill his level 3 comrade. Scanning Jiang Kai, Stowaway learned that it was a level 2 rookie with unknown crit, and for some reason the clock was giving an error. Looking at Jiang Kai's characteristics, the stowaway suddenly trembled and asked, "How could this be?" After all, his level 3 characteristics were only 45 units, while Jiang Kai's were 60. The stowaway asked, "How did that happen?" Immediately afterward, boar spikes flew into him, whereupon the stowaway screamed hoarsely in terror, and a few seconds later fell completely silent. Jiang Kai had succeeded. In terms of overall performance, he was not inferior to the 4th level, which was why he was able to deal with the 3rd level. He suggested running away to attract a small portion of the stowaways, since it was more convenient to kill them separately. He had almost reached level 3, and all he had to do to get promoted was kill a stowaway. The Devil Star AI reappeared in front of Jiang Kai and said that he had managed to kill the stowaways. But before the victim's body dispersed, did Jiang Kai wish to gain their experience? After which, she explained that from the corpses of enemies, Jiang Kai could get up to 100 experience points, which definitely wouldn't be unnecessary. Jiang Kai immediately agreed. Then he asked, could he get more experience just for killing stowaways? So he doesn't have to kill monsters anymore? because in that case, he needs all their experience points. After absorbing the experience, the AI congratulated Zhang Kai for reaching the 3rd level, after which Zhang Kai checked his increased characteristics. His total attribute score was now 76 points, while the level 5 stowaways only had 60 attribute points. Zhang Kai grabbed his weapons from the bodies of the stowaways. After taking the weapons, Zhang Kai also grabbed the watch of one of the stowaways, after which he finally went back to show everyone his strength. Meanwhile, the stowaways had already beaten Yuan Yu and Su Nuanuan up considerably, but they were still holding on, thanks to the treatment. The stowaway and the respirator chuckled with the combination of opponents, a martial artist, and a doctor, for earlier he hadn't even expected them to stumble into the top 2 professions. These are certainly good professions, but since the enemies are exhausted, the stowaways decided to torture them to death. Tears came to Su Nuanuan's eyes. She asked Yuan Yu if Zhang Kai would be able to return. After all, there were 2 stowaways chasing after him. Clenching his teeth, Yuan Yu replied that he would definitely come back, because there was no way Zhang Kai would give up so easily, especially when such a girl was around. And when his family and friends are in danger, nothing matters. The smuggler said he was done with the foreplay and invited his stowaways to finish what they had started. Immediately after which, Zhang Kai jumped out of the forest and scattered the boar spikes. With accurate hits, Zhang Kai pierced the heads of most of the stowaways. Su Nuanuan immediately guessed who those spikes belonged to, and Yuan Yu said that he knew that Zhang Kai would come back to them. The smuggler asked who it was. He assumed that someone had snuck up on them and ordered him out so they could fight. The smuggler looked around trying to find his new enemy, but he couldn't even see his shadow. The smuggler wondered if it could be that there was a new profession, because, if so, then, realizing the dire situation he was in, the smuggler rushed out, puzzling Yuan Yu and Su Nuanuan. Zhang Kai raised his spear for a throw and asked the smuggler if he was trying to escape after daring to hurt his little brother. Zhang Kai said that the smuggler's life now belonged to him and threw his spear after dealing with the last enemy. In a matter of seconds, all the stowaways were disarmed and lay dead with spikes in their heads. Stepping out of the shadows, Zhang Kai told Nuanuan that all the stowaways were finished, after which he asked if she was all right. Hearing that Zhang Kai had returned, tears once again came to Su Nuanuan's eyes. Su Nuanuan ran up to Zhang Kai and said that Yuan Yu was seriously injured, and because of the severity of his wounds, even she is unable to help him. Yuan Yu coughed, after which he told Kai that he knew he would be back, but unfortunately he couldn't go any further with them. He said he couldn't take it anymore and slumped to the ground. Yuan Yu told Kai and Nuanuan that the adventures with them were his best memories, and now he wanted them to take his share. The light in Yuan Yu's eyes began to grow cloudy, and lastly he told them to work hard to pass the test. Su Nuanuan began to sob as they lost Brother Ju. Lowering his gaze, Zhang Kai clenched his fists and turned to Yuan Yu. Suddenly, Zhang Kai threw the body of one of the stowaways at Yuan Yu with all his might and ordered him to get down to business already. Zhang Kai explained that he purposely didn't kill the stowaways so that someone could replenish their experience and recover. Su Nuanuan recalled that on the Devil Star, one could recover by taking experience from another player, which amazed Yuan Yu as he had never even thought of such a thing. Zhang Kai admitted that he had realized from the beginning that he was just pretending. But no matter what, these stowaways were not going to let them live, and therefore Yuan Yu might as well not feel sorry for them. Positively determined to kill the stowaway squad, Su Nuanuan and Yuan Yu wished them a good subsequent reincarnation, after which all 3 of them turned to the injured stowaway, and Zhang Kai chuckled, then asked if he would like to be their donor. Yuan Yu reached out to him, muttering about taking advantage of the willing sacrifice. Seeing those staring at him, the stowaway began to mentally scream and beg these demons to stay away. Meanwhile, in the stowaway transportation department of L City, a research institute, the stowaways started waking up, screaming about how horrible it was, and that these people were too cruel. So also they took away all their experience points. Uptown L asked, "What is this? And how could these stowaways be affected like this?" The only explanation was that there was a new profession out there that could stand up to the stowaways. At the same time, but in the realm of the gods. Professor Lee said that their business was bad, because according to Su Nuanuan, her team had met with stowaways. Su Lanlin cried out because of such news, and asked if it meant that Nuan, the commander-in-chief, revealed that no newcomer had ever managed to get away with a stowaway before, and so they should prepare for her demise. As suddenly, Professor Lee objected to the commander-in-chief and said he didn't think so. After all, Su Nuanuan didn't die during the battle with the stowaways. Even on the contrary, she had increased her level. The commander-in-chief and the inspector were stunned by what they heard, and Su Lanlin asked, "What happened?" The commander-in-chief admitted that he didn't understand how such a thing could happen. But if they were able to raise their level while fighting the stowaways, then could those stowaways help them kill the monsters? Quickly studying all the incoming data, Professor Lee once again objected to the commander-in-chief, as Yuan couldn't have reached a new level so quickly by killing a stowaway. She had ascended 2 levels. Commander-in-Chief Wei Ying and Su Lanlin were astonished that Yuan could kill a stowaway. From surprise, the commander-in-chief let his glass of water out of his hands and jumped up and ordered that he should be shown the data of Yuan's team right now. Immediately afterward, Professor Lee quickly displayed Yuan and her team members on the screen. The commander-in-chief still had a hard time believing that they had reached level 3, except that without killing the stowaway, they simply couldn't have risen 2 levels so quickly. Su Lanlin asked, "Is it possible?" After all, Yuan didn't even possess combat abilities, unless Zhang Kai could deal with stowaways. But this was all too strange. The commander-in-chief gasped, after which he said that his intuition told him that it was indeed his doing. He also dared to ask why Zhang Kai's indicators were undecided. After checking the information, Professor Lee said that he found information to this effect. The fact is that all travelers are given a special watch to determine the formation. Zhang Kai's is the oldest, literally the very first model used on the Devil Star. The server of this model stopped being maintained more than 10 years ago, and they are not connected to the internet, so they can't access this information. Su Lanlin couldn't believe what she heard, after all. In their years, someone using an antique watch. The commander-in-chief recognized that this is really interesting. He ordered to gather real information about Zhang Kai's performance for him, as he wants to see his characteristics. Having fully recovered, Yuan Yu was glowing with joy. There were also several level-ups and healings that Su Nuan was also happy about. Yuan Yu revealed that in addition to healing, he had obtained a professional skill called Earth Stomping, thanks to which he could strike nearby enemies. Su Nuan, on the other hand, had obtained the Healer's Benevolence skill, thanks to which her abilities were improving. Zhang Kai agreed that these were worthy skills for a healer and martial artist. Yuan Yu began to boast that he was now a level higher, and asked if that meant that he could now fight stowaways as an equal. Zhang Kai recognized that he too had leveled up and pointed to his status window with a level 4, startling Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu grabbed his head and asked when he had just reached level 4, after all. He had just been level 2. Su Nuan glared when she saw that Kai had 96 attribute points. And after all, those numbers were equivalent to level 8. Zhang Kai said that he had reached the 3rd level when he killed 2 stowaways chasing after him. When he came back here and killed 5 more, he reached the 4th level. Yuan Yu started to complain that it pissed him off, since Zhang Kai was better than him again. Su Nuan walked up to Kai and asked what they would do next, thus making Zhang Kai think about it. Zhang Kai said that he had heard the stowaway captain talk about them belonging to the 2nd group of stowaways, which means there's also the 1st stowaway squad, which is exactly what they're going to kill. Half a day later, somewhere in the woods of the newcomers' neighborhood. The stowaways of the 1st group laughed at where those people could only get out of, and just how weak were the 2nd team guys that they got blown out so quickly. The stowaway with the choker said they were long overdue for a change. The captain of the 1st squad of stowaways, who also possessed the 5th level, told his subordinates to stop being so relaxed, because their superiors had clearly told them that this was a serious matter, so they should behave accordingly. In any case, newbies are limited to level 5, and so they won't have much trouble straightening them out. Yuan Yu asked Kai if he was confident that he could fight 9 5th-level stowaways, and Su Nuan said with fear that if they went, they would. Yuan Yu asked them not to worry because, even if he couldn't kill them, he could definitely protect them. Besides, if they didn't try to kill those stowaways, they would kill the other newcomers. And so they should strike first, said Zhang Kai, immediately after which he jumped out of hiding, puzzling Yuan Yu with Su Nuan. The commander of the 1st squad was the first to sense the approach of the enemy and warned the stowaways to be more careful. The choker stowaway checked the level of the stranger and then started laughing as he was only level 4. After hearing this, one of the masked stowaways recognized that the man had leveled up quite quickly, so he assumed that it was Zhang Kai who had killed the 2nd squad. The commander smirked and admitted that it was indeed not bad, whereupon he ordered the stowaways to advance. He ordered them all to remain on alert and not even dare to lose to him. Immediately afterwards, the stowaways rushed to their victim. Zhang Kai turned around and started to run away. It was worse than he thought, as these stowaways maintained their formation. The original plan was to lure the enemy and then slowly get rid of them one by one. He needed to catch the stowaways one by one, but this squad was proving to be too big, which meant it wouldn't be easy. At this point, the most important thing is to save himself and kill some stowaways if possible. The only problem is that he has no countermeasures, and if he wanted to get rid of all the stowaways at once. Suddenly, Zhang Kai slowed down and turned around. Immediately afterward, he began to run straight into the enemy formation with his spear at his side. The stowaways suddenly slowed down in surprise. They wanted to see what this guy was doing? The stowaway continued running towards Zhang Kai, and with a chuckle, he asked where he was going. And could it be that he was so scared that he couldn't decide which way to run? Running past, the stowaway slapped Zhang Kai's arm. But even after that, Zhang Kai didn't stop and continued running, puzzling the stowaway. Zhang Kai was still not close enough. The stowaways standing further away prepared to greet the stranger, and one of them threatened to skin Zhang Kai. After running into the crowd of stowaways, Zhang Kai never attacked them, and instead began to dodge all attacks. The stowaway commander wondered what the big deal was here. After all, they were all level 5, while this newcomer was only level 4. How could he be able to withstand their attacks? Realizing that something was obviously wrong, the masked stowaway used his watch to check everything again. Stowaway told the commander that they had too little time to determine his characteristics. But once he analyzed the newcomer with a high-tech watch, he found that they were unable to discern his attributes. At least his dexterity is at a shocking 30 points for level 4. The commander couldn't believe what he was hearing and questioned how much agility he had. The stowaway with the choker assumed that he was just mistaken, since he himself only had 20 dexterity points at level 5. So how could some newcomer have that many? How could they defeat him? The commander realized that this could not have been an ordinary mistake, and that the watch could not be wrong. But if this guy really has such high agility in that case, who else is chasing who? The commander shouted that their business was bad and ordered the stowaways to flee as their business was bad. The stowaways were surprised at what they heard, as the newcomer suddenly chuckled and said that they had finally figured it out, whereupon he admitted that fooling them wasn't that hard, but it was too late for them to run. When they felt something, the stowaways looked up, where another pioneer was flying at them with a bomb. And a second later, Yuan Yu landed, completely robbing the opponents of the ground from under their feet. Zhang Kai praised Juji for the work he had done, then took out the boar spikes. Now it was his time to act. With quick movements, Zhang Kai stabbed the stowaways with boar spikes, completely immobilizing them. After which, all the stowaways finally returned to the ground after being attacked by Yuan Yu while being impaled by the boar spikes. Yuan Yu cursed loudly, after which he asked, what was wrong with Kai? After all, he had single-handedly annihilated 9 level 5 representatives. Yai informed Zhang Kai that he had gained 2,000 experience for killing stowaways, which was enough to advance to the 5th level. For each pioneer killed above the 1st level, the amount of experience he received doubled, so he received 400 experience from each person. Su Nuanuan was delighted that Zhang Kai had already reached the 5th level. Then she said that she had heard that this was the limit one could reach in the beginner's zone. Yuan Yu cried out again upon hearing that Kai had already reached the limit of their zone, to which Zhang Kai himself replied that it was nothing, as a lot of experience would fall from stowaways. Besides, there were still survivors here, so Zhang Kai advised the guys to hurry up. Su Nuanuan agreed to deal with them, and Yuan Yu asked what they would do next. Zhang Kai said that he used to have to kill monsters to gain experience points. But now, that was no longer necessary, so he would help the two of them. After they gained enough experience, they would all head towards the finish line. Perceiving the spirit, Su Nuanuan agreed with Kai, and Yuan Yu laughed and, while showing off his muscles, said that it was his turn to become stronger. On the way to the finish line, Zhang Kai asked the guys to be more attentive, as they need to score more points on their way to the finish line. But the closer they get to the finish line, the more ferocious the monsters become. And most importantly, even in the beginner's zone, bosses can be encountered, so they should be careful. Just as suddenly, a loud roar was heard from the front, causing Zhang Kai and his squad to come to an abrupt halt. Walking a little further, they saw 2 dead humanoid beasts. Su Nuanuan was surprised to see the corpse of a beast here, and Yuan Yu assumed that someone had bitten them to death, since there were many bite marks on them. Zhang Kai used his ghost eye focusing skill. He then said that he had just seen a golden light in the distance, and asked if they thought that this golden creature was the one who had killed those monsters. Su Nuanuan was surprised when she heard about the golden creature. Meanwhile, a golden glow appeared behind them. Not noticing the threat behind him, Yuan Yu asked, "What kind of creature was this? What's worse, such a creature could attack them." Just as suddenly, the golden creature attacked Su Yuan, causing her to scream and ask what the hell happened. Immediately after that, an unknown golden essence attacked Yuan Yu as well. He assumed that this thing was chasing them. After injuring Su Yuan and Yuan Yu, the golden creature immediately rushed towards Jiang Kai. Yuan Yu shouted to Kai to save himself as this thing was too dangerous for them. But Jiang Kai didn't run away. He reached forward and stopped the golden creature. Yuan Yu and Su Yuan were astonished when they saw the golden creature's true appearance. And even Jiang Kai's words fell away after catching the golden creature. Yuan Yu marveled at how Kai was able to catch the creature so quickly. Jiang Kai was a little surprised at their reaction and asked, did they really think this thing was fast? And wasn't it just an ordinary mouse? With her paws, the mouse started squeaking at Jiang Kai. She asked the bastard who he was and told him he'd be sorry for this. Jiang Kai recognized that this mouse was too bold and simply let the mouse out. But a moment later, the mouse regained its former speed and flew towards Jiang Kai again. Yuan Yu screamed in fear and asked Kai why he let the mouse go. After all, this mouse was able to kill even a monster. Unexpectedly for the mouse, but Jiang Kai once again managed to catch it. Afterward, he let go of the mouse and said it was okay, because this mouse was too slow for him. The mouse tried to attack Jiang Kai again and again, but he kept intercepting it before releasing it. Using the ghost eye focus and agility attribute, Jiang Kai intercepted this mouse 10 times per second. Yuan Yu frowned at the fact that Kai appeared to be really fast. Su Yuan was delighted at how cool he was. A few minutes later, the mouse collapsed exhaustedly in Jiang Kai's hand and raised a white flag. It had lost this battle. Realizing that the mouse had given up, Jiang Kai said that it had nowhere else to run. Yuan Yu approached and asked Kai, how did he get such speed? Jiang Kai admitted that he didn't know if this mouse would come in handy during battles, but a free helper wouldn't be superfluous to them for sure. Placing the mouse on his shoulder, Jiang Kai turned to Yuan and said that she had almost reached level 4, and so he advised her to find the corpses and then take the rest of the experience from them to reach level 5 at the end of the challenge. Su Yuan agreed with Kai, after which she looked at the mouse with a spark in her eyes and said that it was very cute. Meanwhile, Yuan Yu huffed, as he felt as if he was some kind of scum rather than a martial artist. A while later, finally arriving at the place, the cloaked man laughed, because after so many days, he still managed to reach the newcomer's zone. The cloaked man headed inside Shengyao Rookie City. As soon as he approached the gate, 3 pioneers in armor came out to him. The chief among them congratulated the newcomer for passing the test and said that he could now officially become a Devil Star Pathfinder. This person was Xiao Tao, who was the rookie's escort. After which, Xiao Tao touched the newcomer's shoulder and said that it was unfortunate that he didn't come first, except that the ranking wasn't that important. It was the journey itself that was important. The newcomer in the cloak raised his hands and turned to the captain, still agreeing that he was not the first. After which, he showed Xiao Tao all the monster cards he had collected with a wide smile and asked, what made them think that he was aiming to run in first? Xiao Tao and his subordinates were astonished by what they saw. The soldier behind him said that the ranking was calculated by points, while the rookie had a lot of monsters killed, but would he be able to exchange them for points? Xiao Tao asked, how did the rookie even manage to kill so many monsters? The newcomer laughed and, throwing off his hood, said that it was all nonsense. After all, he is the second lord of the Huang family and the future guild leader, Huang Wei. He had undergone special training before he even got here. Xiao Tao cried out because of what he heard, after all. This was the same Huang family of the Xuanwu Guild. The soldier behind him said that Xuanwu Guild was one of the top 10 cities in Shengyao. Since that was the case, he was not surprised that this newcomer was so capable. Xiao Tao congratulated Huang Wei on his achievements and said that although he was not the first in points, he would definitely enter the top 10 of Shengyao City in terms of power. Spreading his arms to the sides, Huang Wei laughed loudly and said that Huang Wei, would definitely become great. And winning first place was just the first step on his path. If he is given a little more time, the whole star of the devil will fall at his feet. Somewhere in the back of the rookie zone, O Yunsen and his squad continued on their way. The matter was strange, after all. They had already traveled half a day, but still hadn't encountered a single monster along the way. So, what could be the matter? Gloomily glancing back, Jiang Kai wondered if the mouse was scaring them all away. But Su Yuan asked, was that even possible? After all, this mouse is just incredibly cute. Suddenly, they heard a loud roar again, causing them to stop abruptly. When Jiang Kai saw who was walking towards them, his pupils narrowed due to fear. The creatures that caught up with Jiang Kai's squad are the Dusky Wolves. And worst of all, they were together with the boss of Shengyao City's rookie zone, Shadow Wolf King. Jiang Kai and the others piled up, and Jiang Kai shouted that things were bad as they had gotten right into the boss's territory, and they were already surrounded by the entire pack of wolves. Shivering with fear, Yuan Yu turned to Kai and said that he had heard that the Shadow Wolf King was the most powerful creature in the novice zone that no one had managed to kill yet. After which, he asked, what would they do? Trying to suppress the trembling in his hands, Jiang Kai tried to think of a way out. There were too many wolves around, and he would be able to escape, except Juji and Nuanuan wouldn't. Since things were so bad, he could only stay and fight to the death. Jiang Kai turned to the boys and explained that they couldn't escape, so they could only fight their way out. Yunsen said that they needed to kill the king as quickly as possible, then rushed forward. Yuanju crouched down on the ground, and using one of his skills, he said that now they would see him. Immediately afterward, he rocketed into the air. And a second later, he bombed and landed not far from the boss, clearing the path ahead. Jiang Kai said that this was an excellent skill, after which he shouted to Nuanuan to take advantage of his technique. Now it was also Jiang Kai's turn. He used the focus of the ghost's eyes and the card in the ghost's hand to throw the boar spike. But the one simply crashed into the boss mech without doing any damage. Everyone was terrified, as even Jiang Kai was unable to break through the boss's defense. Not intending to tolerate this any longer, the king of the Dusky Wolves growled menacingly, ordering his pack to attack the outsiders. Immediately after which, a pack of Dusky Wolves pounced on Jiang Kai's squad. Very quickly, they began to be covered in wounds. Things were not good. Holding back the Dusky Maw, Yuanju shouted and shouted to Kai that they couldn't attack the Wolf King, and that they needed to think of something else. While restraining the Dusky Wolves, Jiang Kai thought about what else he could do to the Wolf King. But he gave up on that idea rather quickly, as the Wolf King's defense is too strong, and his pack doesn't give them a pass. Such a fight couldn't help but wake up the mouse in Jiang Kai's hood. The mouse ordered those who were disturbing his sleep to go away. But still not hearing silence, the mouse turned to one of the noisiest wolves. Immediately afterward, the mouse activated its powers to the maximum, and lightning flew out from Jiang Kai's hood, after which it attacked the Shadow Wolf King with a loud squeak, and even managed to pierce through his steel fur. Jiang Kai was amazed that the mouse had managed to bite through the Wolf King. And to get a better look at everything, he used the focusing ghost eyes. As it turns out, the mouse actually managed to injure the Wolf King, which is just fine, because now the boss's defense is breached, and all that's left to win is a little more pressure on the Wolf King's wound. Preparing his throwing weapon, Jiang Kai once again threw the boar spike at the Dusky Wolf King, and unlike the previous attempt, Jiang Kai managed to damage the Wolf King. Meanwhile, the satisfied mouse had already managed to jump off the Wolf King. Jiang Kai almost succeeded in giving the boss a fatal blow. If he uses his focus to strike, then perhaps... Just as suddenly, the boss wound exploded due to Jiang Kai's super crit, increasing his crit by 20,000%. Su Nanyuan covered her face from the bright flash and asked, "What was that, and did Kai do that?" After which, Yuanju said that Kai had managed to kill the king of the Dusky Wolves. Even Jiang Kai himself was amazed at how abruptly their battle had ended. After which, the AI congratulated Jiang Kai for defeating the newbie zone boss, the Shadow Wolf King. Jiang Kai thought that their fight would last for a long time, but it just so happened that he had suddenly defeated the boss thanks to a timely super crit. Furthermore, this was the first time he was able to recreate a critical strike of such power. After the death of their king, the Dusky Wolves stopped and suddenly began to tremble in fear. Suddenly they began to run, scattering, hoping for rescue. Jiang Kai asked Juji and Nuanuan if they could still fight, to which they replied that they would still last. Jiang Kai said that since the king was already gone, the remaining wolves were just pathetic bugs to them. Wenju hardly agreed with Jiang Kai, after all. They had barely survived this battle. Right now, they must not let the wolves go alive. Jiang Kai and his comrades began to drive the wolves in and destroy them on the spot. And after a short time, they finally dealt with all the Dusky Wolves. Yuanju admitted that there was no way he expected that Kai would be able to defeat the rookie zone boss. And Su Nuanuan said that they were very cool. Jiang Kai asked the others to get ready to earn points. Su Nuanuan agreed with him, and Yuanju asked, what would they do next? To which Jiang Kai replied that they now had quite a few points in reserve, and so they would go straight to the finish line. Several hours later, Jiang Kai and the others finally arrived at Shengyao Rookie City. Yuanju was pleasantly surprised to see what Shengyao City on the Devil Star actually was. and Sunuanuan commented that it was very lively. Jiang Kai said that it was a matter of course since Shengyao is the largest vacation base on the entire Devil Star. Just as suddenly, Su Nuanuan noticed that the mouse started to run away and told Kai about it. But he said it's all right because this mouse is completely free, although he wouldn't mind if fate brought them back together. After the tryout in the freshman area reception hall, the captain congratulated Jiang Kai and his comrades for passing the test and introduced himself as Xiao Tao, the guide for all newcomers. Jiang Kai asked if he could see the ranking, to which the captain replied that of course. As suddenly laughter was heard near them, after which the guy said that it was very interesting. Huang Wei asked, who would have thought that his employee would also participate in the trial? But since the one was here, he wouldn't mind showing him the ranking. Jiang Kai frowned. There was no way he expected to meet this Huang Wei here. Pressing a few buttons on the clock, Huang Wei called up the list and laughingly said that he was in first place. And of course, Jiang Kai and his company were lucky, as they were also in first place. Except, they were first from the end. The guys next to Huang Wei started laughing at Jiang Kai and his team and called them all trash. One of them asked, how could this scum have the conscience to come here? To save up for the trip to the Devil Star, Jiang Kai's sister worked in Huang Wei's house, and that scumbag kept hitting on her. In addition, Huang Wei didn't even consider him as a human being, and often beat him up. Wen Ju jumped out in front of Jiang Kai and shouted threateningly to Huang Wei that he was about to wash his mouth out with soap. But Jiang Kai stopped Juju and said he was fine. Jiang Kai apologized to everyone and warned that soon the ranking would be changed. All because they would become the leaders. Huang Wei and his underlings began to mock Jiang Kai and his comrades. Huang Wei asked, what kind of insolence was this? And what else did they want since they were already first from the end? After which, Huang Wei, barely containing his laughter, told the captain that this trash seemed to have lost his mind. And his red-haired underling agreed with the boss and suggested that Jiang Kai should go to the mental hospital. As they continued to laugh, they called Jiang Kai's squad the Three Idiots. Jiang Kai turned to Juji and Nuanwan and asked them not to react to these taunts. Su Nuanyuan agreed with Kai, and Yuan Yu chuckled and reached for his watch and said that things would change soon. He said it was time for things to change. The trio pressed their watches, immediately after which they turned around and a wall of cards from the monsters they had killed lined up behind them. Huang Wei's ward opened their mouths in shock, and Huang Wei himself asked, what is this? And in a trembling voice, he asked how. How many monsters had the three of them killed? What was surprising was not only the number of them, but also the fact that they were also killing dusky wolves, in addition to simple monsters. Checking the list, Huang Wei even came across the boss of the Rookie Realm, the Shadow Wolf King. Trying to contain his shock, Huang Wei said that this was ridiculous. After all, how could this trio even be able to deal with the Shadow Wolf King? And was it even possible? Jiang Kai replied, whether one wanted to believe it or not, the ranking was indicative of everything. Immediately after that, cries of "look" could be heard nearby, and the people checking the rankings wondered if this was really possible. Wanting to check everything personally, Huang Wei reached for his watch. Immediately afterward, the rankings appeared in front of him, and these three did indeed make the top three. Jiang Kai oohed as he had forgotten about something and asked if they thought that was it. Afterward, Jiang Kai and his companions threw away all the stowaway watches they had collected. Jiang Kai asked the gentleman if it could all be converted into points. Xiao Tao immediately assumed that it was the same stowaway watch from the L country, while the others were astonished upon hearing about the stowaways. Huang Wei laughed and said that they were definitely lying after all. How could some rookies kill stowaways? Spreading his hands out to the sides, Huang Wei asked loudly, how could there be stowaways in the competition? After which, he asked the people if any of them had seen these stowaways, to which he replied that none of them had. Huang Wei turned to Xiao Wei and pointed at the trio and asked him to look into it, all of them saying that they hadn't seen any stowaways, which meant that Jiang Kai and his friends were lying. So he advised to cancel their points and check them strictly. The captain tried to reply as the cries suddenly grew louder. Xiao Tao shouted for him to deal with them and take the matter more seriously, then punish the liars. Suddenly, everyone was ordered to calm down, and a man who had come to the square told them that the newcomer zone had indeed been invaded by stowaways. They just hadn't had time to report it. The deputy commander-in-chief of the Jiangzhong military district, Lu Jun, admitted that he too was surprised by this when he heard about them, and so he suggested that Jiang Kai and his comrades should be properly rewarded for their dedication. Huang Wei's underlings were astonished at what they heard. But what was more surprising was that the deputy commander himself had said so, which meant those three had really killed the stowaways. Lu Jun turned to Jankai and said that, in order to reward him in some way, it was decided to increase his equipment reward. The original award for second and third place has been upgraded from rank B to C. As for first place, it has been upgraded to rank S. Su Nuanwan and Yuan Yu rejoiced when they heard of such a thing, and Jankai thanked. The black-haired pathfinder grabbed his head at what he heard and wondered how the reward could be upgraded from A to S so easily. And the pathfinder next to him wondered if such equipment even existed. Jankai's Devil Star class. Currently, Devil Star gear is divided into categories from F to S, where F is the lowest quality gear, and S is respectively the best. As a rule, C and B gear is considered to be pretty good, and more rare is considered to be A and S rank gear, which is what every traveler dreams of. Huang Wei mentally reprimanded Zhang Kai, barely containing his anger, for not only had he displaced him from his position as leader, but he had also obtained an S rank equipment. Not willing to tolerate it, Huang Wei shouted that it was unfair, and that there was definitely something wrong. After all, Zhang Kai's family is a lower-class family, so how can he compete with him, the second lord of the Huang family? Zhang Kai asked Huang Wei if it was important in this situation. He then warned Huang Wei not to dare to insult his family. Suddenly, Huang Wei reached for his sword, and Xiao Tao shouted for him to stop. But Huang Wei rushed towards Zhang Kai and asked if he wanted to say that he was wrong in his statements. After all, they really are beggars. Zhang Kai's brother is a sick man and his sister is a cleaning lady. Zhang Kai himself has been crawling in his feet, but today he suddenly decided to change everything. Zhang Kai remained silent, unwilling to verbally respond to Huang Wei's provocation. Meanwhile, Huang Wei sped up and pointed his blade at Zhang Kai and shouted that he himself knew that Zhang Kai's sister was still working in the Huang family house. So Kai shouldn't dare anger him, or else one day he would get to her. A moment later, Zhang Kai flashed with his spear in his hands and was at Huang Wei's back, striking him. Everyone was amazed at what had happened, as Zhang Kai had slashed down Huang Wei in an instant. One of the pioneers recalled that Huang Wei came from the Huang family, which was one of the top 10 best guilds in the country. So how then did Zhang Kai have the courage to oppose them? Pressing down on the wound, Huang Wei asked Zhang Kai, how did he dare to hurt him? And did he know what would happen to him now? After a short chuckle, Zhang Kai reminded Huang Wei that he was the one who first insulted his family. So does he really think like he doesn't understand who Huang Wei is? Approaching Huang Wei, Zhang Kai explained that family was the most important thing in his life. Zhang Kai raised his spear over Huang Wei and said that he didn't care who insulted his family, because in any case, Huang Wei asked for a daisy. Wait, but Zhang Kai shouted that he would kill everyone and pierced Huang Wei with his spear. A message appeared saying that Zhang Kai had killed a level 1 traveler, Huang Wei, and earned 6 points. The AI asked if he wanted to take them back. Zhang Kai didn't expect to get so little experience for killing Huang Wei. Hence he asked, was the Huang family really that poor? After a brief lull, the square was filled with shouts. Everyone wanted to understand how Zhang Kai only dared to kill Huang's heir. After all, even though Huang Wei was still alive in real life, the Huang family's anger was going nowhere. Killing Huang Wei was even too bold a decision. Lu Jun recognized Zhang Kai as an astounding person, as he did not lose his cool even in moments like this. Lu Jun coughed to attract attention and turned to the gentleman around, then revealed that Zhang Kai had killed Huang Wei in self-defense, hence he proposed to close the matter. After which, he turned to Zhang Kai and said that the three of them should follow him to get their point rewards. Zhang Kai thanked Lu Jun, while Yuan Yu and Su Nuanwan admired Zhang Kai. Leading Zhang Kai and company out of the crowd, Lu Jun led them to the awards. Lu Jun said that they could now see their equipment and asked them to hurry up and open it. The first to open the box was Su Nuanwan, where the Jade of Life was located. The Jade of Life is the equipment that all healers dream of at first. Lu Jun said that the Jade of Life adds 15 points to one's physique and spirit, which has a very positive effect on the healing process. Well, in Yenju's box was an armor that he recognized as very pretty. Lu Jun said that this black rhino skin armor increases defense by 16 points and reduces damage by 16%. This equipment is great for both defense and attack. While Yuanju was admiring his armor, Su Nuanuan decided to go with Zhang Kai to see what kind of S-rank equipment was in the last box. Inside the box were 9 blades that the system could not recognize. Lu Jun was a little surprised and assumed that this equipment required a special ID. After hearing about such a thing, Yuanju thought that it must be very cool. Yulujin agreed with him, after which he took out a card and told them that very good equipment usually required an ID, and fortunately, he could help them since he had one. Once Lujun attached the ID card, Zhang Kai was able to check the blades. They were 10 Calamities blades with 9 points of strength, durability, and dexterity. The special effect of the blades was that for every pursuit, the critical strike chance and critical damage dealt would increase by 10% until it reaches 90%. Once critical damage is dealt, bonus effects are doubled. Lujun didn't expect that these blades would be responsible for critical damage specifically, whereupon he explained that the attack power of a mere beginner was usually low, and therefore the critical damage from a rank S equipment didn't seem as good as a rank A equipment. Wenju frowned upon hearing about Kai's bad luck, and Sunuanuan asked Mr. Lu if Kai could change his equipment. Lujun admitted that it was very troublesome, but since things were like this, he would try to do something, just as Jiang Kai suddenly refused to change his equipment. To the surprise of the others, he said he didn't need to change anything and that these blades fit him. Jiang Kai's equipment couldn't be better, because now his damage would be not twice, but 200 times more powerful. And most importantly, after such critical damage, even the Shadow Wolf King would fall in a single blow. It's just a pity that his normal critical strike isn't particularly high, so something like this wouldn't be easy to replicate. While someone capable of dealing a critical strike 10 times a minute, Jiang Kai would probably deal one critical strike in 10 days, except that each use of the 9 Blades of Disaster increases his critical strike chance by at least 10%, and after a few hits, his critical strike chance and critical damage will be increased by 90%. Therefore, the 9 Calamities blades are the perfect item for the gambler. Lujun decided not to mind, since Jiang Kai liked these blades, and since they had taken their rewards, they could finally go back to the ground. Except, Liu Jun turned to Jiang Kai and said that he wanted to warn him that someone might be looking for him, so he better be careful on his way home. Earth, Kingdom of the Gods, a poor neighborhood of Jiangzhong City. Jiang Kai had finally returned to Earth and was already riding his bike home. He didn't expect the Devil Star trial to go so smoothly, and he couldn't wait to see what his brother and the others had to say. But once he was near the house, Jiang Kai suddenly noticed expensive cars in the parking lot. Completely oblivious to Lu Jun's advice, Jiang Kai assumed that someone was just going to develop their neighborhood. After entering the house, Jiang Kai told his brother that he had returned home and asked him to guess who passed the pledge test today. But as soon as he opened his eyes, Jiang Kai saw strangers in his house instead of relatives. Huang Da greeted Jiang Kai and said that he had already heard about someone passing the rookie trial. Recognizing his brother Huang Wei, Jiang Kai asked what he wanted and backed away. Suddenly, he ran into someone's hand, whereupon that person knocked him to the floor. Immediately afterward, the door to Jiang Kai's house slammed shut. Huang Da's men grabbed Jiang Kai's hands and ordered him to kneel down and felled him. Huang Da took the bat from his ward and asked Jiang Kai if he knew that his little brother Wei had to undergo psychiatric treatment after he killed him on the Devil Star. And no one has ever dared to do that to a member of the Huang family. Jiang Kai had dishonored Huang Wei, and therefore he would do the same to Jiang Kai. Huang Da swung his bat at Jiang Kai, but no sooner had he lowered the bat than the door of the house flew off its hinges and crashed into the heads of his subordinates. Immediately afterward, the subordinates flew further along with the door, falling Huang Da behind them. No sooner had Huang Da asked, "Who dared?" Inspector Su Lanlin appeared in the doorway. Jiang Kai was then reminded to be more careful when he returned home. Commander-in-Chief Wei Ying asked, "Why did he let the warning pass his ears?" Su Lanlin took out an order and ordered no one to move since the military was already here. Huang Da cried out in surprise because the commander-in-chief of the city's military district, Wei Ying, himself had come here and wondered why he was here. Wei Ying grinned and said that they had come for Jiang Kai, and lighting a cigar added that they shouldn't have touched him. Wei Ying couldn't believe that someone like the commander-in-chief could come for Jiang Kai's sake. So who was Jiang Kai then? And even Jiang Kai was surprised, since such a powerful person had come here just for him. After a brief trial, Huang Da, along with his wards, were captured and handed over to the police. Jiang Kai thanked Commander-in-Chief Wei Ying for his help and asked why the man. Wei Ying asked Jiang Kai not to be nervous, after all. They had come to him for a reason. During the test, Jiang Kai, along with Yuan Yu and Su Nuanuan, performed well. Wei Ying asked if he knew that right after the trial, the two of them were invited to join the military service. He also came to invite Jiang Kai to serve as well, invite him as a representative of a new profession. Jiang Kai was amazed that someone already knew about his profession. Su Lanlin asked if he knew what the manifestation of a new profession meant. Currently, there are many powerful professions for travelers, but they can be changed once a person reaches level 20. Whenever a profession changes, attributes and skills also change. Some first-timers become stronger, while others become weaker. In the current times, many professions are not so necessary, and therefore the military prefer to change them, mastering new ones. Zhang Kai's profession, on the other hand, is considered new, and so Su Lanlin asked if he would like to join them. She asked him not to worry about it because they were going to rush things. After that, Su Lanlin apologized because they had studied the information about his family before arriving. According to them, Zhang Kai's brother is sick. If Zhang Kai agreed to join them, they would definitely protect his family and cover all of his brother's medical expenses. Leaving, Wei Ying suggested that Zhang Kai had gone to the Devil Star precisely to cover his brother's medical expenses, and if Zhang Kai agreed, he could come see them tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Su Lanlan added that Zhang Kai could find her. Unexpectedly, Zhang Kai apologized and rejected the offer to join the army. Wei Ying and Su Lanlin were confused by this kind of answer, and so Su Lanlin asked why. Zhang Kai admitted that he was aware that everyone was dreaming of joining them, especially those with the profession of warrior and healer who can help them. Except he's different, and his profession is also different. Zhang Kai asked if they remembered when the profession of drunkard appeared. At that time, the entire military was fascinated by it, trying to attract such people to them. The military all over the world helped the drunks, which caused alcohol to become freely available and distributed. And when the military found that drunkenness did not bring them the expected effect, they simply threw out the drunks, because of which people who changed their profession to drunkard began to be considered even worse than people with the profession of beggar. As for himself this time, the Huang family had taken everyone by surprise, and he hadn't even considered that they would strike so soon. After what had happened, they would leave the Huang family's land as soon as possible. Zhang Kai thanked the military for their help and added that the three of them had lived together for over 10 years, and in all that time, they have become accustomed to taking fate into their own hands, rather than shifting responsibility to others. Su Lanlan reminded Zhang Kai that humanity was now experiencing the end of the world, and Zhang Kai's profession could help the world a lot. Humanity needed him more than ever before, so why would he even have bad thoughts about them? Zhang Kai apologized and explained that he just wanted to protect his family, that's all. Commander-in-Chief Wei Ying touched Su Lanlan's shoulder and asked her not to interfere. Besides, he understood exactly what Zhang Kai wanted to say with this. Habits developed over a dozen years were hard to change in just a couple of days. But Zhang Kai must realize that his older brother doesn't have much time left, and that in the future, Zhang Kai wouldn't be able to fight alone, so why don't they make a bet in that case? With a smile on his face, Wei Ying told him that for the next month, the military would continue to protect Zhang Kai's kin from the Huang family's attacks, and if Zhang Kai could save up for his brother's surgery within that period of time, they would accept his independence and would not interfere anymore. But if he didn't save up in time, the military would cover all the medical expenses themselves, and Zhang Kai would join them. Wei Ying asked if he was willing to make a bet. Zhang Kai smiled at the commander-in-chief and said that he agreed. Zhang Kai wanted to return to the Devil Star as soon as possible to save up for his brother's medical treatment. Before leaving, he left brother Yingzi a note where he wrote that he had passed the test and that he had to return to the Devil Star. While his family's in danger from the Huang clan, Zhang Kai simply can't leave them in a place like this, which means they must move to a more prosperous neighborhood. He will have to work very hard if he wants to earn the amount of money he needs. Devil Star, City of the Gods. Zhang Kai could now officially begin his new journey. He had dressed up in his best outfit, which meant he could set off, except that before he sets off, he needs to join a guild. Since the monsters on Devil Star are very strong, there's no point in fighting alone, and therefore all newcomers should join a guild. A guild is a large pioneer organization. This is where you can build a team to fight monsters side by side and level up. Zhang Kai was already anxious to see where he could join. After opening the door of the building, Zhang Kai greeted the people inside and said that he wanted to join the guild. The admin girl apologized and asked if his name was Zhang Kai by any chance. The problem was that he was currently banned from joining the guild. Zhang Kai was surprised to hear this and asked why. Instead of answering, the receptionist pointed to a crossed-out poster of Zhang Kai and explained that the Huang family had blacklisted him. A blow to Zhang Kai's heart was the words that he would have to fight alone because of all of this. The vicinity of the City of the Gods, the safe zone, the area of choice. Because of the quarrel with the Huang family, no guild in the City of Gods can accept Zhang Kai anymore. So will his adventure end before it begins? Suddenly, a stranger approached Zhang Kai and asked if he had decided where he was going. Zhang Kai turned around and saw a girl wearing hemmed clothes. The girl said that she was a fortune teller and offered to help him decide on a zone, The cost of one fortune telling would be 100 coins. Jankai silently stared at the smiling 29th level fortune teller. Suddenly, he apologized and left, saying that he didn't believe in such things. The fortune teller asked him to wait a while. She asked him not to leave, and then she would make a discount especially for him, and the divination would cost 80 coins, or even 30. Or it would be completely free. He could count it as a reward. Upon hearing about the freebie, Jiang Kai quickly approached the fortune teller and said that such a thing suited him. He wasn't so adamant now. The fortune teller mentally cursed because this parasite had really fallen for the free fortune telling. But since she'd offered, the fortune teller decided to try and fortune tell him and reached for a wooden hexagram. Taking a deep breath, the fortune teller used her powers, immediately after which a golden light appeared above the hexagram. The fortune teller said that Jiang Kai was now in a crisis, and in his given situation, she suggests he go to the Valley of the Ruler. Jiang Kai pondered, wondering, since it was even too dangerous in the Ruler Valley, but at the same time, as long as he was in a safe zone, then no one could injure him, hence it was safe here. At the moment, newcomers usually earn experience in the Plane of Ashes. Players from the 1st to 10th levels gather here. But there's a slight chance that the Huang family will send someone here to kill him. The mountain pass is usually accessed by players from level 15 and up, and if he went there now, he would surely die. Well, as for the Ruler's Valley, it was created for level 10 travelers, and with his current strength, he would hardly be able to stand up to the monsters in those places. This could mean that Huang's family wouldn't even consider him going there. Well, since he's not allowed to join the local guilds, then so be it, he'll go alone, and the Ruler's Valley will be his starting point. Jiang Kai thanked the fortune teller and hurried to the Ruler's Valley, which caught the fortune teller by surprise. The fortune teller had not expected him to go to the Ruler's Valley alone. When she said the Valley of the Ruler, she meant that he should go there with a team. The fortune teller wondered if he even knew where he was going. In that case, this place would definitely ruin this pioneer. Quickly packing her things, the fortune teller told herself that she didn't care. After all, it was none of her business, and she needed to get out of here as quickly as possible before someone gave her a negative review. A short while later, Valley of the Ruler. Jiang Kai had studied the Ruler Valley a bit, and was already curious about how strong the monsters here were. Suddenly, he heard a loud roar, which made him realize that something was wrong here. Not far away from Jiang Kai, a huge rampaging monkey was fighting against a squad of pioneers. The monkey was beginning to crowd the squad, so the commander shouted for them to hold on. He scanned the monkey and said that it was only level 11, and if they tried their best, they could probably overpower it. The commander ordered more effort, immediately after which his squad went into a second round of battle. As it turned out, that noise was from the rather lively team battle of the pioneers. Oh, and the monsters in the valley looked quite strong, and so Jiang Kai wasn't sure if he could handle them. Just as suddenly, a vile stench from the side reached Jiang Kai. Turning around, Jiang Kai saw 3 huge monkeys in front of him. Jiang Kai immediately bounced back and asked why they had come. After all, he had just thought of them, and such coincidences don't exist for sure. Using his watch, Jiang Kai scanned the monkeys and saw that each one was signed as dangerous, and their levels went from 12th to 14th. Meanwhile, the team of celestial swordsmen had managed to kill an 11th level black giant ape. The team members rejoiced at their victory, and since they had defeated such a beast, they thought they were cool. Tank turned to the captain and said that being at level 10, they were able to defeat a level 11 black giant ape without any losses, which meant that they could even break records. The captain smirked and said it was a matter of course, since they had such a cool captain. As suddenly there was a commotion behind the captain, and a cloud of dust rose up. Jiang Kai tried to run away from the 3 giant monkeys and dodged their attacks as best he could. Jiang Kai mentally cursed and wondered if he had wandered into their territory by mistake. The members of the Celestial Swordsman team cried out in surprise. The tank shouted that that man alone was fighting against 3 at once, after which the archer added that each of them was above their level, and the priestess offered to help him. But the captain said that the man was an idiot, and that he must have accidentally attracted those monkeys. They could not help him, for then they would risk dying themselves. Just as the captain turned around, he heard a "gotta run" behind him, immediately after which the body of a 12th level black giant ape-dead body flew out of the dust cloud. Everything was just perfect. The chance of critical damage was increased thanks to the 9 disasters, and there was also the ability to super crit. The captain was amazed at what he saw. They all fought together to barely kill a level 11 monkey, and this man alone, he killed a level 12 monkey in a matter of seconds. After dealing with 1 monkey, Jiang Kai ran away from 2 monkeys, preparing for another attack. Just as suddenly, he jumped up again and threw his blade at one of the monkeys. Immediately afterward, a critical strike was triggered, and the level 13 monkey was instantly killed. Jiang Kai was satisfied because this time, the chance of a critical strike had increased by another 10%. It couldn't be better for him. The Heavenly Swordsman team members' mouths dropped open in shock as this player had once again killed a level 13 monkey. There was only one black giant ape left against Jiang Kai, and it jumped to attack Jiang Kai. The captain said it was a level 14 ape, and that it was the strongest one here. He admitted that he didn't believe this man could kill it either. Jiang Kai's physical strength was already running low, and soon he would no longer be able to escape. That meant he needed to speed up and deal with the black monkey before it caught him. Jiang Kai took the blades of the 9 scourges and the boar spikes, immediately after which he threw all of his weapons at the last black giant ape. As soon as the weapon caught up with the giant ape, a painful scream rang through the neighborhood, and the ape took a huge amount of damage. Jiang Kai was pleased with the last attack, as he was lucky enough to make a critical hit. The members of the Heavenly Swordsman team looked at the 14th level black giant ape that had just been killed with shock. This man had single-handedly killed 3 black giant apes, while their team of 12 had barely managed one, so they wanted to know who he was. Jiang Kai collected the weapons from the black giant ape's body. Previously, he hadn't even thought that he would have to sweat so much here. But now that he had gotten his hands on 3 monster cards, things didn't seem as difficult as he had previously thought. After finishing his business here, Jiang Kai quickly left, and only now did the captain come out of his stupor. The captain cried out that it was trouble, for the great man was leaving them, and what should they do now? Sobbing, he asked why no one had apprehended this man. It was a terrible pity. Meanwhile, the squad members wanted to understand what was even going on with their captain. Meanwhile, on the Plain of Ashes, a place where newcomers hunt, the newcomers were surprised at what they saw, for they saw 3 warriors, 1 soldier, and 1 healer. The girl who had her neck squeezed recognized these people. After all, they were the famous Falcon team from the Huan Guild, all of whom had reached level 20. But just what did they come to the beginner's zone for? After all, it was even too simple a location for them. The 20th level healer tisked and complained that they had already searched the entire plain but hadn't found Jiang Kai. The warrior who had grabbed the fortune teller said that she was rumored to have seen Jiang Kai, so he ordered her to tell them where he was. Though with difficulty, the fortune teller asked why they needed that man. The warrior girl asked the fortune teller, didn't she know Jiang Kai? And the soldier explained that Jiang Kai had provoked the Huang family, so he should be punished as he deserved. The fortune teller asked if it was real. Then she said that Jiang Kai was now in the ruler's valley, and that they would be able to find him there. Upon receiving the answer, the warrior tossed the fortune teller aside and warned that if she lied to them, they would find her and finish her off. The newcomers were dumbfounded after seeing the strongest team of level 20 hunters, which meant that Jiang Kai didn't even have a chance to stand a chance against them. Coughing, the fortune teller asked if these people were really strong. The fortune teller would not tell the truth to rude people, and after all, she had already made a hexagram that showed that if they went to Jiang Kai, they will simply die before they fulfill their purpose. A day later, the ruler's valley. Jiang Kai was pleased with himself after all. He had already killed 16 black giant monkeys and had finally broken through to the 6th level. Rumor has it that the corpse of a black giant ape can be sold for a very decent amount of money, and if he can make money, he can easily pay for his brother's treatment. Just as suddenly, Jiang Kai was approached and asked if he wanted to join them. Turning around, Jiang Kai saw a large group of players in front of him. Their commander said that they had 3 teams of people here who were hunting the black giant apes in groups, and if Jiang Kai joins them, he will be able to gain access to elite treasure chests. So will he join them? Asked the commander. Jiang Kai pondered after hearing about the team and said that he didn't have a team of his own. So would he really be alone? The commander replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and that he should just give them a little help. A while later, Jiang Kai and a group of players arrived at the hunting site, and the commander asked if he could see it. 4 black giant monkeys of level 15 dwell below, and a treasure chest is stored in the cave next to them. Except there are 4 monkeys, so their level's also too high. And without Jiang Kai's help, they definitely won't be able to cope. Jiang Kai's goal is to take one of the black giant monkeys away, while they deal with the other 3. For his help, he will gain access to the chest. Jiang Kai was interested in this elite treasure chest, because it was rumored that the elite treasure chest holds many good things that can be sold for a decent price. And since that's the case, he should get his hands on it. Except these people don't care about his safety at all, since they asked him to go alone. They're probably hoping he won't come back to them alive. Since that was the case, it was time for him to show his true skill. Jiang Kai told the commanders that he agreed. Immediately after that, Jiang Kai ran down the slope, and the commander ordered the first team to move forward. As agreed, Jiang Kai threw his blade at one of the giant monkeys to attract its attention. Immediately after which, Jiang Kai began to run away, luring the black giant ape away from the group of players. The commander laughed and praised Jiang Kai for his work. He then shouted to his subordinates that they would be receiving the chest very soon, and that it was time for them to go into the game. Meanwhile, the black giant ape had caught up to the inferior Jiang Kai and struck him. But at the last moment, Jiang Kai managed to dodge, barely calculating everything. Jiang Kai assumed that elite giant apes were much stronger than ordinary ones, which meant that he needed to be more careful. Except, he's far from the easiest player to play either. All the blades stabbed into the black giant ape's body, and after a moment it exploded due to the critical damage that entered it. After which, a message about killing a level 15 giant ape appeared. Jiang Kai was pleased as he hadn't even thought of killing a giant ape in just one critical strike. For the sake of the chest, he could try a little harder. Meanwhile, the players were fighting the 3 remaining black giant monkeys, and the commander was yelling for them to work harder and that they still had rewards to share. While everyone was busy, Jiang Kai stealthily snuck into the cave with the elite chest. As he walked deeper into the cave, he saw light reflecting off a chest at the end of the cave. Jiang Kai admitted that getting to the chest was even too easy, and now he already had a large sum waiting for him. Everything was just perfect. This chest was clearly worth taking such a risk with killing a level 15 monkey. Just as suddenly, Jiang Kai heard a terrifying roar from above, after which some kind of liquid dripped onto his shoulder. Jiang Kai immediately bounced up, thanks to which he was able to dodge the monkey's attack. Jiang Kai was surprised, after all. It was a level 20 elite giant ape, but the hunters hadn't informed him about it. It was an elite earth elemental giant ape that was rated dangerous by the system. Jiang Kai assumed that this monkey was purposely hiding, and since that was the case, he would also have to fight, since this monkey wouldn't let him go. Jiang Kai bounced off the elite giant ape and threw the 9 scourge blades at it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Kai's attack completely failed as 9 blades bounced off the monster's fur, and the worst part was that even attacking the monster's eye didn't do any damage to it. Jiang Kai simply couldn't deal damage to the elite giant ape since it had 23 points of defense. Jiang Kai could only take down 9 points of defense, but the monkey had 23, which meant that he had to take down the defense first before he could take down the monkey's basic health. It was the same as the Twilight Wolf King. The elite giant ape took advantage of Jiang Kai's hesitation and quickly attacked him. Although Jiang Kai noticed the attack at the last moment, but it was too late to dodge, and the giant ape managed to throw him back, driving Jiang Kai into the wall. Jiang Kai barely survived the elite giant ape's attack and began to cough painfully due to his injuries. Jiang Kai was in a lot of pain after this attack. His attributes were too few, and he also felt dizzy after being hit. Jiang Kai wondered, would he really die here? An elite giant ape approached Jiang Kai and lifted him off the ground. Death on the Devil Star doesn't go in vain, because to go here again, one would need to wait for a whole month. And if that was the case, he shouldn't have risked coming here. In the end, it turns out that he has to join the army to help his brother and sister. Jiang Kai closed his eyes due to the heaviness rolling over him. Just as suddenly, Jiang Kai heard someone trying to call him and asking him to wake up. Sighing heavily, Yingzi asked Jiang Kai not to fall asleep. He asked him to try not to sleep now. After all, his big brother will surely get him out of here. He'll get him off this battlefield. 10 years ago, the battlefield of gods and beasts. Jiang Kai wondered what had just happened, and how could he fall asleep like that, while the elite giant ape was carrying Jiang Kai to its mouth. Jiang Kai thought about the fact that his older brother had pulled him and his sister out of the battlefield. So can he die here after this? The elite giant ape put Jiang Kai in its mouth and swallowed him. Immediately afterward, a satisfied smile appeared on the giant ape's face. Suddenly, the monkey's head exploded instantly, killing it. After which, a message about killing a level 20 elite giant ape appeared. Jiang Kai had succeeded after all. Even though the monkey's external defense was high, its insides and mouth were very weak. If you attack the enemy from the inside, there's no way to defend yourself, just like when I fought the king of the Shadow Wolves. Since he had defeated the last opponent, the elite treasure chest now belonged to him alone. Half an hour later, the 3 squads of players had finally dealt with the last giant ape. Afterwards, they started thanking the guy who had taken one of the giant monkeys away, even though he was probably already dead. And since he's dead, they'll get more rewards, which isn't so bad. Players headed to the cave already anticipating what loot might be in the elite treasure chest. Soon they will be able to get rich. Suddenly, though, there was no elite chest in the cave. The commander asked, "What was the matter? And where's their chest? Why isn't their chest here?" One of the subordinates turned to the commander and told him that during their battle, the boy who had distracted the monkey had returned to the cave. The commander was surprised and asked why he had not said so earlier, to which the subordinate replied that he thought he had imagined it. For how could that novice have survived an encounter with a giant ape? The players began to discuss that they had been laboring here in vain, fighting giant monkeys all day. And even if the chest wasn't here, they should get some kind of reward. One of the players reminded the captain that he owed him for months now. The captain cursed loudly and began to yell that they had ended up getting screwed over by some kid, somewhere in the ruler's valley. Junkai was a bit grateful to those people, as he wouldn't have been able to get that chest without them. Now it's time to see what's so valuable in the chest. As soon as Junkai opened the chest, everything sparkled, for the chest was filled with treasures from top to bottom. Junkai's eyes shone with dollars, because the treasure chest turned out to have a lot of ore, so also equipment. The value of the Devil Star's equipment is quite high, which means he is now rich. Just as suddenly, Junkai noticed another equipment lying in the middle of the ore. This equipment turned out to be gloves, except how could they help Junkai? Just Junkai thought about it as he suddenly felt a surge of strength. Putting on the gloves, he suddenly felt lighter, which meant there was a chance that this equipment increased agility and strength. Junkai decided to test his newly acquired equipment and threw a few boar spikes. Immediately after that, a flame was lit on the boar spikes. Noticing this, Junkai wondered if it added to all the weapons. There are many types of flames on the Devil Star, and some special types of flames deal different types of damage. The damage from a simple flame is extremely low, and it is unlikely to be used in combat, unless you can use it to cook food. Junkai frowned at the thought that he might need these gloves just for the sake of barbecuing. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard, and with a loud rumble, 4 elite 18th level giant monkeys walked out towards Junkai, and the system trumpeted danger. Junkai bounced up and threw his 9 calamity blades at the elite giant monkeys, during which he wondered, did they come because of that gauntlet attack? Literally, just now, he had struggled to deal with one monkey, and here there were 4 of them at once. Junkai threw the blades into the snarling ape's mouth, for at this moment, he could only focus on attacking them one by one. Just as the blades reached the ape's mouth, it suddenly snapped its jaw, causing the blades of the 9 disasters to bounce off its strong teeth. The system said that he had failed to break through the defense, and that he had dealt 0 damage. Junkai realized that things were really bad for him, and so he started running away from the elite giant monkeys. As it turns out, these giant monkeys know they need to protect their mouths. The monkey that had recently been struck by the blades suddenly had a light on it that Junkai hadn't noticed. Junkai at this moment was pondering that even if the giant monkeys were running with their mouths open, he wouldn't be able to kill them so easily. So would he just die today? Meanwhile, the flames began to deal 10 damage per second to the monkey, after which it dispersed to the rest of the elite giant monkeys. Meanwhile, Junkai finally smells that something is wrong here, and as it turns out, his flame is working on these giant monkeys. The giant ape running ahead reached its hand forward to grab Junkai. Just as suddenly, it took 2,000 flame damage and exploded, surprising the rest of the giant apes. After which, the giant ape fell to the ground, continuing to take 2,000 damage each. The other 3 giant apes also noticed that there were strange flames on them. Immediately after, they began to explode one by one, taking 2,000 flame damage each. Junkai stopped abruptly and wondered, why did the giant apes suddenly die? The system notified Junkai that 4 elite giant monkeys had been killed. And at this moment, Junkai remembered that his flame damage was 10. So how did it manage to increase to 2,000 damage? Does it turn out that the damage of his flames suddenly became 200 times stronger? This all means that the gauntlet flame turned out to be not so simple. Not only is it able to utilize its super crit effect, but it can also gradually spread out, dealing more and more damage to a group of enemies. Although normal flames are not particularly strong in power, but as long as the monster does not have fire resistance, fire damage can ignore defenses. With all of this, he was now capable of dealing 2,000 damage per second, almost turning him into a fire mage. It was a great piece of equipment with the ability to deal group damage. With this gear, he no longer has any reason to worry, as he will now always be able to pierce his enemy's defenses. A little later that night of the same day, all the giant monkeys in the Valley of the Ruler. They were all victims of a true genocide. They had never seen a common man kill them with a common flame, and they had never seen a man capable of shedding so much blood. It felt as if the valley was ruled by a demon that wasn't going to let anyone go. Jiang Kai chuckled evilly, setting everything around him on fire, because there were no treasures or monkeys left within a 10-mile radius. The next day, the Valley of the Ruler. In just one night, Jiang Kai had managed to kill dozens of elite monkeys, thanks to which he had finally raised his level to the 7th level. This was, of course, all thanks to his equipment, as the damage from his fire gauntlets could kill anything up to level 20. Jiang Kai looked over the giant ape and treasure cards he had collected overnight. In just a night, he had collected a dozen elite treasure chests, which he could sell along with the corpses of the giant monkeys for a huge amount of money. But hiding the cards, Jiang Kai suddenly groaned, as it was even too lonely here, and he was already starting to miss the days when he fought alongside Juji and Nuanuan. Thinking back to his friends, Jiang Kai wondered how they were doing in the military, though for what it's worth, they were doing much better than he was, somewhere in the Ruler's Valley. Yuan Yu asked, "What kind of place is this? And why is there no one here? Where could these monkeys have gone?" Wenju plopped down on the ground and howled, then wondered, why did they come here? After all, they had already searched for several days, but had not found a single monkey. So who could have killed them? Su Nuanuan, on the other hand, howled as she lacked Jiang Kai's swiftness. Just as suddenly, the elder turned to the soldiers and ordered them to stop idle talk. Li Biao, a 38th level rider, explained that before, it was easier for them to fight monsters just because they were in the beginner's zone. But now, everything had changed. And if Jiang Kai had brought them here, nothing would have changed anyway. Therefore, he had purposely brought them to the Ruler Valley so that they would become more independent. Li Biao ordered the new recruits to stop whining. Li Biao ordered them to go forward and continue searching for the giant ape, except that Yuan Yu still missed Jiang Kai, as well as Sun Wanwan. 3 days later, after killing the monkeys, the hunter laughed, after which he said that no one would have thought that after spending so long in the Ruler's Valley, they would only come across ordinary giant monkeys. Especially with them, there was no problem since these monkeys were too weak for them. The soldier grinned and pointed his finger at himself, and said that killing Jiang Kai would probably go much easier for them, except that one person objected to this, saying that killing a man and a beast are completely different things. The commander of the Celestial Swordsmen said that a few days ago, they had seen a great master single-handedly killing 3 black giant monkeys. An archer from his squad gave a thumbs up and said that it was a cool sight. The Falcon team commander asked, "So what if one person killed 3 black monkeys in one go?" After which he suggested that it seemed simply unbelievable for such low-level players. The Heavenly Swordsman commander only tisked as he continued to chew on the fruit. The Falcon team commander showed the portrait of Jiang Kai and asked if they had seen this person. He replied that, by coincidence, the man in the portrait was the great master who had single-handedly killed several monkeys. The archer raised his thumb and said with a twinkle in his eye that he was very cool. The red-haired warrior suggested that they were just mistaken because, if you looked closely, you could see that this player was only level 5. The commander agreed with his subordinate and asked the celestial warriors not to talk nonsense because they were jealous of them. The commander threw away the remains of the fruit and turned around and said that if they didn't believe him, they could just check for themselves. They had recently seen him coming out of the Ruler's Valley. The healer blushed at the thought of the great master and said that she even felt like saying hello to him. A sinister smirk stretched across the Falcon squad leader's face, and he asked if they wanted to say that Jiang Kai was nearby. The red-haired warrior offered to leave now, so that they could finish their mission as soon as possible, and not sit in this insignificant place any longer. It was time to explain everything to young Master Huang Wei. The commander agreed with him and said that he would finally be able to kill Jiang Kai. Hearing the Falcon team's conversation, the archer assumed that these people were going to fight the Grand Master. The healer then said that, at first glance, the Great Master's aura showed that he was a humble hermit, while people as arrogant as these players in front of them were portrayed as cannon fodder in the comics. Meanwhile, at the crowded entrance from the Ruler's Valley, the players were complaining about how much bad luck they had, because no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't manage to meet the black giant monkeys. The player with the glasses said that there was rumored to be a fire in the forest that caused all the black giant monkeys to die, and they would have to wait for them to renew themselves before entering. The player next to him agreed and said that they would have to wait anyway, so it didn't mean that someone could take all the credit. At the same time, the cause of all their troubles was passing by the players, who had embezzled all the money for the black giant monkeys. In the past 3 days, Jiang Kai had killed all of the black giant monkeys, so his level had finally risen to the 10th level. He had also obtained 19 elite treasure chests during the sweep of the ruler's valley, and now he could return to the City of Gods to sell all the goodies he had accumulated. Just as suddenly, someone ordered Jiang Kai to stop. The captain of the Falcons told Jiang Kai that he had been hiding from them for too long, and that though with difficulty, they had finally found him. Everyone around immediately recognized the Zhang family's 5th team of hunters, except what could they possibly want with this guy? Hearing about the Huang family, Jiang Kai assumed that these people were from the guild, and that the Huang family had sent them after his soul. The commander grinned and pulled out his sword, asking if Jiang Kai was asking such obvious things because he was scared and trying to delay his doom. How could such a lowly person dare to provoke Master Huang Wei? The Falcon team prepared for battle, after which the commander said they were here to kill him. Immediately after, Jiang Kai ducked down, dodging the attack of one of the players, and explained that actually, Huang Wei was the first one to attack during the rookie trial. He was just defending himself, so were they sure they should attack him? The commander laughed and then admitted that he didn't care who was right or wrong here. The warrior girl asked Jiang Kai if he knew how much they would earn for killing him. Jiang Kai asked, was this really what it was all about? But if they decided to confuse good with evil just for personal gain, Jiang Kai said that in that case, he didn't need to hold back and threw the 9 calamity blades. But the Falcon team members had no problem dodging the blades flying at them. The commander said that it was too ridiculous to miss a nearby opponent with a throwing weapon, and this insignificant flame, was this really Jiang Kai's ability? The girl warrior laughed and said that right now, she couldn't even believe that this kind of trash could even defeat their young master. The onlookers were surprised that Jiang Kai was actually using the most ordinary fire in battle, and yet he was doing so little damage that he was only embarrassing himself more. One of the players in the crowd laughed and then admitted that he had really expected to see something powerful, but apparently this fire was only good for lighting a cigarette. Jiang Kai oohed and asked, did his flames really have such a low damage? In that case, what would they say if the flame damage became a little high? The Falcons' team commander was surprised after it suddenly took 2,000 damage after taking 10 damage per second. Suddenly, the commander exploded and ignited, causing him to start screaming loudly in pain. Screaming in pain, the commander asked what was going on. Why did this insignificant flame suddenly start doing so much damage to him? The girl warrior and the soldier took a closer look at the places that this strange flame was already clinging to. Just as suddenly, flames erupted and also completely engulfed them. The remaining warrior and healer were just starting to take 2,000 damage each. The healer cried out in pain and asked why she felt like the same thing was about to happen to them. The warrior agreed and admitted that he had the same feeling. Next, the series of fires continued, completely wiping out the Falcon squad, after which it was reported that the pioneer, Jiang Kai, had destroyed the 5th Falcon squad and took their experience. The players watching were amazed at what had happened and wanted to understand what had just happened. Jiang Kai said that if they were willing to give him their heads like this, then in that case, he was willing to accept this filial reverence. The players around him were screaming, what the hell's going on here? After all, this guy had just annihilated 5 Falcon teams, and he did it alone. This was a top-tier 20 team. It was all too impossible, and if some of them hadn't seen it with their own eyes, how someone was destroying top players with ordinary flames, they wouldn't have believed it and would have thought it was a fake. Everyone wanted to know who this impossible guy was. In the meantime, the system had started awarding experience. Some of the players started checking Jiang Kai with their wristwatches, but for unknown reasons, they couldn't see his characteristics. Suddenly, it dawned on the players what the deal was here. The person in front of them was a fire mage using a strange equipment to block detection by outsiders. Yes, after a short consideration, they realized that it was none other than a fire god. Jiang Kai was satisfied with killing the 5th Falcon team, as he was able to quickly gain 2 additional levels. Jiang Kai turned to the Devil Star AI that appeared nearby and asked, why couldn't the players around him see his attributes? To which the AI replied that since his talent gambler multiplier doubles attributes, the difference in attributes between him and others of the same level became too great, making it impossible for outsiders to evaluate Jiang Kai's attributes. Jiang Kai accepted such an answer. After all, it was good since no one could see them anyway. It would only give them less reason to be jealous. Devil Star, Shengyao City, a trading house. Jiang Kai greeted the shopkeeper and said that he wanted to sell the equipment he found. The half-asleep woman welcomed Jiang Kai into their establishment. She mentally wondered what the big deal was here. Was it just one poor rookie in a day? In any case, today's results would be terrible again. John Kai said that he didn't have that many people with him and asked the hostess to calculate their value. The landlady asked how much such a poor-looking man could sell her. Supposedly, it would be no more than... Just as suddenly, the girl's gaze grew wider, for in front of her was a wall of corpse cards of elite Black Earth elemental giant monkeys. John Kai said that this batch of goods contained dozens of corpses that he had collected. And sure enough, with a motion of his hand, John Kai pulled out more elite treasure chest cards, which amazed the hostess even more. John Kai revealed that he had collected 19 treasure chests. John Kai apologized and asked if she could see him behind all those cards. He also wondered how much it would all cost. The landlady began to tremble with fear. She wondered if this guy could have come from some hunting factory. Everyone else sells a little bit at a time, but why would he want to sell so much at once? The hostess quickly shook her head to get rid of all unnecessary thoughts. Immediately after that, she changed her face and suddenly laughed. She asked him not to worry, as she was the best salesperson here, so she wished he would let her do the math now. There was no way she expected that this man would turn out to be her biggest customer. She is ready to get this order even if it costs her life. Soon, the mistress finally tallied everything up and was finally able to exhale. After which, she turned to the esteemed customer and told him that his corpse cards could be sold for 10,000 Devil Star coins, while the elite treasure chests could be sold for 170,000 Devil Star coins. John Kai was pleasantly surprised to hear that he could get as much as 180,000 Devil Star coins for all of this. It's because one coin of the Devil's Star equals 10 coins of the City of Gods, which means he has 1.8 million in his pocket. That's more than enough for his brother's medical expenses. In that case, he could already consider that he had defeated Commander-in-Chief Wei in the bet. Not only would he not have to join the army, but he would be able to pay for his brother alone. Just as suddenly, someone turned to John Kai and asked him to wait. The panting fortune teller asked the guy who had gotten the free fortune to stop for a while. She summarized that she had been right to advise him to go to the ruler's valley, and he had probably already accomplished a lot, as well as killed a few rude men. John Kai agreed with the fortune teller, and also thanked her, as her advice had helped him a lot. The fortune teller asked if he could do one thing for her. John Kai agreed to listen to her, since she had done him such a favor. Blushing slightly, the girl introduced herself as Huan and asked John Kai to take her into his group. She wanted to fight alongside him in the future. John Kai immediately said goodbye to the fortune teller and went on his way. Huan was indignant at what she heard and asked if he would really just leave. Huan admitted that this was what was to be expected, as the military had previously rated the fortune teller class as useless, and she shouldn't have hoped for more. Huan asked for him to forget about it, whereupon she remembered that John Kai liked free stuff and offered to give her equipment to John Kai because from the looks of it, this would be the last time she would enter the Devil Star. John Kai went back to the fortune teller and asked what she meant by the last time. Could it be that she is also poor? So then why does she want to leave the Devil Star? Does she really not want to earn any more money? Huan admitted that she certainly wanted to earn money here, but unfortunately, she couldn't. After all, what team needs a loser who can do nothing but guess during the battle? When the military determined that feng shui masters were a pretty strong profession, she took advantage of the support of feng shui masters from the military. So she successfully managed to reach the 20th level and change class to become a fortune teller. Except that the initial abilities of a feng shui master are to have a sharper perception of time, space, and people. And after changing class to fortune teller, he only gains an additional skill for divination. After a while, the military came to the conclusion that the fortune tellers had no practical skills, so they simply gave up on them. They were also very weak, so no one wanted to team up with them, so their level did not increase much. Though she visits the Devil's Star every day, no one takes her for their crew, and if she returns to Earth, then she will become a construction laborer and do hard labor, because at least that's the only way she'll have savings to live on. Jiang Kai admitted that her life is not easy, and he understands her, because he is not a rich man either, and he has to worry about his elder brother's health and medical expenses all the time. Huan wondered, what if she could still endure it? After which she smiled broadly and told me that she also has a younger brother and sister on Earth. She is the sole support of the family, which means she should not give up. In Jiang Kai's mind, the image of his brother coming in from his part-time job appeared. He was telling Jiang Kai that everything was fine, and that Big Brother would handle everything. Jiang Kai realized that his older brother was the same. He was also eager to evolve on the Devil Star, and was determined to fight the beast god in the future. But after taking him and his sister in, his brother became worried that no one would take care of them, and so he turned down the opportunity to go to the Devil's Star. And he does this even after his body has reached its limit. Huyan decided to stop distracting Zhang Kai and asked if he still needed her equipment. If he needed it, she would go to the warehouse and gather everything for him. Either way, she should go back and face her life. This time she should come out of the Devil's Star for the last time. Zhang Kai asked for her to stop and said next time. He then told her that his name was Zhang Kai and that he was going to log out of the system, but not for good. And if he could still find her when he came in here again, then he wouldn't mind forming a team. Huyan didn't expect that someone would actually accept her into the team, but after Zhang Kai's words, a spark reappeared in her eyes. After a few seconds, barely suppressing a shiver, Huyan asked, "Is it true?" As he left, Zhang Kai said that it was true, but if he lied to her, he would never see money again in his life. Tears started to flow from Huyan's eyes, and quietly laughing, she started to wipe them away. Zhang Kai is such a stingy person, but he still cares about money. But since he dared to say so, it must be true. Suddenly, Huyan flew into Zhang Kai's back and began to thank him. After all, he really is a good person. Fighting off the fortune teller who wanted to hug him, Zhang Kai asked what she was talking about, to which she replied that it was about his words, the land, the slum, Zhang Kai's place of residence. Zhang Kai turned to his older brother and sister. Afterward, he said that they wouldn't have to go to work anymore, because he had made money for them. The older brother asked, "Really?" Suddenly, his sister asked him where he could have gotten the money. She also suggested that he had done it illegally. Zhang Kai asked, what was she talking about? He had earned his money from the Devil's Star, and tomorrow already, Big Brother would undergo surgery, while she could return to school where she would start studying hard. Yingzi turned to Xiao Kai and asked, he had to work hard to earn money for them, right? Zhang Kai turned away and said with a bit of embarrassment that it was nothing compared to how much work his elder brother had put into raising 2 orphans. Compared to that, his days on the Devil's Star were nothing. Zhang Xiaokai asked his brother not to worry about it. After all, he was the one who used to work hard before. But now that he had the opportunity, he would definitely want to provide Big Brother with a good life. After which they all clinked soda glasses to the health of their loving family. It wasn't until Zhang Kai started drinking the soda that he suddenly received a call on his phone. The caller was Commander-in-Chief Wei Ying, and he acknowledged Zhang Kai's victory in their bet, after which he asked if he was free right now. Wei Ying said that he would send someone later to fetch Zhang Kai to see something, so he asked that Zhang Kai not forget about it. Outside the safe zone of the City of Gods, the battlefield of the Beast Gods, as he walked along with the soldiers, Zhang Kai only thought about the fact that, after so many years, the city he once lived in had become like this. Zhang Kai asked the Commander-in-Chief why the Commander-in-Chief had summoned him. Suddenly there was a loud roar, and everything around it shook. Immediately after which, Zhang Kai saw a huge beast. But after a second, he noticed that there were also humans against this divine beast. Currently, the Devil's Star Pioneers go through a division every 20 levels, which are divided into 6 stages in total. Among them, the Pioneers from the 1st to the 80th levels that can become stronger are promoted, but their strength is only of benefit on the Devil's Star, whereas the Awakened ones are different, all because when the Pioneer goes to the 81st level and up to the 120th level, they will become transcendental, and then there will be a qualitative change. And all because at that moment, the power they could only use on the Devil's Star could be withdrawn, and with it back to Earth, where it could be used. The emergence of such supernatural forces is not only making a huge difference to humanity's military might, but also helping to counter the huge divine beasts that inhabit the Earth. It is currently mankind's most effective way of dealing with beasts. Zhang Kai was delighted after seeing the humans kill the divine beast, and said that they were very strong. Commander-in-Chief Wei gasped upon hearing Zhang Kai's words and asked, did he really think they were strong? After all, even Zhang Kai should realize that this was an ordinary divine beast. And to get rid of this guy, they already had to part with 2 transcendent ones. Wei Ying turned to Zhang Kai and said that the situation of humanity right now was far from the best. And even Zhang Kai should not forget to be prepared for danger, just because he had lived in a safe zone for so long. Zhang Kai won their bet, and therefore he will keep his word and not force him to join the army. As for the Huang family, he reminded them not to even dare to touch Zhang Kai. Wei Ying let out a short laugh before admitting that it was indeed strange. After all, what was the reason why he was paying so much attention to Zhang Kai? Wei Ying said that maybe it's all about believing his intuition. His intuition tells him that Jiang Kai can become a strong man, and in the future, he will become so strong that the entire city of gods will need his help. At the same time, he still remembers that at the end of the day, Jiang Kai just wants to protect his family. While joining the army means going to the battlefield, and the battlefield is indeed a dangerous place. But still, everyone is responsible for the ups and downs of this world, because someone has to stand up and fight the monsters. Wei Ying spat and threw away his cigar, then said that after all, it might be that he too would die on the battlefield one day. But as a resident of Shengyao, if he can die for his country, for him, he will do so with honor. Jiang Kai continued to listen to the commander-in-chief's words in astonishment. Suddenly, he turned to him again and said that he was not going to interfere with Jiang Kai's choice. But if Shengyao was in danger in the future, he hoped that Jiang Kai would then be able to do so if he had enough strength, and he would fight for Shengyao. After speaking with the commander-in-chief, Jiang Kai rested on Earth and returned to the Devil Star a few days later. Wandering the streets of Shengyao City, Jiang Kai pondered the fact that the commander-in-chief put him so highly, even though he didn't expect it. Therefore, Jiang Kai wondered, would he be strong enough in the future to be needed for Shengyao? Jiang Kai decided not to dwell on it, but to take care of himself first. The black giant monkeys from the ruler's valley were no longer a threat to him, which meant it was time to find the next monster to kill. After checking the information on the watch, Jiang Kai found a suitable elite monster, the Banshee. She has extremely strong damage and can instantly kill a pioneer. Her attack has a fear effect, and she also has a ghostly body. The Banshee's abilities are the Banshee's Scream, which allows it to immobilize first responders within a 10-meter radius and strike fear into them. It also had a ghostly body that only dealt damage from within 10 meters of the Banshee. Jiang Kai recognized that it was indeed a powerful monster, because up close, the player would die from screaming, and attacking from a distance, he would not be able to harm the monster. Apparently, the monster is much stronger than the elite black giant ape, which means it will need to find a teammate. Meanwhile, Huan was standing asleep, hugging the sign, calling for the captain in her sleep, causing people passing by to take her ill. And on the sign was a request not to yell at her as she was waiting for the team captain. Noticing such a sight, Jiang Kai asked if she had been waiting for him here since he came out of the Devil Star. Hearing Jiang Kai, Huan immediately woke up. She then ran up to him and told Captain Kai that she knew he had returned, and that was why she had waited for him here for so many days. Jiang Kai said that he always keeps his promises. Huan turned to Captain Kai and asked if he would take her to fight the monsters. After that, her expression became more cunning, and Huan said that she had found another teammate for them. She immediately realized that he would help them in the battle against the monsters, so she asked the captain if he wanted to take him. Jiang Kai gasped in surprise, then recognized that it was a good time, and asked if he was useful in killing monsters. After all, she didn't take some drunkard into the squad. Just as suddenly, a short man with bags of bottles approached them and introduced himself as Yuan Yu, a drunkard. Before he could properly introduce himself, Jiang Kai had already run away from them. He didn't agree with such a teammate. Huan wondered if he was serious. She then shouted to Captain Kai that he should take Yuan Yu, as he was very hardworking and obedient. Huan revealed that he was willing to cook for them, massage their legs and shoulders, and even said that if he joined their team, he would be willing to share the rewards. Hearing this, Jiang Kai's face immediately changed. Immediately afterward, he grabbed Yuan Yu's hands and introduced himself, saying that he was his partner from now on, and that he had recognized his talent from the first time. Perceiving the spirit, Jiang Kai said that today, as the team captain, he had no choice but to take him to fight the Banshee. After all, they were now one family. While Jiang Kai was laughing while talking about the family, Yuan Yu asked the fortune teller if he was serious. Huan replied that he was serious. But they were not a family, they were just free laborers. Their captain was always stingy. Valley of the Ruler, home of the elite Banshee monster. A ghostly hand peeked out from behind the door, after which it slowly opened the door. That was the elite monster, the Banshee they were going to hunt. Ignoring the squeals of the Banshee nearby, Jiang Kai turned to his team members and told them that the Banshee was a monster that was much stronger than the black giant apes, and if she revealed them, they would be killed instantly. Hence, they should speak as quietly as possible. He also asked them to consider that only attacks within 10 meters of the Banshee could harm her, so they should wait quietly, looking for an opportunity to attack. Huan said that she understood everything. After that, the captain was approached, but he asked Huan to be a little quieter. Huan didn't understand why he was saying this to her, after which someone turned to the captain again. Jiang Kai once again asked Hu Yan to be quieter, to which she replied that it wasn't her. Jiang Kai asked if it wasn't her, then who was making noise? After which, they turned around together, and they saw that Yuan Yu was already drunk and started shouting, "Captain!" Yuan Yu asked to see what he had found, as suddenly it was like thunder piercing his ears. Yuan Yu shouted his thanks to the captain and shouted even louder that this toast was for him. Only upon hearing the noise, the Banshee immediately jumped up and began preparing to attack. Realizing that they were about to die, Jiang Kai asked what the hell was Yuan Yu doing? And didn't Hu Yan tell them that him joining the team would help a lot in the monster hunt? To which Hu Yan replied that she was just talking nonsense. Meanwhile, the Banshee used her heartbreaking scream on the people below, after which a negative fear effect was imposed on Jiang Kai and Hu Yan. The Banshee slowly flew towards Jiang Kai, but he couldn't move because of fear. Jiang Kai recognized that this Banshee was more dangerous than he thought. Hu Yan said that they couldn't win and that they should prepare to die. Suddenly, Yuan Yu noticed the incredible girl and jumped towards her with his mouth open. Through his laughter, he asked if she had come to see him. Yuan Yu crashed into the Banshee with a missile and then pushed it away, thus saving Jiang Kai and Hu Yan. Placing the Banshee on the ground, Yuan Yu said that it must have been fate that brought them together. Whereupon he asked the beautiful woman if she would let him caress her well. Yuan Yu said it was perfect, that glowing skin so smooth. Banshee was just horrified by this boy. Meanwhile, the fear effect was removed from Jiang Kai and Hu Yan, making them able to move again. Jiang Kai wondered what was going on, and why couldn't the Banshee control Yuan Yu? The Banshee's scream has a cooldown time, which means he has to use it for when the Banshee attacks them with their scream again. Realizing that he had to act quickly, Jiang Kai threw the 9 Calamities blades. After that, small lights formed in the places where the blades hit. Yuan Yu asked the beautiful dyke if she wanted to kiss him, after which he curled his lips into a tube and leaned towards the Banshee. Just before the kiss, he said that from now on she would be his wife. Just as suddenly there was an explosion, taking with it an elite monster, a Banshee. The slightly charred Yuan Yu awed and asked, what happened to his wife? Meanwhile, Jiang Kai received the report of killing a Banshee, and Hu Yan, sitting on her lap, marveled at how the captain had killed a Banshee in an instant. Yuan Yu sobbed loudly and cried out that she was the only love of his life, and that after losing her, he wouldn't be able to love another for the rest of his life. Turning away from Yuan Yu, Jiang Kai awkwardly asked Hu Yan if Yuan Yu often got drunk and went crazy. Jiang Kai awkwardly replied that Yuan Yu was a drunkard, so he simply couldn't help but drink, and that his tastes changed to quite specific tastes when he was intoxicated. Well, since it was over here, Hu Yan volunteered to bring the captain an elite Banshee treasure chest and a corpse card, then ran away. Looking at the cheerfully running Hu Yan, Jiang Kai thought about the fact that the Banshee shout didn't work on Yuan Yu. Except why didn't the Banshee attack work on him? And how did he manage to fight it off? The most unpleasant thing about drunks is that when they get drunk, they completely lose control of their minds. But can it be that such a fatal flaw is able to ignore the fear of the Banshee? For if it is... Meanwhile, Hu Yan had already returned with the treasure chest. Jiang Kai chuckled, realizing that Yuan Yu was the perfect artifact from nature to fight against Banshees. Hu Yan felt uneasy, and she wondered why the captain had such an evil smile on his face. A short time later, another Banshee dwelling, Jiang Kai shouted to Yuan Yu that he was picking him, as if he wanted to summon some pocket monster. Immediately after, Hu Yan untied Yuan Yu, and he flew to another attractive person with a lustful face. The Banshee screamed loudly, dubbing to immobilize her enemy and kill him, but the effect was the opposite. In addition to the fear not working, Yuan Yu also started giggling. He asked the beauty why she started drooling as soon as she saw him, and did she really want his body so badly? Yuan Yu crashed into the Banshee and said that he desires her as much as she desires him. Everything went just fine as the drunkard trick worked, and now Jiang Kai could attack the Banshee at close range. While Jiang Kai was getting closer, Yuan Yu was telling the Banshee about how he fell in love with her at first sight and offered her to light the flame of love that night. Taking advantage of the Banshee being immobilized, Jiang Kai threw the blades of the 9 scourges at her. Immediately after, it exploded, causing Yuan Yu to fly into the air. As he flew away, Yuan Yu shouted to Jiang Kai that he was a bastard for daring to kill his wife again, and for that, he cursed him for misfortune. Yuan Yu cursed Jiang Kai until he hit his head landing on the ground. Everything went exactly according to plan. Hence Jiang Kai's suggestion to kill another Banshee before Yuan Yu sobered up, which Hu Yan immediately supported. 3 hours later, Yuan Yu pleaded for them not to blow up his 11th wife. But a second later, she also exploded and then he flew into the air. As Jiang Kai and Hu Yan took away another treasure, Yuan Yu sobbed and complained to those bastards that they had blown up his already 23rd wife. After a while, he begged them to spare his 35th wife. Jiang Kai laughed after obtaining another elite treasure chest, after which he admitted that he hadn't even expected that with Yuan Yu's help, they would be able to obtain 35 treasure chests and wipe out all the Banshees of the Valley of Rulers in one fell swoop. Hu Yan admitted that she hadn't even dared to dream of such efficiency. What was most important was that after killing so many Banshees, Jiang Kai had already obtained the 14th level, and that was only at the cost of Yuan Yu's broken heart. Jiang Kai recognized that Hu Yan was right to call Yuan Yu useful. Hu Yan suggested to think of it as if they were helping Yuan Yu train his mental stamina after breaking up with a girl. Listening to the words of these two, Yuan Yu said that they were not humans but beasts. Hu Yan ran up to Yuan Yu and said that he was incredible, but since he heard their conversation, he called them real beasts. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai continued to smile, for this wasn't all they got. While killing the Banshees, Jiang Kai collected some skill cards in the huts, so he would be able to gain additional skills. The first skill is Rain Prayer, which uses the user's spirit power to summon heavy rain. If you use this ability on the right terrain, you can even create lakes and rivers out of thin air, which can be very useful in combat. This card Jiang Kai decided to give to Hu Yan since she was level 29, and her spirit power was higher than his. Hu Yan was surprised when she was handed the skill card and asked if she really could. With tears in her eyes, Hu Yan thanked Captain Kai because now she finally had some skill other than fortune-telling, and she would no longer be a useless person who could only guess during battle. Suddenly, Hu Yan shouted to Captain Kai that he would always be her brother from now on. Then she started bowing, hitting her forehead on the ground. Jiang Kai asked her not to do that because she really deserved this skill card. A bump popped out on Hu Yan's head from the blows, but she continued to run around with the card in her hands, happy that it was no longer useless. Jiang Kai thought about the second card because it was definitely a hidden skill activation card. When using this card, he can activate an additional hidden skill of his profession, but this skill can only be used once, after which it disappears. Jiang Kai decided to try using the card because even though this skill was disposable, it could still be of use to him. A Devil Star AI appeared in front of Jiang Kai, after which it congratulated him for activating an additional skill, Casino Stealing. When this skill is activated, Jiang Kai can steal some of his opponent's characteristics and add them to his own. But after half an hour, the skill will expire. Jiang Kai asked the AI, was this really the entire effect of the hidden skill? To which the AI replied that it was. Jiang Kai grabbed his head and started screaming, because such a valuable one-time skill could only steal 1,000th of another person's attributes. Jiang Kai started cursing this and beating his hands on the ground. He currently had 200 attribute points, and if he stole some 0.2 points per person, then what was the point? Meanwhile, Yuan Yu woke up after a stormy night. He was trying to figure out what had happened to him and why had he fallen asleep. Also, why does he feel pain in his heart? Hu Yan walked over and quietly whispered that he was the greatest lover on the Devil Star, then asked, did he forget that he had lost 35 wives last night? Just as suddenly, Yuan Yu remembered what he had been doing throughout the night and threw up, after which he sobbed and started to apologize to Captain Kai. As he's only holding him back, he is a drunkard and is incapable of not drinking, and if it doesn't suit him, he agrees to leave the team. Jiang Kai held out the equipment to Yuan Yu and asked what he was talking about. After all, he was the hero of last night, and therefore deserved this equipment. And if it wasn't for Yuan Yu, they would have died from the Banshee countless times. Yuan Yu deserved to be called the main member of this team. Yuan Yu was embarrassed at what he heard, but still refused the captain, as he had asked to be on this team himself, and they shouldn't tolerate him. Jiang Kai asked him to accept the equipment, plus he had already said that he wouldn't treat his teammates badly. After that, Jiang Kai said that he had equipment for Hu Yan as well. Hearing this, Hu Yan immediately blushed and turned around. In her eyes, Jiang Kai was a beautiful man that called her to give her equipment and money. Hu Yan and Yuan Yu's eyes glistened. They wanted to know if this was all true. As they suddenly started bowing together, Captain Kai's head hit the ground. Hu Yan vowed that they would follow him from now on, and Yuan Yu added that they would even die for him. Devil's Star Trading House. The landlady was pleased to see her best customer again. After counting all the cards, she said that everything was simply excellent, because the total value of the monster bodies and elite treasure chests was 840,000 Devil Star coins. Jiang Kai was pleasantly surprised by what he heard, because in terms of the currency of the land, it would be 8.4 million coins of the City of Gods. More importantly, this money was more than enough for his brother and sister's future expenses. The dressing room of the trading house. Jiang Kai not only collected enough money to live on, but after selling it, he also had two pieces of equipment left over that fit him perfectly. The first piece of equipment is the night pants, which, along with his night cape, make up a set that allows him to become no longer visible for 3 minutes. Well, the second equipment is ghostly leather armor, with which you can avoid deadly attacks, avoiding critical situations. Additionally, he has determined the effect of his arsonist gloves, and as he speculated earlier, they can actually inherit his critical damage, making them just perfect for him. He now felt much stronger than before, and would even be able to stand up to a level 20 pioneer without a problem. Just Jiang Kai walked out of the building as he heard Yuan Yu running towards him with a log on his shoulder and a blade in his hand. He was clearly pleased to see the captain and shouted that he had modified the blade. Suddenly, he threw a blade at Jiang Kai, shouting for him to check the result of his work. A shocked Jiang Kai raised his hands and asked what the man was doing. He suggested that Yuan Yu might still hold a grudge for killing his 35 wives. A few moments later, the blade was a few centimeters away from Jiang Kai's forehead. Just as suddenly, Yuan Yu ordered the blade to return and threw the log. Immediately afterward, the blade flew back, cutting through a log on the way. After catching the blade, Yuan Yu turned to Captain Kai and told him that during their night farming, he had seen him having to raise his blade time and time again while fighting, which was very problematic. Therefore, he decided to add a magnet for his blades. Now, after throwing a blade, Jiang Kai could return the blades of the 9 disasters with the help of the magnet. Jiang Kai was pleasantly surprised by what Yuan Yu had done, because he would no longer have to worry during the battle about how many blades he had left. Moreover, 9 calamity blades can also deal damage to the opponent while returning to the hand. Jiang Kai patted Yuan Yu's shoulder and admitted that he had no idea that he would prove to be so useful in modification. Embarrassed, Yuan Yu said that he had learned it all, and after a slight hesitation, he asked the captain if he was really that good. Jiang Kai said that of course it was, after which he raised 3 fingers and said that he swore by God. As a sudden response to Jiang Kai's vow, a bolt of lightning struck the roof of the building behind, making Jiang Kai look bad. Jiang Kai wondered why this was happening now, and Yuan Yu asked resentfully, why did the captain lie to him? A loud laughter was heard, and along with the rain, Huan in her new outfit came running towards them, shouting that it was her. She had already learned the basics of the rain prayer, even though it seemed useless. Yuan Yu felt embarrassed, since that lightning was the result of Huyan's spell, and not because of Captain Kai's lie. Jiang Kai asked, could her skills be useless? As an option, he suggested looking at what she had done. After all, these people hiding from the rain was precisely because of her. If they managed to enhance her prayer of rain, it would definitely be enough to restrict the enemy's movement. After that, they would all become live targets, and he would have no problem killing anyone he wanted. Huyan laughed haughtily, after which she wondered if this was really the case. In any case, she was not useless, and she would continue practicing hard to improve her rain prayer skill. Hearing her ambition, Jiang Kai wished Huyan good luck, after which he looked up at the sky, opening his face to the rain. He thought about the fact that now Yuan Yu could fight, and Huyan possessed the rain prayer, which meant that not only him, but also his whole team would become stronger. The passing players were complaining about the rain that had come out of nowhere, because it made all the equipment they were going to bring to the frozen island soaked. And even worse, what if the Huang family started blaming them for the delay? Hearing about the family Huang, Jiang Kai pondered for a moment. He then asked the player to pause for a moment and asked if they had just said something about the Huan family. One of the players asked if it was possible that they didn't have internet at home, since they didn't know. After that, the second player said that the Huang family guild was going to send 200,000 people to the ice island to hunt a king-level boss. Defeating the boss will help the country expand its territories on the Devil Star. Blondie added that in addition to the Huang family, there will be many pioneers who will be there to help clear the area of monsters. Everyone has their share of responsibility for the country. So how could anyone not be aware of such important news? The commander ordered them to hurry up and ignore this idiot, for if they were late, they would be punished. Jiang Kai thought about the Zhang family's hunt, because it must mean that Huang Wei would also go there. Currently, while the divine beasts are sowing destruction on Earth, the only way for every nation to fight them is to obtain the resources of the Devil Star, which is not possible for everyone. except that the resources of the Devil's Star are in the possession of various bosses, and only by defeating these bosses, a country can open new territories and get its resources. The monsters on Devil's Star are categorized into normal level, elite level, warrior level, commander level, king level boss, map boss, and guardian lord. Among them, the king level boss is a terrifying monster that requires hundreds of thousands of players to kill. And of course, the Huang family is going to lead the Xuanwu Guild to contribute to the country's war. Jiang Kai wondered if there was a chance that Huang Wei's family had turned upside down and they had become the kind of people who cared about the world. Just like Commander-in-Chief Wei had said, every man in this world has his share of responsibility for the fate of his country. There must be someone in this world who will stand up and fight all these monsters. If Huang Wei really does, then he too should go to the frozen island to contribute too to the development of their country. The Devil's Star, the land of permafrost, shivering from the cold, Yan struggled to remind Captain Kai that he was the one who said they were going to the frozen island. So why hadn't he bought clothes for the weather here? Jiang Kai admitted that he hadn't even expected it to be this cold. Suddenly, someone called out to them. The man at the top of the cliff asked which team these idiots came from. And don't they know about the fact that it is better not to walk on the lake until it is time to go to war? Jiang Kai said that it was their first time here, after which he asked, why can't they walk here? The player was surprised that they knew nothing, then asked the newcomers from below where they came from, because everyone knows that under the frozen island is the lair of the monster. And if they continued to walk on the ice like this, as they were talking behind Jiang Kai's group, the ice began to crack. Suddenly, a monster with a trident emerged from under the ice. Just when the player asked if they thought it would alarm the large fish under the ice, that monster was a bipedal fishman. Pulling Yuan Yu back, Jiang Kai asked, what was that? And Huan recognized the monster as a fishman. One of the players at the top grinned because of how idiotic those newbies at the bottom were. After that, the group commander said that a level 20 different level fishman required a group of people in which every person would be above level 20. Besides, everyone knows that fishmen are good at close combat. And if you're caught off guard by a level 22 fishman, in that case, your best fate would be death. The fishman pierced Jiang Kai with his trident, but the latter took advantage of his ghost armor's evasion. And by the end of the dodge, he was just behind the back of the fishman with his knives at the ready. He thought it was going to be something really strong, but in fact, the monster turned out to be a small fish. Jiang Kai ordered the fishman to get lost and threw all his blades at him, immediately after which, that one exploded due to Jiang Kai's super crits and flames. The eyes of the players above were rounded with shock, for some rookie had defeated a 22nd level fishman. None of them could understand how this newcomer was able to dodge the fishman's melee attacks so well. And yet they were able to defeat the fishman without having a level 20 team. How on earth could a person with this level kill a fishman instantly? Jiang Kai chuckled and said that after warming up a bit, he hardly felt so cold anymore. Jiang Kai waved his hand, calling the blades back to him and ordered them to return. Jiang Kai's strength was now at 76 points, and while his critical strike was working, his attack will deal at least 15,200 damage, and that's without taking into account the critical damage of the 9 Calamity Blades. Even if he makes a conservative estimate based on his current minimum critical strike damage, his damage is in the realm of the 20th levels, be it monsters or first-timers. That's why they won't be able to withstand his critical hit. Jiang Kai's team caught up with him, after which Yan waved a card at him and said that she had already picked up the fishman's corpse for him. Jiang Kai thanked Yan and offered to go further to the shore. Suddenly, Jiang Kai turned to the elders, which startled them, and said that he wanted to ask them something. Do they know where Huang Wei might be now? The first player asked the master what he was talking about. After all, they are not his older brothers, but his younger brothers. And then the second player said that it just so happens that they know where Master Huang Wei is now. The third player said that the 3 younger ones would be happy to show him the way, somewhere on a frozen island. Jiang Kai didn't want Yan or Yuan Yu to interfere in his and Huang Wei's affairs, and so he went alone. The 3 brothers told him that Huang Wei was around here somewhere, and he wanted to talk to him alone, but he was unable to find Huang Wei. Just as suddenly, Jiang Kai heard a familiar voice as Huang Wei addressed him. Jiang Kai admitted that he was impressed that Huang Wei was going to fight the boss for the sake of his country. And so he thought about them putting aside their former grudges, because he too was willing to contribute to the development of the country on the Ice Island. Suddenly, Jiang Kai saw a flash in front of him, simultaneously sensing danger. Immediately after, he dodged Huang Wei's sword that struck him stealthily. Jiang Kai asked what he was doing. After all, he had come here to make peace between them. But Huang Wei asked, what kind of peacemaking is he talking about? After all, it was Jiang Kai who killed him first, which caused him to take so long to heal, and after all this, Jiang Kai is talking about a truce. Huang Wei asked if the man knew how much he wanted to kill him after Jiang Kai killed him in public that time. So right after that, the military ordered him to leave Jiang Kai alone, and of course, he's not going to do that. After which Huang Wei shouted that he had decided to take part in this battle to defeat the king-level boss, hoping to use this achievement to force the army to stop protecting Jiang Kai and his family. Jiang Kai was stunned by what he heard and asked, was Huang Wei really going to deal with a king-level boss just for the sake of it? To which Huang Wei replied that it was exactly like that, and immediately rushed towards Jiang Kai, preparing to behead him. Huang Wei admitted that he had in no way expected Jiang Kai to personally come to him. However, the war would soon begin and he would kill Jiang Kai first. After that, he would take the military rewards from the boss to pay back the military for all their crimes. Huang Wei made a vertical strike at Jiang Kai, but he managed to bounce away, saving his head. After failing to hit Jiang Kai, Huang Wei immediately jumped towards him. Jiang Kai grinned and admitted that he had made up too much unnecessary thoughts and hadn't fully realized that Huang Wei was still the same villain. But if Huang Wei really wanted to kill him, he would advise attacking together. After all, he had already destroyed their 5 falcons. The hooded player laughed and reminded Jiang Kai that he was only able to deal with the falcon team because of the support of the military. After which, the tailed player asked Jiang Kai if he really thought he could defeat their master. After all, Master Huang Wei had already reached the 10th level, and he also wore a set of rank S equipment. Scanning Jiang Kai, the third hunter said that it was for sure, after all, this guy, as he suddenly became dumbfounded for a second. He then asked how this guy managed to reach level 14 so quickly, despite being the same age as their young master. A second later, an explosion was heard, and Huang Wei began to scream in pain from the pain inflicted on him by the flames. Receiving incessant cries, Huang Wei asked what the hell was going on, and why those flames? Huang Wei couldn't help but scream once again and started begging his wards to save him. The players themselves were trying to figure out what was going on. The fire that enveloped their young master's body was clearly an ordinary flame, so why was it causing him so much damage? Jiang Kai told Huang Wei's underlings that their young master was dead, and that if they didn't wish to repeat his fate, they should just leave this place. As the words, "No, I'm not dead yet," were suddenly heard, and after the flames subsided, a charred Huang Wei could be seen. Huang Wei revealed that his equipment set blocked his life when they reached 1%, preventing him from dying. Huang Wei ordered his underlings to avenge him by killing the bastard as soon as possible. Huang Wei ordered that they should torture Jiang Kai for as long as possible before he finally died, and the two accepted the order, after which they began to close in on Jiang Kai. After preparing his blades, Jiang Kai asked, did he really wish to send more people to their deaths? Immediately after which, Jiang Kai threw the 9 Calamities blades, shouting that this was the perfect opportunity to test the modification of his 9 Calamities blades. Of course, Huang Wei's men managed to dodge some rookie blades without any problems. The player with the tail tisked and asked what Jiang Kai's aim was, since he hadn't managed to hit any of them. The levels of these players ranged from 28th to 32nd. The player who came forward asked Jiang Kai not to tell them that his hands were shaking after seeing that they were all around level 30, after which he shouted that he would attack first and rush towards Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai hummed, after which he raised his hand and asked if they had ever heard about the nail that sticks out is hammered in first, as suddenly a player running ahead flew a blade into his back. The player immediately caught fire and exploded a second later, due to the critical flame damage. The players behind were trying to figure out what was going on, and why the throwing weapons were suddenly back. And most importantly, how did a level 10 guy manage to kill a level 32 captain? And he did it in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, Jiang Kai was behind the mage player's back and said that this wasn't the end. Immediately afterward, he commanded his blade to return, and it instantly pierced the stomach of another high-level player. The remaining players were then forced to watch as another of their partners burned, screaming in agony. Players were trying to figure out what kind of skill it is, and why it has so much damage, and can it be that this guy is a master playing the role of a pig that can eat a tiger? Huang Wei shouted to his subordinates that they were idiots, because they failed to notice that Jiang Kai was simply good at long-range attacks, after which he ordered them to attack together so that one of them would be able to get close enough to Jiang Kai. Huang Wei was smiling, because thanks to this fight, he had realized that Jiang Kai was an assassin, specializing in long-range attacks, and dealing huge damage to his opponents. But if they could only get close to him. Suddenly, another explosion rang out, immediately after which the smile fell off Huang Wei's face. For both of his subordinates were enveloped by Jiang Kai's deadly flames. Huang Wei felt uneasy and wanted to understand what had just happened. After the flames subsided, Jiang Kai walked past the corpses, saying that trash would always remain trash. It doesn't matter if he's the only one, or if there's a whole bunch of them. Falling back to the ground, Huang Wei cried out in panic that it was simply impossible. After all, their level gap was too high, so how did Jiang Kai do it then? Calling upon his old weapon once again, Jiang Kai said that he had intended to leave the past in the past, but Huang Wei had disappointed him too much. Jiang Kai turned to Huang Wei and asked if he was right in saying that he intended to kill him. Huang Wei asked Jiang Kai to stop and asked what he was going to do to him, to which Jiang Kai replied that he wasn't going to do anything wrong. But if Huang Wei really wished him dead, he couldn't help but retaliate against him. Jiang Kai said that he had heard that Huang Wei was traumatized after he killed him last time. Therefore, this time, Jiang Kai smirked and said that he would make this injury a little more serious this time. Immediately after, he struck his spear straight into Huang Wei's forehead. Loud cries of pain were heard on the icy island. 5 minutes later, Jiang Kai had once again gained a large amount of experience from killing a pioneer. In addition, he didn't expect the fact that he had killed 4 30th level players and 1 Huang Wei, he would get a 17th level at once. Just as suddenly, a red warning message appeared in front of Jiang Kai, saying since he had killed more than a dozen pioneers from the same team, he was receiving the punishment of bloodthirsty killer. During this status, all players will have access to his location, and when killing the bloodthirsty killer, they will receive triple the amount of experience loot. To get rid of this punishment, you must use 10 tears of remorse. Jiang Kai once again wondered, what the hell? Bloodthirsty killer wasn't a horrible penalty title on the Devil Star that made everyone beat you up. A person who receives this punishment becomes a walking bag of experience for others, as his location is known to everyone, and anyone will be ready to kill him just seeing him. Even worse, his talent can increase the penalty tenfold, so if he's unlucky, Jiang Kai was horrified at the thought that if he died, he would lose 30 times more experience, causing him to even be able to return to the first level. Jiang Kai ran away, thinking to himself about how bad this was, because now he would be barred from public places. He must find a way to remove this status as soon as possible, using the 10 tears of remorse. Permafrost Island, the Huang family camp, the lager guards listened to their boss's screams with horror on their faces. The boss asked, how come Huang Wei was killed while the level 30 players were supposed to take care of him? He even said that they father and son would fight together for their country. But now Huang Wei was dead. So wouldn't that make him look untrustworthy to everyone in their country? This man is Huang Wei's father, Huang Tong, the commander of the garrison on the Permafrost Island. Huang Wei's older brother, Huang Da, the deputy head of the garrison, asked his father, what should they do next? Huang Tong slapped the table, causing it to crack, and shouted that they should attack directly. They should capture the king-level boss, and once they got him, they could use the military merit to pressure the military to stop protecting Jiang Kai and his family. And after all this, he would personally make sure that Jiang Kai would pay the most painful price. Half an hour later, somewhere on the Permafrost Island, Huan asked the captain where he got the extra title from. Yuan Yu was surprised to notice that he was a bloodthirsty killer, and Jiang Kai asked them to be quiet and not expose him. After that, he said that he didn't have time to explain what had happened, but the main thing was that he was now officially an enemy of the Huang family, so they should get out of here as soon as possible. Hu Yan was surprised at what she heard and asked the captain if they weren't going to earlier. Just as suddenly, a terrifying roar flew through the surroundings, causing Jiang Kai's group to come to an abrupt halt, and Hu Yan wondered, what was that? Wen Yu said that it was a battle horn, except why did they hear it now? And even Jiang Kai wondered, could it be that the Huang family had decided to attack the boss earlier? Hu Yan looked around and, noticing something, asked Captain Kai to look at it. Immediately afterward, they all noticed that the ice lake was beginning to crack, and after a while the whole place was dotted with fish people. Afterward they saw him, a huge fish man sitting on a throne, a king-level boss, an ice fish lord whose level they couldn't even see. Even though it was from afar, the ice fish lord had already put Jiang Kai's group under tremendous pressure. Meanwhile, the Jiang family came out, with the men they had recruited. Huang Tong shouted to the warriors that the king-level boss, the ice fish lord, had been lured out. Hence, they should all prepare for battle. If they win in this battle, They would all not only receive a generous reward, but they would also help their country seize land and resources, which would help them protect their families from the oppression of the beast gods. Therefore, whether it is the present or the future, they must fight to win, even if they die for it. Huang Tong shouted to the warriors that once the arrow left the bow, there would be no turning back. And now, the battle with the king-level boss has officially begun. The warriors of the City of Gods immediately rushed to attack the king-level boss and his fishman minions. Yuan Yu turned to the captain and suggested to just leave the battlefield. Meanwhile, Huan couldn't recover, thinking that there were 200,000 people here, which showed the scale of the battle with a king-level boss. Just as suddenly, Jiang Kai raised his hand and refused them, saying that they didn't need it now. While they are fighting, the Huang family will be too busy to pay their attention to him. And since that's the case, they can stay and watch the battle with the king-level boss, through which they can learn a lot. The warriors rushed toward the mountain as suddenly, the ice ahead cracked and a huge head emerged from underneath. It was an ordinary level 25 fishman. The warriors were frightened when they saw this monster. But through fear, the commander ordered the warriors not to be afraid after all. This is just a stinking fish, while there are many of them, which means they can easily deal with this. Suddenly, everything in front of the commander's eyes swirled. Immediately afterward, the fishman grabbed the captain and threw him into his mouth while he begged for rescue. After that, everyone saw the fishman chewing on their captain, who was screaming in pain, begging and pleading to be saved, after which the screams began to subside. The warriors were terrified, for this fishman just grabbed and ate a human. It was simply terrifying. Huan wondered, are these ordinary fish people really that much stronger than the pioneers? After which, Yuan Yu added that there are quite a few of these fish people out there. Jiang Kai revealed that it was rumored that the fishman army would endlessly appear until the boss was killed, which means that the key to winning this battle is not a battle between 200,000 pioneers against an army of fishmen. It will be a battle between the strongest and the boss. One of the hunters announced that their team of 8 had made their way into the boss territory, and each of them must give their best and perform as well as possible. They should do their best. The 8 strongest players attacked the boss at the same time, trying to do maximum damage to the boss, then caused a huge explosion. Huan was amazed by the strength of these people and wondered, is this the strength of the special ones? After which, Yuan Yu said that it looked like they would really be able to kill the boss. But Jiang Kai said that wasn't true, and that he thought their situation wasn't that good. After which, Jiang Kai used ghost eye focusing to get a better look at the boss fight. The skills of these people seem very strong indeed, but thanks to his ghostly eye, he sees that they are actually using such powerful attacks, they didn't even manage to break through the boss's defense. After a few attacks, the players went into a stupor, as they couldn't even manage to penetrate the boss's armor. Immediately afterward, the Icefish Lord struck the players, causing all of them to take serious damage. After taking down the invaders in one blow, the boss began to laugh at their helplessness. Everyone was dumbfounded by what had just happened, as the Icefish Lord had just killed the 8 strongest players with a single blow. At this moment, everyone realized just how powerful the king-level bosses were. Unexpectedly, but suddenly another player who arrived after the top 8 strongest players rushed at the boss. Shocked by this, Jiang Kai wondered who else could dare to attack the boss after he had killed the strongest so easily. Huan asked for the player to stop and not march to his doom. With his spear in hand, the player rushed towards the boss, but the boss raised his trident and attacked the hapless player. Everyone was sure that it was over, and that another player who dared to challenge the boss was about to die. Suddenly appearing out of nowhere, the player raised his spear and completely blocked the boss's trident. Everyone wanted to know what was going on, and how did this man manage to take on the boss's attack like that in person? The player told the boss that he was too dumb, because his teammates sacrificed themselves on purpose, after which he asked, did the person not think that they could be killed so easily with an ordinary strike? That person was the strongest person, Zhang Fang with the class of a spearman, and he is also the strongest person of the Xuanwu Guild. Zhang Fang activated his talent, Blessing of the Dead, granting a 25% increase in strength for every Supreme that died, and said that on behalf of his fallen comrades, Zhang Fan shouted that he would kill him immediately, after which he punched the boss. Zhang Fan's attack was strong enough to finally break through the boss's defense and damage it for the first time. Jiang Kai was inspired by the strength of the strongest, for he was indeed strong, and even broke through the boss's defense. The players, however, began to praise the great hero for being able to defeat the king-level boss. Huang Tong asked, did they all really think that their Xuanwu guild was that weak? After all, those higher-ups that had just been killed had been created specifically to increase Zhang Fan's strength. All because already being the strongest, using the blessing of the dead, Zhang Fang is able to increase his strength by another 200%. Thanks to all of this, one Zhang Fang is comparable in strength to the 20 strongest. With his next strike, Zhang Fan spun, successfully inflicting a ton of damage on the boss. Zhang Tong was happy with the way things were going, for if something unexpected didn't happen now, in that case, they would be able to obtain the ultimate victory in this battle. While Huan was shouting words of encouragement to the Supreme that was fighting a king-level boss, a shadow appeared behind them. It was the shadow of an elite monster, a 32nd level sea fishman. While checking the map, Huang Da suddenly noticed that something was wrong and called out to his father, whereupon he shouted that their affairs were bad, for he suddenly discovered a great number of sea fishmen coming towards them from outside the ice island. Huang Tong shrieked at what he heard and asked if he wanted to say that that army of sea fishermen had been summoned, to which Huang Da replied that that was probably the case, and that he was afraid that there might be hundreds of them, and worst of all, they were all elite fishermen above the 30th level. It was a bad thing, because Zhang Fan could only safely fight a king-level boss because they had stabilized the situation on the battlefield. The current battlefield is divided into 5 zones according to the levels of the 5 types of fish people, namely, normal zone, elite zone, general level zone, leader level zone, and boss zone. He sent a large number of pioneers to each zone to engage the fishermen in those zones, allowing them to create balance on the battlefield. But if the rear is suddenly interrupted, there will be complete chaos in the middle of the battle, which will not only cause Zhang Fang to be unable to kill the boss, it's also where 200,000 trapped players will die. Starting to lose patience, Zhang Tong shouted to his son that Zhang Fan needed at least half an hour to win, and so he asked how long it would take for the sea fishermen to arrive at the battlefield. Zhang Da said he would look it up right away, and continued to study the information on his wristwatch. The clock trumpeted a warning of danger, as a huge number of fish people were approaching them. Zhang Da estimated that the fish people would reach them in about 10 minutes. 3 ignited spikes flew into the body of one of the fishmen. Immediately after that, the one exploded due to the super crit inflicted by the flames, and a report appeared that the pioneer Zhang Kai had defeated the elite sea fishman. Hu Yan asked Captain Kai why there were suddenly so many fish people around, and suggested that they leave this place as soon as possible. Chang Kai wondered, should they really leave now? Apparently, the balance on the battlefield had suddenly become too fragile, and if no one stopped all those sea fish people, it would lead to the complete failure of the entire battle. Huang Tong, along with Huang Da, were trying to figure out what they should do now. The Huang family are Jiang Kai's enemies, and he would love to see them lose. But at the same time, the 200,000 people called to fight for the country's future are innocent of the showdown between them. Commander-in-Chief Wei Ying said that the fate of the country is everyone's responsibility and that someone has to stand up and fight all these monsters. Zhang Kai turned to Hu Yan and Yuan Yu and said that they couldn't leave the battlefield, after which he said he wasn't done, as he needed them to apply all the neighborhood fish people to him, and then he can deal with all those fish people himself. Hu Yan and Yuan Yu were stunned that their Captain Kai decided to stay and go for suicide. 10 minutes later, the balance on the battlefield was beginning to collapse, and the sea fishermen were beginning to gain the upper hand. One of the players turned to the captain and begged him to stop the fight, because they can barely contain the enemy. But many of their men began to notice a huge number of sea fishermen approaching from the rear. And if all these fishermen surround them, everything will be over, and that's why he suggests to run away. Remembering the huge elite monsters, many of the soldiers began to agree to retreat, because if they died, they wouldn't be able to enter the Devil Star for a month. And without that, some of them wouldn't be able to earn money, which would cause their families to be kicked out by the landlords. More and more people agreed to the retreat, for otherwise, they would all die. The captain stepped forward and said, "They can't do that, they can't run away." After which he asked, hadn't they still noticed it? It had been over 10 minutes since they had first discovered all those sea fishmen, even though it had been said earlier that they would get to the front just in that time. But after all this time, none of the enemies still arrived, so what does that mean? The soldiers were surprised at what they heard, and indeed, why didn't anyone show up? Could it be that there was a strong man behind the scenes? Except that the Huang family hadn't sent any troops there. After thinking about it for a bit, the captain assumed that there was a powerful figure behind the scenes, but for someone to be able to contain such a huge number of fish people, this should be a group of powerful elite pioneers, fighting ceaselessly. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai was running away from the huge, elite fisherman. How suddenly he stopped and after a chuckle said that the last person who dared to open his mouth like that in front of him was. In the next instant, Zhang Kai flew past the fishermen while throwing flaming blades into their mouths. And a moment later, several elite fishermen were modeled by Zhang Kai, during which he said that the grass on that person's grave had grown as far as meters. Looking at the report that he had killed a few elite fishmen, Zhang Kai said that he had already killed over 20 fishmen, but those kept on coming one after another, making his exertions rather slow. As Zhang Kai suddenly heard cries for help, it was Huan, who was tearfully running away from the crowd of elite fishermen to bring them to the captain. Immediately after, a similar thing happened on the other side, where Yuan Yu shouted out that he had also brought the fish people. Zhang Kai praised his comrades for doing an incredible job attracting so many elite fishermen. After which, he told them to leave the rest to him, while they themselves ran and hid as quickly as possible. Huyan tearfully turned to Captain Kai and said that there were too many, then asked if he was really sure he could handle them all. Yuan Yu agreed with Huyan's worries and recalled that not too long ago, he was struggling to kill at least one or two. Looking at the snarling fisherman, Zhang Kai agreed with his comrades. After all, it really wasn't easy for him to kill one or two. And rushing into battle, he said that they were still unaware of the fact that this was the way he was more comfortable killing his enemies. After all, it was much easier for him to kill them in groups than individually. A few seconds later, a sea of flames rose into the air from the elite fishermen being burned. After that, it was reported that the pioneer Zhang Kai had killed 257 elite fishermen in one go. Seeing what he was capable of, Huyan and Yuan Yu clasped their hands in fear. Huyan wondered what this was, and was this their captain's true strength? Yuan Yu shouted and said that the one was only slightly above the 10th levels, so where could such damage come from? The flames that rose up from killing hundreds of elite fishermen were so huge that it was seen by the players who wanted to escape a short while ago. They wanted to understand why there was suddenly such a huge explosion behind them. In the meantime, Huang Da turned to his father and said that the sea fishermen coming from the rear had suddenly disappeared, and he asked if he had asked for reinforcements from the military. Jiang Tong was surprised to hear of such a thing, and replied that it wasn't, or rather it shouldn't be. Jiang Tong tried to understand how the military had arrived so quickly. After all, he had only contacted them. In that case, since the military had already arrived, it would be a good time to let everyone know that they had managed to balance the situation on the battlefield, so that Jiang Fan could deal with the boss in peace. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan attacked the wounded boss, but the boss blocked his punch with his hand. After so much time, Zhang Fan had reduced the boss's health to 65%, and the boss was clearly not happy about it. The soldiers were shocked by this, because the boss's health had finally been reduced by 1/3, which meant they would still be able to win. Immediately after the attack, Zhang Fan landed on the ground as the boss suddenly roared and accelerated, instantly bringing his trident straight above Zhang Fan and was ready to strike. Huang Da shouted to Zhang Fan to keep his eyes open, for after losing 1/3 of his health, the boss had entered the second stage of Berserk. The boss started attacking Zhang Fan, forcing him to activate his shield, but it immediately began to crack. At the Berserk stage, the boss attack speed becomes so fast that it becomes almost impossible to dodge it, which is why Zhang Fan can only receive these attacks. The key to defeating the boss depends on whether Zhang Fan is able to withstand the boss onslaught or fall. Unable to withstand the onslaught of the king-level boss, the shield was broken, and Zhang Fan's equipment was destroyed along with it. Zhang Fan saw the message that he only had 5% health left. Everyone who watched Zhang Fan's fight gaped their mouths in shock and wondered, had they really lost? Clenching his teeth, Zhang Fan grinned and told the boss that he was just a bastard who thought that with that much damage he could kill him. Just as suddenly, a blue glow appeared and began to envelop Zhang Fan's body. This was a supreme talent, intentional armor. Zhang Fan shouted to the boss to continue attacking him. Immediately after that, the boss continued his attacks, as suddenly all of his attacks started bouncing off Zhang Fan's armor, due to his immunity to damage. After that, the Icefish Lord's attacks began to reflect back at him, causing the boss to take damage from his own attacks. Zhang Kai cringed at how incredible this armor was, because not only did it protect, but it also reflected all the damage. Zhang Kai wondered if this was the power of superior skills. Everyone was engrossed by such an awesome boss, and also confident that with this, Zhang Fang would be able to defeat a king-level boss. Huang Tong recalled what he had said before. Zhang Fang is their carefully selected trump card, and his extraordinary talent allows him to reflect 50% of the damage back into the enemy for 90 seconds. Meanwhile, the boss is in berserk mode, which greatly increases the speed of attacks. Taking its own damage, the Icefish Lord quickly lowered its health to 35%. Huang Tong explained that the higher the boss's attack speed, the faster he would lose his health. Huang Tong laughed, for as he spoke, the boss had already lost 30% of his health points. And if he continued like this, in that case, it won't be long before the boss is in the Huang family's pocket. A flash suddenly flashed, after which Huang Fan's eyes narrowed. With a sharp swipe of its tentacle, the Icefish Lord destroyed Huang Fan's armor and even left a dent in his abdomen. Immediately after which, Zhang Fan flew away from his attack while hitting the ground. In a matter of moments, Zhang Fan found himself completely shattered. His protective armor was disabled and his health points stopped at 1%. But even so, he could no longer continue fighting. Seeing this, the hearts of all the players on the battlefield fell. For just now, their strongest great lord had lost. The Icefish Lord used a combat skill, armor-destroying tentacle. Huang Tong admitted that he was too hasty. He didn't even think about the fact that this boss might have an unknown battle skill to destroy armor. While he blamed himself, Huang Da tried to bring his father to his senses. This was the end, for in this battle against the king-level boss, Zhang Fang had the most important role. And since Zhang Fang had fallen, then it meant that they had been defeated in this battle. Losing all their morale, the soldiers began to give up their positions, and losing begged for help, for they could not continue to fight after losing all their aces. Li Biao had a hard time blocking the fishman's strike, and cracks went down his shield. Coughing, Li Biao turned to Zhu and Nuan, then admitted that he was wrong. He shouldn't have brought them here. Li Biao admitted that he had only brought them here to prove that he was better than Zhang Kai, whom they had spoken of so reverently. But, compared to him, Zhang Kai had never brought them to their deaths, but he did. Li Biao recognized that as a captain, he was a complete failure. Because of his wounds, Zhu was almost unable to move, and tears appeared in the eyes of Nuan, who had used up almost all of her strength, as their captain was in danger of death. Su Nuan asked if there was anyone nearby. She prayed for someone to save their captain. She no longer had the strength to heal him. Looking at a few fishmen killing players nearby, Nuan thought about the fact that now that everyone knows that the boss can't be killed, the army of fishmen will continue to appear. And if no one takes action, it will continue until every last one of them is dead. Li Biao's shield split, leaving him defenseless against the fishman's spear. Seeing the snarling monster in front of him, Li Biao wondered, was there really no one who could save them all? As if out of nowhere, flaming blades flew in, instantly destroying the human fish. Li Biao was amazed at what had happened, while Nuan and Zhu were overjoyed. After all, the one who just saved them was Kai. Without wasting too much time, Zhang Kai ran onward, shouting to Zhu and Nuan that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and that he was now running to fight the boss, and he asked them to protect themselves. Barely holding on, Yuan Yu asked if he heard correctly that Kai wanted to fight the boss. And how is it that he has such a clear sense of Kai's location? Not understanding what was going on, Nuan admitted that she was also feeling it. The soldiers on the battlefield suddenly felt something strange, and began to wonder why they felt someone near them. Some of them remembered that something like this had happened before, because it was the bloodthirsty killer effect. Huan asked the captain what he was doing, and hadn't he forgotten his status? After all, he still has that title. In front of Zhang Kai, a message appeared that he had been discovered by 200,000 players. Some players immediately had a change in their faces, because just now they were ready to die, as they suddenly encountered a bloodthirsty killer. Killing the bloodthirsty killers would give them a lot of experience. So why don't they take the chance before they were killed by the bloody fish people? Players ruthlessly attacked the bloody assassin, playing a race to see who could pick up the experience first. But they couldn't escape Zhang Kai's gaze, and a moment later, everything around them was covered in flames, covering the entire view. Zhu wondered what was going on and if Zhang Kai had been killed by these people. But in reality, it was only his critical strike. Without slowing down, Zhang Kai asked if they could handle it. Barely alive players were trying to figure out why this player was dealing so much damage. And how could he do such a thing as a level 10 rookie? Su Nuan and Yuan Yu took heart. After all, Zhang Kai was fine. Nuan wondered if it was Kai who had dealt with those people. After all, in that case, he had become much stronger. Meanwhile, Li Biao almost lost the ground from under his feet because of what had happened. He finally realized who Zhang Kai was. which amazed him, because he had managed to escape unharmed, even after being attacked by so many people above the 20th level, which was simply impossible. Huang Da turned to his father and told him that he suddenly sensed Jiang Kai killing Huang Wei and that he was running straight to the boss. Hearing this, Huang Tong asked, why was Huang Da still worried about Jiang Kai? And would he even be able to kill a king-level boss? At this moment, they should only think about how to reduce their losses in this battle. Huang Da couldn't agree with his father's words. For some reason, he felt in his heart that something bad was going to happen. Somehow, he had a vague feeling that Jiang Kai would still be able to defeat the boss. Jiang Kai mentally laughed. After all, he hadn't even thought of joining the battle, helping the Huang family fight the boss. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have done this. Commander-in-Chief Wei's voice echoed in his head once again. The latter hoped that in the future, when the country was in danger, Jiang Kai could fight for it as long as he had the strength. Jiang Kai promised that he would do this. Now that the country's in danger and needs new territories to extract resources, and he has the power to do it, Jiang Kai turned to the Devil Star artificial intelligence and said that he was going to activate that one-time skill he had acquired earlier. Immediately afterward, AI launched a casino heist. Zhang Fan had originally thought that it was a useless skill that could only steal 0.1% of the target's attributes, but he was wrong, and he didn't even expect it to come in handy at a time like this. He was currently in the state of a bloodthirsty killer, making all the players' attention focused on him. Unbeknownst to them, they had lost a grain of their attributes. Even though he can only steal 1,000th of each person's attributes, it's a very small percentage. But if you take 200,000 players, if one were to combine the attribute points of all these 200,000 players, the number would be extremely huge. Because of this, being at the 20th level, Jiang Kai had obtained more than 150,000 attribute points. Huang Da shouted at his father again and, overcoming his shock, said that Jiang Kai was running to the boss and that he could probably take the boss out of their hands, after which he asked his father to look at it, for his watch suddenly began to show that Jiang Kai's attributes had become terrifyingly high, and that his overall attributes had surpassed even Jiang Fan's. Huang Tong was startled by what he heard, causing him to suddenly shriek, forgetting to ignore Jiang Kai. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai had already reached the warrior level, where there were fishermen above the 50th level. With a loud growl, the level 51 fishman reached for its victim. Huang Da was confident that Jiang Kai wouldn't even be able to dodge this strike. And Huang Tong laughed, after which he admitted that, although he didn't know if Jiang Kai's attributes were true, but the bite of the shark-headed fishman is a skill that even level 60 players should be wary of. And from the looks of it, that's where Jiang Kai's journey will end. Without stopping, Jiang Kai ordered the fishman out of his way and struck with all his might. Everyone was amazed by this, because he had attacked a high-level fishman without even using a weapon, and even managed to kill a sharkman warrior. This means that Jiang Kai's attributes are real. Many people no longer even doubted that Jiang Kai would be able to defeat the boss. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai had reached the commander's fish people zone. As Jiang Kai ran past the huge monsters, a 74th level fishman commander spotted him. Immediately after, the monster roared and turned around to defeat the players who had attacked her. Suddenly, the monster used her sonic attack, then managed to paralyze Jiang Kai. Huang Da smirked, for Jiang Kai had greatly overestimated himself. A commander-level fishman roar required special skills or equipment to gain immunity. So, what good are his attributes here? Jiang Tong said that this kid really doesn't know anything, yet he wishes to kill the boss. Being satisfied that Jiang Kai would fall, Jiang Tong said that it was only a foolish dream. The monster raised its hand over Jiang Kai and was about to kill him. Suddenly, a drunkard who had already had a few drinks decided to intervene. After getting wasted, Yuan Yu shouted that he had never succumbed to anyone in his life. Immediately afterward, he flew to the fishman, screaming about how incredible she was. He shouted that he was just as good, and asked not to seduce his captain. Yuan Yu crashed into the fishman at full speed, thus saving Captain Kai. After that, he asked, couldn't a high-quality human male like him attract her? Yuan Yu asked her to let him give her an interracial kiss. Embracing the face of the female fishman, Yuan Yu wished that this time, no one would come and blow up his wife, after which he kissed the fishman right on the lips, causing a cold sweat to run down her. Embarrassed, the fishman girl slapped Yuan Yu for his transgression, but the one was not even hurt thanks to the intoxication. Moreover, Yuan Yu liked this girl's hot temper. Huang Tong and Huang Da wanted to know who it was, and where did he come from. Everyone was amazed that this person ignored the roar of the fishman commander, and even withstood the attack. And how could one person cause such hatred from a fishman? Stepping back from the fishman's shout, Jiang Kai wondered why Yuan Yu had come here. After all, he had told them to sit down and not follow him. As he suddenly heard another familiar voice, Huyan asked, "Did he think they would abandon him?" On her way to Captain Kai, Huyan used the rain prayer. And approaching the captain, she asked him to hurry up, because Yuan Yu wouldn't be able to hold on for too long, because the gap between him and the fisherman commander was too huge. Rising up, Yuan Yu once again ran towards his fisherman wife, shouting that he was here. Jiang Kai was pleasantly surprised that they had come here for him. Afterward, he smiled and said there was nothing he could do about them. Meanwhile, the players watching Jiang Kai started discussing how some woman suddenly used the rain prayer. Except why the hell is she using it? Is she really thinking about all those fish people drowning in the rain? Jiang Kai said that in that case, he would leave everything to them. Realizing what everyone here was thinking, Hu Yan hummed and asked, "Doesn't anyone here even know the basics of physics?" Suddenly, some players started to notice that something unusual was happening in the sky. What was coming from the sky was no ordinary rain. In fact, this rain gradually turned into super large hail. The fish people and the players in their territory wanted to know what the hell was going on, and why the hell was it hailing instead of raining? And most importantly, why the hell was she not distinguishing between enemies and friends, attacking everyone in a row? The players started begging for help because of the pain from the hail. Meanwhile, the satisfied Huyan was laughing. She said that taking advantage of the extremely cold weather on the ice island, praying for rain would turn into large hail. She didn't have any attack skills before, but now she could beat up 200,000 people at once, which was very cool. Huyan shouted to the fleeing captain that just as he said, as long as the spells prevented the enemies from moving, he wouldn't be their target. In addition, now her hail had attracted the attention of all the fish people, and they wouldn't be able to use their roaring attacks, making it safe for him to run further and fight the boss. Suddenly, Jiang Kai stopped and began to look around in astonishment. None of the fish people could really do anything to him, as everyone was suffering from the hail. Hu Yan asked, letting him remember that they were a team and that he wouldn't have to fight alone. Whereupon Jiang Kai looked in the other direction, where he saw the players were rejoicing that they had finally managed to defeat that annoying fishman commander, while Yuan Yu was sobbing over the death of his next wife. Jiang Kai agreed and wondered why he thought as if he was alone. He had clearly underestimated these two. Also, thanks to them, these nerds who are in the way, Jiang Kai took out the 9 Calamities blades. Immediately after, he threw his blades at the monsters around him, instantly turning part of the battlefield into a scorcher. Leaving behind mountains of corpses, Jiang Kai said that thanks to his comrades, he could easily deal with the opponents. Suddenly, a piece of hail fell on his head, leaving a bump on his head. Huang Tong and Huang Da were shocked that Jiang Kai had just taken to killing all the fishman commanders. It took dozens of teams to somehow stand. So what kind of incredible power could pull off these monsters? Zhuzhi and Nuanwan said that Jiang Kai was incredible. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai ran towards the Ice Fish Lord with all his legs, thinking that the attributes he had obtained were very powerful. But if his super crit was triggered, even the almighty god himself wouldn't be able to stop him. Jiang Kai exhaled. He had finally made it to the boss. Jiang Kai admitted that from afar, the man looked amazing, but once he got closer, it became obvious that the Ice Fish Lord was a real freak. Huang Tong and Huang Da cried out that it was simply impossible, because this kid shouldn't have been able to reach the top and face the boss. But he actually did it. Hu Yan shouted for Jiang Kai to go forward, and he agreed with her and ran at the boss. The Ice Fish Lord roared, and a blue glow enveloped his body. Li Biao said that this was obviously not good because the boss was going to unleash his berserk attack again, which meant that his speed and attack, Jiang Kai would definitely not be able to endure this. With a loud roar, the boss raised his trident and was already bringing it down on Jiang Kai. Suddenly, Jiang Kai accelerated, thanks to which he was able to dodge every attack of the boss. Jiang Kai wondered if this was the boss's full speed. After all, he was obviously too slow to dodge, which meant that the Huang family's trump card, Jiang Kai wondered if he should continue dodging in that case. During one of the boss's attacks, Jiang Kai jumped on the trident. The players started to think that they were just imagining it, because this guy had just dodged all of the boss's attacks in the second phase. Hu Yan chuckled and shouted that this was exactly what was expected of their captain. Huang Tong and Huang Da wondered if Jiang Kai's speed was faster than the boss's. Jiang Kai grabbed his blades tighter and jumped off the spear. Suddenly, the boss used his tentacle to get rid of the annoying bug, but Jiang Kai managed to dodge his attack. He was too slow for Zhang Kai, after which Zhang Kai ordered the boss to get lost and threw the blades at his tail. The Icefish Lord growled unhappily, his health points already down to 25%. Players were once again amazed by Zhang Kai, as this bloodthirsty assassin had knocked out 10% of the boss's health in one fell swoop. At the same time, Zhang Fang had to attack the boss for 10 minutes to achieve the same effect. No one could understand what this abnormal damage was. The Ice Lord was furious. He finally rose from his throne and stabbed the spear shaft into the ice and gloomily stared at Zhang Kai. The players cried out once again, because after Zhang Kai's attack, the boss didn't even manage to respond to him and got up from his throne. This guy really makes the boss go all out to at least try to damage Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai asked the Icefish Lord, had he suddenly learned how to use his feet? The Icefish Lord inhaled deeply, immediately after which he used a sonic attack that Zhang Kai was able to easily evade. After all, he simply cannot fall for the same trick twice. The Icefish Lord suddenly stopped shouting and took the opportunity to try to attack Zhang Kai with his trident. And this time, the boss's attack hit the target, creating a snow explosion at the point of attack. The players were trying to figure out what had happened and whether the bloodthirsty killer had been killed. Zhang Kai asked the boss if he could die from such a monster, after which the boss looked at his trident and saw that it was damaged and started to be covered in cracks. Zhang Kai shouted at the boss for choosing the wrong target, immediately after which the trident shattered into pieces. After which, Zhang Kai walked out of the fog without any injuries and noticed that the boss didn't have any weapons right now. So how was the boss going to fight now? A new wave of startled screams resounded among the players, for he had managed to destroy the boss weapon. Everyone wanted to understand what kind of monster he was. And was there a case on Devil Star where the boss weapon was destroyed in battle? Zhang Kai admitted that he was beginning to feel as if arguing with the Icefish Lord was a waste of time. If that was the case, then we could finish everything quickly. Zhang Kai threw the blades at the boss's knees, immediately after which they exploded at the point of impact. After the explosion, the boss dropped to his knees, and his health dropped to 15%. Zhang Kai motioned for the boss to continue, and threw daggers at the boss's surviving knee that he was standing on. Immediately afterward, there was another explosion, and the boss lost his other leg. The exhausted boss roared loudly in pain due to the loss of his legs. He only had 5% health left. Zhang Kai gestured for the blades to be called back, and with that, he asked the boss if he wanted to say that he wasn't respectful enough to him. After all, the Icefish Lord still dared to show him his arrogant face. Zhang Kai said that he had long since had enough of his arrogant physiology and threw his blades at the Icefish Lord's hands that he was holding on to. Immediately afterward, a final explosion rang out, stripping the Icefish Lord of his remaining limbs. Everyone watched with shock on their faces as the Icefish Lord fell to the ground. And Huan said that he was a corpse. The massive carcass of the Icefish Lord landed right beside Zhang Kai, bowing his head in front of him. The king-level boss has only 1% health points left. A few seconds later, shouts spread throughout the area that Zhang Kai had indeed killed the boss, and he had done so without even taking any damage. Wei Ying's second deputy commander-in-chief, He Sheng, turned to Liu Jun and recalled that the latter had told him that Huang Tong was alarmed by the situation and asked for help from them, the military. But once they arrived on the scene, He Sheng asked, wasn't there any need for them to intervene? Liu Jun agreed and admitted that there was no way he had expected such a turning point in this battle. In fact, this young man that Commander-in-Chief Wei thought so highly of, Zhang Kai noticed that the hailstorm had finally stopped, which meant it was time to finish off the boss. Just as suddenly, Huang Tong shouted, "No!" Whereupon he explained to the soldiers that the boss had very little health left, and that they shouldn't let Zhang Kai kill him. Huang Tong turned to all the members of the Xuanwu Guild and ordered them to listen to his order. They must all stop fighting the fish people immediately. They must kill the bloodthirsty killer at any cost. Whoever kills the bloodthirsty assassin will receive a reward of 150 million Shengyao coins. But if they let this bloodthirsty assassin take their boss, none of them will get a penny of the field at the end of this battle. One of the players said he wasn't expecting 50 million. But if he didn't get paid for this mission, how would his family survive next month? Someone agreed with him and said his child still needs money for treatment. Things were bad because now no one has any use for the fish people. Players must hurry up and kill the bloodthirsty killer, otherwise they will all be finished. Players rushed forward to kill the bloodthirsty killer as soon as possible, not wanting to give in to others. At the same time, they completely ignored the remaining fish people, and they took advantage of the opportunity to reduce the number of enemies little by little. Zhang Kai grinned as he watched all these players run over to him. The Huang family wouldn't have been able to overpower the boss as it was, but now that they saw that he was capable of it, they were threatening to kill him. That's just disgusting of them. Zhang Kai picked up Zhang Fan and, addressing him as his older brother Huang, asked if he was still alive. This surprised Zhang Fan. Jiang Fang didn't expect to see a bloodthirsty assassin here, and asked if he had come to kill him. He had already crippled the boss, so why not just kill him? Zhang Kai chuckled and said that he was good at bringing monsters to low health, but no one said that he was going to steal the boss from him, right? If he does kill the boss, the Huang family with their deep pockets won't suffer that much. But in that case, those 200,000 players with their families will suffer, as they have become hostages to the bounty. Zhang Kai asked if he understood correctly that Zhang Fang was a representative of the Huang family. In that case, he wants the ace of the family, Huan, to give the boss the final blow. Jiang Fan couldn't believe what he heard. After all, this guy is just giving him the kill of a king-level boss. Zhang Kai asked him to hurry up, because if he didn't move, the players would come and chop him up. Zhang Kai asked for Zhang Kai to do him a favor. Zhang Fang agreed with Zhang Kai and said that he understood, after which he summoned his spear. Zhang Fang thanked Zhang Kai, immediately after which he gave the boss a final blow. As he was dying, the Icefish Lord roared to the entire area, after which his shouting gradually subsided. The Icefish Lord's health points dropped to 0%. A system alert appeared in the sky. Zhang Fang of the Yuan Yu Guild had killed the king-level boss of the Icefish Lord. The players were amazed when they saw the alert, because the boss killer was not a bloodthirsty assassin, it was Master Zhang Fang, who had killed the boss. The Icefish Lord's body began to scatter in the wind, and at the same moment, the army of fishmen began to escape, jumping into the water through gaps in the ice. Players were trying to figure out if it was true that Master Zhang Fang had killed the boss. After all, it would mean that the bloodthirsty assassin had decided not to steal the boss for unknown reasons. So, would they get the reward after that? Huang Tong asked, "What happened? Why did they suddenly win? And does it turn out that their Zhang Fang killed the boss?" Changda wondered, could it be that Zhang Kai had willingly given up killing the boss? Players rejoiced in their victory. In addition, it turned out that this bloodthirsty killer is actually a nice guy. He really became the boss, thanks to what became their great hero. And now, if anyone dares to touch their benefactor, they will be ready to dare to go to war with him. Yuan Yu bellowed as this move from Zhang Kai was really awesome and showed the people around him his magnanimity. Su Nuanuan, admiring Zhang Kai, couldn't help but say that he was really cool. Li Biao uttered, "To believe is to see." And today, he was truly convinced that Zhang Kai was the protagonist of this battle. Meanwhile, Hu Yan shouted to everyone that their bloodthirsty assassin was great and generous. After which, she laughed and said that now they all knew how strong their captain was. And yet, they didn't even look at the person who had chosen Zhang Kai to be the captain. Suddenly, the players started to think of something. After thinking about it for a bit, they realized that the Huang family had just tried to threaten them, which was a very disgusting move on their part. In fact, the Huang family only wants them all to die, and when things don't work out, they still want the others to bear the cost. United, the players started shouting at the capitalist dogs to go to hell. Is money really that important? Many players shouted to the heads of Huang to come out and fight one-on-one if they dared, and they also wanted to leave this rotten guild. Huang Da turned to his father and said that it was bad, because 200,000 people leaving the guild and leaving negative reviews would cause their reputation to completely collapse. Huang Tong turned gloomy. He was in a full-blown rage. Huang Tong swore that he would fill in the name of that bastard, Zhang Kai. Zhang Tong said that he would leave first and promised that they would definitely take revenge on Zhang Kai next time, to which Zhang Da agreed, standing by the dissolving body of the king-level boss. The Huang family ace extended his hand to the bloodthirsty assassin and said that it was a pleasure to meet him, then introduced himself as Zhang Fang and said that he was greatly indebted to him, after which Zhang Fan admitted that he was really curious. How did the one obtain such enormous attributes? Zhang Kai shook Zhang Fan's hand and also introduced himself, after which he explained that he had gotten these attributes from his one-time skill, which surprised Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan asked if there was really such a strong disposable skill. Zhang Kai told him that this skill wasn't actually that strong, and that once it was used, it would disappear forever. Zhang Fan was puzzled upon hearing this. A huge tentacle suddenly crawled out of a crevice nearby. Zhang Kai explained that he had simply used the punishment mechanics from the bloodthirsty killer, after which, suddenly, Zhang Kai was interrupted by the tentacles that enveloped him in the blink of an eye. They immediately dragged Zhang Kai behind them, enveloping him more and more tightly so that he wouldn't escape. Huan ran to the scene of the boss fight and asked where her Captain Kai had gone. Zhang Fang admitted that he was too careless, after which he asked if Zhang Kai was her captain. Huan confirmed it and asked what had happened. Zhang Fang said that he was sorry, but still he has to give her the bad news, this situation. Most likely, Zhang Kai had caused the boss's posthumous revenge. Huan was horrified at what she heard. Posthumous vengeance is a special skill that manifests after the death of some bosses. And it's truly terrifying because when a deceased boss manages to take revenge on the original, an extremely terrible punishment will befall the pioneer, and torture until death is only the first step in their revenge. The worst part is that after a person who has gone through posthumous vengeance will return to Earth, most of the time, they can't bear the memory of this torture, and they eventually decide to choose. Huan trembled. She was scared even at the thought that Captain Kai could end up like this. She couldn't accept that their Captain Kai would leave them like this. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai woke up feeling excruciating pain. Zhang Kai wondered why he felt like his body was about to be crushed. Finally opening his bloodshot eyes, Zhang Kai wondered where he was. Right now, Zhang Kai was at the mercy of the Ice Fish Lord's tentacles. The boss's tentacles passed through Zhang Kai's entire body, causing him unbearable pain. Zhang Kai felt as if something was growing into him. A warning appeared in front of Zhang Kai. The one-time skill Stealing Casino and the attributes acquired with it would soon run out. There were only 20 seconds left, so he had to be ready for it to avoid being in a dangerous situation. Zhang Kai realized that he was now being tortured by this monster, and that he might still be alive only because of its attributes. 5 seconds had already passed. Zhang Kai realized that if his attributes died, he would instantly die. It was a shadow of the hatred left by the boss he had mutilated. With a loud shout, Zhang Kai ordered the dodging ghost armor to activate, thanks to which he was able to escape the tentacles of the shadow of hatred and return to the ground. Thanks to the evasion, Zhang Kai became empty and got rid of the tentacles. Examining himself, Zhang Kai realized that his body had also returned to normal. The hateful shadow roared that it wanted him dead and pointed its tentacles towards Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai couldn't dodge as he was too weak, which meant he had to give his best. Meanwhile, the timer had reached 3 seconds. Zhang Kai took out a steel and short spike. He was going to make another use of these stolen attributes. Immediately after which, Zhang Kai threw all of his throwing weapons into the shadow of hatred. And at the last moment, all of his guns hit the boss and blew him up. Zhang Kai sighed and asked, "That's it?" The Devil Star AI appeared in front of Zhang Kai and congratulated him for managing to escape the Ice Fish Lord's posthumous vengeance and for discovering a treasure zone that had yet to be discovered. The AI welcomed Zhang Kai to the underground kingdom of the Fish People, after which Zhang Kai noticed that there was a gate behind the shadow of hatred. The AI explained that this was the secret treasure hall of the Ice Fish Lord. Zhang Kai was astonished to learn that the boss's territory was so huge. The AI told him that in 10 minutes, the countdown to the destruction of the hall would begin, and so she advised Zhang Kai to gather as many treasures as possible in that time and escape. Zhang Kai interjected, what did she mean? This countdown again, and what would happen if he didn't make it out in time? The AI explained that failure to escape would result in instant death, and all the boss treasures previously collected would disappear. Only by escaping before the timer expired would he be able to appropriate the boss treasures. After speaking, the Devil Star AI disappeared, immediately after which, the treasury began to collapse little by little. It was too sudden, but from this sign, Zhang Kai assumed that the report had already gone. But he doesn't care about that. Zhang Kai rushed to the treasure room. After all, he needs to collect as many treasures as he can, immediately after which he will run away. He can only try to do all of this. Walking inside, Zhang Kai's eyes sparkled because of the mountains of treasures he saw. As soon as Zhang Kai looked at the bubbles, a system greeting appeared. Zhang Kai had just discovered 3 portions of the secret potion of the Fish People, drinking which he would be able to increase his attribute points by 60. Zhang Fan immediately started drinking potions, as he didn't have time to think too much. The system asked, how should she allocate all those attribute points? Zhang Kai replied that she should put it all into agility. Once Zhang Kai finished with the potions, the system congratulated him once again, for he had discovered a rare boss treasure chest. Zhang Kai was overjoyed at this amount of treasures and couldn't help but say that it was simply marvelous. Most importantly, none of these treasures were below rank A. Jiang Kai had at least 7 minutes left, so he assumed that he should be able to take it all out if he hurried. Suddenly, the system decided to give Jiang Kai a system reminder that the underworld realm treasure chest would last for another 90 seconds. Hence, it advised him to speed up and retrieve it as soon as possible. Jiang Kai was indignant that even the boss treasure had its own timer. The countdown began. Jiang Kai was carrying the treasures out of the boss's secret treasury with all his might, shouting to himself that he should speed up even more. 90 seconds later, Jiang Kai collapsed exhaustedly on top of the boss's mountain of treasures that he had taken out of the treasury with such difficulty. The system congratulated Jiang Kai for discovering tears of remorse and advised him to use 10 of them to get rid of his bloodthirsty killer status. Jiang Kai was pleasantly surprised, as it was like finding something valuable without any effort. Jiang Kai was satisfied with the treasure gathering, because not only had he found so many treasures at once, he had also removed his status as a bloodthirsty assassin, which was an incredible fortune. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's attention was caught by an object that clearly stood out among the others. The system congratulated Jiang Kai again, for he had discovered the profession transformation scroll, and advised him to use it to transform the profession of the 20th level. Jiang Kai remembered that when a pioneer reached the 20th level, he had to change his profession before he could level up again. Jiang Kai wondered, could it be that with this thing he could transform the profession? The next day, at the place where Jiang Kai was captured by the boss's posthumous revenge, an altar was set up to him. Huan and Yuan Yu sobbed because their captain had not appeared for so long, and he certainly couldn't do what Jiang Fang had said. Jiang Fang said that people usually killed themselves after something like this. Huan and Yuan Yu believed that it was because the god was really jealous of their captain's talent. Their captain died an even too horrible death. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai was already almost out of the crevice in the mountain. Hearing something from below, Huan asked Yuan Yu to be more careful as another fishman was climbing out towards them, whereupon she grabbed an ice block. Immediately afterward, they started throwing ice blocks into the crevasse together, shouting that they were not going to let some fishman interfere with their captain's funeral. They were going to guard the captain's grave. One of the ice blocks fell on Jiang Kai's head, causing him to slip, almost getting out of the gorge. That caused Jiang Kai to fly to the bottom once again. Falling down, Jiang Kai asked, "What bastard did this?" He had almost reached the top. Huyan suddenly froze when she heard a familiar voice. Meanwhile, Yuan Yu prepared a huge clod of snow. Huyan wondered why that voice sounded so familiar to her. Yuan Yu dropped a huge clod of snow and shouted to the cursed fishman that it was for their captain. A short while later, Huyan and Yuan Yu laughed loudly while running away from their captain. Trying to catch up with them, Jiang Kai, laughing, said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and that he had in no way expected that he would miss them so much after just one day. Except that all of this was just Huyan and Yuan Yu's idea of how their meeting was supposed to go. Jiang Kai was furious and threw blades at his subordinates, all because those two traitors tried to kill their captain. He wanted to know, did they have any idea how hard it was to get out of the crevice? Jiang Kai asked, how dare they dare to hit him? In response, however, Huyan and Yuan Yu shouted that they didn't do it on purpose. Earth, City of Gods, the 18th Devil Star entrance base. Commander-in-Chief Wei Ying asked how come they were unable to find Jiang Kai after he was supposed to go offline. Haitian said that it wasn't quite like that, and that the reason why Jiang Kai's attributes had suddenly increased had finally been figured out. It was because he had used a one-time skill, and he would no longer be able to use it again. Wei Ying agreed with the second deputy. After all, if a 20th level child could have over 100,000 attributes, they transcendent ones didn't need to train anymore. Lu Jun reminded that those who faced the boss's posthumous vengeance, like Jiang Kai, would have died long ago and gone offline. So could it be that the shadow of hatred was still torturing Jiang Kai? Haisheng asked if it was possible to torture him for that long. He admitted that he was thinking that this guy should have died a long time ago. The commander-in-chief disagreed with Haisheng's opinion and asked his deputies, lest they no longer use common sense to draw conclusions about Jiang Kai, after which he confessed that he felt as if there was indeed a possibility that Jiang Kai had not only survived the boss's posthumous revenge, but he might have even found the boss's secret treasures. But Haisheng immediately refuted this possibility, as it was definitely impossible. 50 years had already passed since the appearance of the Devil Star, and only a few people had managed to experience posthumous vengeance and obtain secret treasures during this time, and all of these people were transcendent people. Lu Jun agreed with his colleague's opinion. After all, it had only been 1 month since Jiang Kai had connected to the Devil Star, which meant that he certainly had no chance of surviving the boss's posthumous revenge. Wei Ying asked, "Is that really the case?" Be that as it may, but his instincts told him that this guy. Suddenly, Su Lanlin rushed into the meeting room and immediately called out to the commander-in-chief. Immediately after which, she shouted with a puff of breath that he had put up the goods for private trading. The commander-in-chief and his deputies stared at Su Lanlin in silence, not understanding what she was saying. Lu Jun asked, "Who's she talking about?" After which He Sheng asked if they needed to report someone's private trading. Still recovering from the shock, Su Lanlin shouted out that it was Jiang Kai. Not only did Jiang Kai not die, but he had also opened a private trading space on the Devil Star, and the total value of his goods amounted to over 400 million Shengyao coins. The deputies were stunned by what they had just heard. A few minutes later, Lu Jun looked at Jiang Kai's goods map and read in the report that he had just sold 1.8 kilograms of ghost green ore, after which He Sheng added that it was worth 18 million Shengyao coins. Lu Jun then said that Jiang Kai had just sold 3 kilograms of special-grade white iron crystal stone, after which He Sheng said in a less calm tone that it was worth 63 million. Following that, Lu Jun listed a strong iron stone, a black iron crystal, an obsidian steel fossil, a yellow pear ore. He Sheng shouted out that all of these were worth over 100 million. The deputy commanders were shocked, because just now, this boy had made 400 million for himself. And since he had sold so many goods at once, it could only mean one thing. After listening to the deputies, Wei Ying laughed out loud, after which he recalled that he had just said that Jiang Kai would be able to find the boss's secret treasures, and this guy didn't disappoint him after all. Su Lanlan turned to Commander-in-Chief Wei and reported that members of the Huang family had suddenly come to see him, and that apparently they wanted to talk to him about something. A few hours later, Shengyao City's trading house. Jiang Kai cursed loudly at what had just happened, because just now, he had so many things that he even had to open a private trading floor to be able to sell them all. More importantly, he also had his money deducted for it, making him feel cheated. Huan said that it wasn't such a loss, since he had so much loot that he could only sell it this way. Yuan Yu added that it was quite a funny trouble. Jiang Kai admitted that this was indeed the case, after which he revealed that he had saved some goodies for them a little earlier, and offered to share the spoils with the boss. Huyan and Yuan Yu's eyes glistened, and they approached the captain. First of all, Jiang Kai gave Huyan a black ice jade, a Class B equipment that can impose a freezing effect on applied spells. Freezing can also reduce an opponent's dexterity, and if an opponent remains frozen for a certain time, they will start taking ice damage. Jiang Kai explained that if she used this spell along with a prayer for rain, she would be able to turn rain into a blizzard. Well, for Yuan Yu, he saved the Ice Tower Shield, which is a Class A equipment. When hitting the opponent with the shield, Yuan Yu will be able to freeze him for 1 to 2 seconds. But the probability of freezing will be reduced if he and his opponent have a large gap in levels. Also, in addition to the equipment, he has commandeered several eternal pages that can be used to improve skills. There are 2 ways to increase the skill level of a profession. The first way is to use a special skill book designed specifically for that skill. This type of book can usually only be obtained through chests or special quests. The second way is through the universal enhancement items he obtained from the treasure chests of the Icefish Lord, which can level up all skills, eternal pages. As a treasure in fierce demand, they are almost impossible to obtain, and if put up for auction, the eternal pages will be sold in the blink of an eye, while the price of just 1 page can reach 500,000 Shengyao coins. The number of eternal pages required to improve a skill depends on the strength of the skill. For example, the more advanced a battle-related skill is, the more pages it will take to improve it. Hence, Jiang Kai suggested taking these pages first. Meanwhile, Huyan and Yuan Yu didn't take their eyes off Captain Kai. In their eyes, Jiang Kai, standing on the mountain of gold, was throwing them gold and banknotes, inviting them to join in and enjoy it all. Suddenly, Huyan and Yuan Yu hugged Jiang Kai, after which Huyan turned to him. Huyan suddenly sobbed and vowed that they would pray for his great kindness and blessings every day. Yuan Yu supported Huyan's words and added that if Captain Jiang died, his soul would surely go to heaven. Jiang Kai was embarrassed by Huyan and Yuan Yu hugging his legs and crying in public, and so Jiang Kai ordered the 2 of them to let him go now. The footsteps of a man in lats were heard nearby, After which the man asked Jiang Kai if he had any idea what embarrassment was. Huang Da complained that a bunch of lower-class people walking down the street don't even care about their image, and therefore it's no wonder they're the most common bastards. Jiang Kai was surprised to see Huang Da here, and Hu Yan asked, "Who is he?" Huang Da turned to Jiang Kai and said that he was warning him not to be too arrogant, and that he should not dare to think that he could oppose the Huang family again and again, just because he had the protection of the military. After which Huang Da added that he was here to say one more thing, namely that he would mercilessly kill him during the guild trial. He would show the military that Jiang Kai was simply a useless bastard who wasn't worth their protection. As he left, Huang Da said that once the military gave up on him, Jiang Kai would have to prepare to die in his hands. Jiang Kai asked what a guild trial was, and what was Huang Da even talking about? Hu Yan was surprised that Captain Kai didn't know this. She explained that the guild trial was a competition held by the military to weed out the strongest guilds. The minimum level to join a guild is 21st level, and this is divided into 4 more levels every 20 levels, up to the highest 20th level. Each guild sends a team of 5 to compete, who will battle other teams of the same level in pairs, until the top 3 at that level are determined. Since the military generously rewards the top 3 at each level, there are many guilds with great powers participating in the trials each time. Jiang Kai recalled that he hadn't participated in the guild trials. So why then was Huang Da? Jiang Kai decided not to think about nonsense, and reminded them that they had a big harvest this time. He then said that he had to go off the grid for a while to visit his family, to which the two agreed. Land, Shengyao Kingdom, Jiangzhong City. The elder asked his younger brother why he had bought so much, and how much did it all cost? Jiang Kai asked. Didn't the one just have surgery? That was why he was worried about Big Brother not getting enough nutrition. The elder smiled awkwardly. After all, even if Jiang Kai was worried about him, he had bought way too much stuff, and the delivery guy kept bringing new gifts. Jiang Kai asked if it could really be called a lot, to which his older brother replied that this place was like a grain warehouse right now. After which, he turned to his brother and said that he had already put him in the most expensive hospital, and if he continued to waste money like this... The elder brother sighed, then said that as soon as he was discharged, he would immediately go back to work to help Jiang Kai relieve the financial pressure. But Jiang Kai said that there was no problem with that. Yes, and besides, he remembered his dream. The elder dreamed of becoming a transcendent to fight divine beasts for humanity. And after he's released from the hospital, then he could finally be a trailblazer. Big Brother asked, how can he be a pioneer when he is in such a state? Besides, it cost too much to go to the Devil Star, and it was enough for him that at least Jiang Kai was able to do it. Jiang Kai touched the watch, and it showed a 9-digit sum, which shocked the older man. Jiang Kai turned to his brother and reminded him that he had already said that he would no longer have to worry about money, and that he would no longer have to ruin his health with hard work. Trying to get away from the shock, the older brother asked with hesitation, where did he get so much money from? After all, it was really hundreds of millions. Jiang Kai replied that he had earned all this money honestly from the Devil Star. He had worked hard for him in Yingzi for many years, and now that there was an opportunity, they could live as they wished. He still remembered how his brother with his mortal body was able to save him in Yingzi from the battlefield of the beast gods. And if the latter can become a pioneer, he believes that his older brother will be able to save more people. Brother asked if someone like him could become transcendent. With his current body, Jiang Kai broke the apple in 2 and told his brother that he too could do the same. Leaving the hospital, Jiang Kai was happy that his brother had finally found his dream again, which meant they should celebrate as soon as Yingzi returned from school. Suddenly, Jiang Kai heard someone calling him. Looking out of the window, Lu Jun shouted to Jiang Kai to come over to him. Jiang Kai asked if he had come to meet him. After all, he didn't have time right now since he still had to pick up his sister from school. Lu Jun explained that he had come here just because of Jiang Kai's younger sister. After all, his younger sister Jiang Ying had been in a car accident. A short time later, at the scene of the accident, upon arriving at the place, Jiang Kai immediately ran to the cars, calling for his sister in a panic. Just as suddenly, he heard her call him away from behind. Yingzi raised her hand from the crowd and told her brother that she was here. Jiang Kai ran up to his sister and asked if she was okay and what happened. To which she replied that she was fine, but her school bus had an accident. Fortunately, Big Brother saved her, after which he said that he even knew Jiang Kai. When Jiang Kai looked towards his savior, Zhang Fan said hello to him. Jiang Kai remembered the strongest of the Huang family, Zhang Fan, and asked, how did the latter end up here? Lu Jun turned to Jiang Kai and asked him to listen to him. The most important thing he has to say is that his little sister's accident was not an accident, because this accident was secretly arranged by the Huang family. Lu Jun reminded Jiang Kai that he had already embarrassed the Huang family several times, causing their hatred for him to grow each time. Now, they had used a military favor for killing the Ice Island boss to force the military to stop protecting his family. The military merit for the Ice Island boss was too great, and so Commander-in-Chief Wei had to compromise under pressure from above, but he still left a chance for Jiang Kai. During the negotiations, the Commander-in-Chief talked about the upcoming guild trials. He said that if the Huang family was able to defeat Jiang Kai in a duel, proving that his new profession wasn't that strong, the military would agree to his request. Wei Ying hopes that this time, this child will soften up, otherwise he will no longer have any excuses to defend him directly. This is the limit of what they can do for Jiang Kai at this moment. As for today's matter, the Huang family is willing to force him to participate if Jiang Kai dares to ignore them. The Huang family are willing to make Jiang Kai's family suffer for him. Lu Jun apologized to Jiang Kai because the Huang family is extremely powerful, and the military merits from the Ice Island made some people at the top tremble. So, as long as the Huang family doesn't directly attack them like they did today, they, the military, can only turn a blind eye. Therefore, Jiang Kai only had two options right now. The first option was to agree to a bet with the Huang family and fight them during the guild trials. The second option, however, is to join the army as soon as possible and get official protection from them. Peeking out from behind Jiang Kai, Yingzi asked, would the military really be able to protect them? Lu Jun reminded that at present, Jiang Kai's new profession was still very valuable, and as long as he was in the army, Commander-in-Chief Wei would have more opportunities to protect Jiang Kai and his family. At least now, they could avoid a lot of trouble. Jiang Kai wondered if this meant that he had to join the army first. A scene flashed through Jiang Kai's mind where he was being held by the Huang family people and forced to watch what they were doing to his older brother and Yingzi. Huan's family members asked him if he really thought he could relax after joining the army. To them, he is just a worthless gambler, a real waste of space. Jiang Kai was not willing to rely on the military because if he joined them one day and relied on their protection, he would one day become just like the current drunkards and feng shui masters. Eventually, he would be rejected by the military because of the poor development of their profession. And at that moment, his family will be even more oppressed by the Huang family. The Huang family has a big business, and in terms of resources, wealth, and power, he's absolutely no match for them right now, but his profession, Hambler, has a multiplier talent that makes his attribute points almost twice as high as people of the same level, which means that when fighting opponents of the same level, his total attribute points and critical damage can give him a huge advantage over the rest of the professions. Even if he faces higher-level opponents, if he had the right strategy, he would be able to win in certain situations. Precisely because Hambler is a new profession, the Huang family has no idea about his strength. Except, are these the only advantages he has? In that case, instead of seeking refuge and waiting to die, it would be better to take the risk. He will take this opportunity to make the military witnesses. He would make this wager with the Huang family perfectly explicit and publicize it so that everyone in the City of the Gods would know about it. And as long as he can defeat the Huang family, the military will pay more attention to his new profession and continue to provide them with protection. At the same time, in such a well-known situation, if the Huang family suddenly tried to make a move against him, they would have to consider the double pressure from the public and the military. Lu Jun touched Jiang Kai's shoulder and said that it was fine, and if Jiang Kai had no other option, he would help him prepare his enlistment materials. Suddenly, Jiang Kai turned to his brother Liu Jun and asked if it was true that the team for the trials should consist of 5 people. After all, he only had 3 people on the team now, and therefore could he take Yuan Yu and Su Nuanuan from the army? Lu Jun was surprised at what he heard and asked what the other person meant. Jiang Kai replied that he had made up his mind. Would he participate? Lu Jun asked him not to be so impulsive, because Jiang Kai should definitely realize that if he accepted the challenge, he would be facing the giant that was the Huang family. Jiang Kai turned to brother Lu Jun and asked him not to worry so much, then said that he was very clear and grateful for their plans for him, but everyone has their own way, and he chooses the path that will allow him to take fate into his own hands. Clenching his hand into a fist, Jiang Kai said that he had to defeat the Huang family during the guild trials. Lu Jun told Jiang Kai that the latter was too impulsive and that he should. Just as suddenly, Heisheng clapped his hands and said, "This is good. Jiang Kai has courage and therefore he is willing to support him." Heisheng recognized that Jiang Kai was starting to like him. Lu Jun asked Heisheng what he was trying to do, But Haisheng ignored him and introduced himself to Jiang Kai, then told him that even the Huang family dared not mess with him, and that he promised to help Jiang Kai by lending him people. After which, Zhang Feng said that he was still inspired by Jiang Kai's courage and reminded him that he was still indebted to him. He would keep an eye on the Huang family, and if they tried to ruin the relationship with the Zhang family again, he would definitely let Jiang Kai know about it. Zhang Yingzi jumped up and told her brother that she would also support him. Lu Jun reminded everyone that they were no longer children. So why did they suddenly decide to follow Jiang Kai and act so impulsively? Haisheng said that they are both like this, so what about Lu Jun? Lu Jun sighed, after which he still agreed. Be that as it may, Commander-in-Chief Wei ordered him to help Jiang Kai. And since that was the case, he would take care of the Zhang family's safety, while Jiang Kai should just focus on preparing for the trial. Jiang Kai was very happy about this. Lu Jun, Zhang Feng, Haisheng, the three older brothers, and Commander-in-Chief Wei. He, Jiang Kai, would like to thank them all for their concern, and if they needed help in the future, he would definitely help. A while later, Yingzi asked her brother if he was sure he wanted to come and see the house at such a late hour. Jiang Kai said that the Huang family had fully revealed their true colors, and that he and his older brother could no longer live in a slum with poor security. After reaching the gate, Yingzi turned to her brother and asked if they had the wrong address. After all, these villas cost hundreds of millions, and they certainly couldn't afford such villas. To which Jiang Kai replied that they were actually in the right place, after which he took out a VIP card and attached it to the scanner. Jiang Kai said that this would now be their new home. Yingzi cried out in surprise upon seeing this house, and still not fully believing it asked, "Is this really it?" Afterwards, she looked at the pool and said it was incredible. Walking inside, Yingzi was surprised by the huge living room. After all, it was already bigger than their old house. Walking into the kitchen, she wondered if this was a restaurant, and how many dishes could be put on such a long table. And finding the room with exercise machines, she said that their big brother was still weak, and that he could exercise here in the future. Upon reaching the last room, Yingzi's breath caught. She asked if this was her new room, to which Jiang Kai replied that of course it was her room, and asked if she liked this new house. When Yingzi turned to him, Jiang Kai saw tears protruding in her eyes. Yingzi said that she liked it, except, is it really not a dream? This place is really very beautiful, but is this really their new home? Jiang Kai replied that this is indeed their new home, except that everything she sees now is just the beginning. From now on, when he's here, she and Big Brother won't have to worry about life anymore, and the three of them will live better and better lives. After finishing, Jiang Kai stroked his contented little sister. The next day, Juji asked Yuan Yu if she thought the military had abandoned them because of their poor performance. Captain Li Biao said that they would now be led by a new captain and asked them to wait here. But it was too unexpected. Yuan Yu admitted that she also thought as if it was possible. Suddenly, someone familiar said from behind that he would take care of them, after which he asked why they were crying. Juji and Yuan Yu shrieked with joy when they saw Jiang Kai. Yuan Wang asked if he was their new captain. Jiang Kai replied that he was. Juji's face instantly changed, and he asked what had happened. Yuan Yu agreed with him and asked if he had joined the army, to which Jiang Kai replied that he had not joined the army, and that he had simply asked the military to temporarily loan the two of them to cooperate with him after a month. Jiang Kai revealed that the Huang family used the military merit from the frozen island to pressure the military, even wanted to take action against him, after which they even threatened his younger sister's safety. Commander-in-Chief Wei made a bet with the Huang family through the guild trial in order to help, and if he could win, the Huang family would stop bothering him. Therefore, he must get an absolute victory this time and completely shut the mouths of the Huang family. Jiang Kai turned to Juji and Yuan Yu and asked if they would help him. Clenching his fists, Juji shouted that, of course, they would help him. And how did these dog family dare to touch Yingzi anyway? He had personally seen Yingzi grow up, and Yuan Yu shouted that the Huang family were bad people, except that Juji decided to ask Kai a question. Was he sure he wanted to team up with them? Jiang Kai wondered what was wrong with that. Wenju explained that the military has a complex evaluation system, and upon joining the military, new recruits undergo an initial assessment, after which they are divided into levels from weak to strong, based on their fighting ability. The military then regularly evaluates its personnel for 2 months. If for 6 consecutive months the rookie's rating was an E, the military would reject him. Though embarrassed, Yuanju revealed that during the initial evaluation, Nuan received a C grade and he was too easily intimidated, causing his grade to be the worst, an E. Yuan Yu sighed, after which he admitted to Kai that he was afraid that he would start to hold him back, after which Nuan admitted that she was thinking the same thing. Jiang Kai said that it was fine after all. They would be teammates for a whole month, and they would return to the army after the guild trials were over. And he would also make sure that their grade would not be lower than A when it was time to retake the exam. Juji asked Kai, "Is he sure about this?" After all, the two of them had not long ago left the rookie zone, so was he sure he could lead them? Nuan recalled that team captains usually had to be level 15. Then she asked if Kai had reached level 15, to which they were immediately answered that level 15 was nothing. Huan revealed that Captain Kai had already reached the 20th level, and that he was already trying to change his profession. This was immediately confirmed by Yuan Yu. Jiang Kai remembered that he still hadn't introduced them and said that they were their new teammates. The first to introduce herself was the owner of the fortune-telling profession, Huan, after which she giggled and said that she had heard about them from the captain. Next, the drunkard Yuan Yu introduced himself to them. He said he was glad to meet them. Jiang Kai's old and new teams shook hands in honor of their acquaintance. Just as suddenly, Yuan Yu and Su Nuan realized that they had missed something, from which they suddenly screamed, for while they were only at level 9, Kai had already reached level 20. Jiang Kai said that there was nothing wrong with that, after all. His goal was to get them to the 20th level before the guild trials began. Only then would they be able to deal with those Huang family dogs. Wenju asked if he had misheard when Jiang Kai said that he would raise their levels to the 20th level, after which Nuan added that if he could really do that, then he was truly a god of levels. Huyan walked over to Nuan and admitted that although she didn't know how the others were doing, she believed that Captain Kai could do it. Afterward, Nuan suggested that they come up with a name for their new team. Jiang Kai agreed that it made sense and asked what the others thought. Yuan Yu asked, why don't they call themselves the Volcano Team? This name would show that the 5 of them are full of fire and strength. In the end, no one was against the name. Jiang Kai suggested to rest today, after which their Volcano Team would head straight to the monster territory early tomorrow morning, after which all the members of the Volcano Team dispersed, leaving Jiang Kai alone. Jiang Kai remembered what had happened during the rookie trial, deep within the rookie zone. That was when Jiang Kai noticed that there was something wrong with Juji. Jiang Kai put his hand on his shoulder and told him that in a few hours, they would already reach Shengyao City, and when they entered the Devil Star, the real test would be waiting for them. After which, Kai asked if he was nervous about it. Juji admitted that he wasn't nervous, and that he was just wondering if he would ever be able to activate his profession's talent, warrior heart. Kai asked why the latter thought that, since he had been very well behaved the past 2 days. He had even defended him and Nuan during the battle. Juji admitted that even though he was trying his best to fight and protect them both, deep down he was still afraid. All this time, he was just suppressing his fear because he was worried that they'd get hurt. But to truly activate the warrior heart, he must be fearless from the bottom of his heart and believe that he is an invincible warrior. Except he can't do it. As far as Jiang Kai understood correctly, Juji's talent, warrior's heart, could give an additional bonus to all attributes when changing jobs or leveling up. In addition, warrior's heart allows him to gain additional effects such as discarding, armor destruction, shock, energy sword dissection, and other combat effects. This is the truest talent from the top. But the additional effects of these attacks vary depending on the strength of his courage and confidence. Ju's confidence and strength aren't very strong right now, so he can only knock enemies down using Earthquake Stomp. The purpose of this pumping is to further boost Juji's courage and activate his professional talent. Before that, he would take the opportunity to increase his strength. Earlier, Jiang Kai had distributed 55 eternal fragments each to Huyan and Yuan Yu, and he could use the remaining 50 to improve the card in the Ghost's Hand and Ghost's Eye Focus. Jiang Kai turned to the Devil Star AI and asked it to improve these 2 skills for him. Immediately after, it granted Jiang Kai's wish. Now, when throwing items, the strength increased by 30%, and when using items like cards, the strength increased by 250%. But the consumption of physical and mental energy increased to 110%. Jiang Kai thought the improvement was great, as the piercing power increased by 10%, and when using cards, it increased by 50%. He was only disappointed that the energy consumption had increased by 110%, but it was still within the acceptable range. The AI revealed that gamblers often became addicted to gambling, and that after practicing for a long time, their hands became increasingly flexible. The AI then congratulated Jankai for discovering the additional state of flying ghost cards. Jankai wondered, what was this additional state, gambler's time? When entering gambler's time, attack speed is increased by 100%, but gambler's time lasts only 10 seconds without external delay. In this state, physical and mental power consumption increases by 220%. The recharge time is 60 minutes. Jiang Kai was amazed at the 100% increase in attack speed. After all, it was equivalent to doubling the attack speed. The Ghost's Level 2 eye focus improved to the highest level of visual range, and tracking ability increased by 60%, while energy consumption increased by 120%. As Jiang Kai expected, the visual range and tracking ability improved, along with the energy consumption. Jiang Kai asked the AI if its Ghost Eye focus had an additional condition, to which she replied that in the game of Gambler, you not only need to have flexible hands, but also need to be able to confuse your opponent so that he can't read the cards in his hand by eye. The AI congratulated Jiang Kai for unlocking the additional status of Deception State for Ghost Eye Focus. Deception Condition affects an opponent's eye evaluation abilities. The effect depends on the difference in mental strength between the two sides. If the opponent's mental power is much higher than the player's, the effect will be close to 0, but cannot be negative. The duration is 10 seconds, during which the mental power consumption increases by 240%, and the recharge time is 60 minutes. The AI revealed that no matter how great the opponent's mental strength was, Jiang Kai was able to influence him. But in that case, the effect would be so small that it could be ignored. But no matter how big the gap with the opponent was, there was no risk of a reverse effect. Jiang Kai recognized that this effect was really good, even though its effect would be reduced in interlevel combat, and that he already couldn't wait to try out the two new abilities. 2 days later, Jiang Kai said, "This is here. This is the intersection of the Ruler's Valley and the Taiping Mountain Road, as well as this place is armored lizard territory." Juchi was surprised to hear about the territory and asked, "Didn't that mean that there would be a lot of armored lizards here?" After all, he had previously thought that armored lizards were level 25 and above. Huan added that there weren't just a lot of them, and said that the thing was that armored lizards were social beasts, and that there were at least 100 armored lizards in this area. Also, if she remembered correctly, there were rumors that there were warrior-level armored lizards here that were above level 50. Before Huyan could finish, Juji cried out in shock. Warrior-level warriors are relatively rare. Generally, every 20 monsters had a high chance of getting 1 or 2 elite-level monsters, while every 100 had a certain chance of getting warrior-level monsters. Juji was trying to figure out how they were going to fight a warrior-level monster if their team was almost completely below level 20. Su Nuanyuan admitted that they believe in Kai's abilities, after all. He had managed to defeat a king-level monster on the frozen island single-handedly, except this time, he is taking them with him. While there are at least 25 ordinary lizards and 35 elite lizards under the lizard warrior. So isn't that too dangerous? After all, the gap between them is quite large. Jiang Kai explained that in addition to gaining experience, the most important thing for them would be to practice teamwork, and killing without labor could not improve their teamwork in any way. And only in a dangerous situation could he bring out the potential in each of them, because only true struggle could make them progress quickly. In addition, profession change materials usually appear in the special territories of monsters of warrior level and above. After all, the treasure chests of the white and purple armored lizard of the warrior level have a chance of dropping either the priest level 20 change material holy water or the priest level 20 change material brain core of devastated dreams. The treasure chest of a black lizard warrior can contain warrior's blood, a warrior profession change material. Zhu, Huyan, and Yuanju were amazed about the 20th level change materials. Huyan told Captain Kai that he looked pretty confident and asked if he had any trump card, to which Jiang Kai replied that it was a secret. At the same moment, he mentally chuckled as she said it herself, after which Jiang Kai asked, what were they waiting for? and suggested to go ahead. As the group walked deeper into the forest, they noticed cut marks on the trees. Jiang Kai said that it looked like the activity marks of armored lizards and asked the team members to be careful. Suddenly, Juju decided to turn to Brother Yuan, whereupon he said that he had heard that the latter was not afraid of even an elite Banshee ghost. Holding back his excitement, Yuanju asked how the latter managed to overcome his fear. Yuanju thought about overcoming fear for a moment, after which he replied that at that moment, there really wasn't an ounce of fear in him. Yuanju was surprised by this and asked, how did he do that? And would he be able to teach him such a thing? Just as suddenly, Yuan Yu threw an armful of flasks to Zhuji, then told him that everyone should be aware of the fact that the wine brewed by drunkards had special effects. The second-level wine that he brewed after he upgraded his skill level with the help of eternal fragments has better effects and might even be beneficial to him, except that Yuanju was the martial arts master of their team, and so he better not drink during the fight. Juju promised that he would remember this, and thanked Brother Yuan Yu. Just as suddenly, Jiang Kai shouted that there was something under the rock and ordered everyone to scatter, immediately after which he jumped up. Immediately after, a level 25 armored lizard emerged from the ground and roared at the fleeing players. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai had already returned to the ground, and the armored lizard immediately ran towards him. Jiang Kai's teammates were scared for Captain Kai and shouted for him to be more careful. But Jiang Kai had no intention of running away and even took out his blades. Just as suddenly, his hand trembled. Jiang Kai remembered that Juji couldn't activate his professional talent because he was too timid and hesitant to face the enemy. Right now, however, he had a great opportunity to practice. In front of him was an ordinary armored lizard, while Juji is only a 9th-level warrior, and although he can't defeat it, he still won't die instantly. As for himself, if necessary, Jiang Kai would be able to use the evasion of his armor to avoid the armored lizard's attack at any moment. The lizard was already close, and Jiang Kai decided to take the risk, for he wants to prove to Juju that he is not a weakling. The lizard was about to catch up with the captain, and Hu Yan shouted for him to hurry up and dodge the blow. Just as suddenly, Hu Yan felt a movement behind her. Immediately after, Juju jumped onto the lizard, shouting to Jiang Kai that he would save him. And after a second, Juju, ignoring his fear, still nailed the armored lizard to the ground. Jiang Kai praised Juju for the work he had done. Suddenly, the lizard started moving again, causing Yuanju to shriek. He was amazed that the lizard was so fast on its feet and started begging for help. Before the lizard could do anything, it was hit by 3 blades, immediately after which it exploded. Jiang Kai told Juji that he had attacked the lizard's weak point, namely the stomach, but not the vital organs, and so he asked him to hurry up and finish off the lizard. The lizard roared at Yuanju standing nearby, causing him to shiver, but gathering his will into a fist, Yuanju summoned his blade, then pierced the organs of the armored lizard with a shout. In the darkness, Juji heard his friends calling his name, asking him to open his eyes because it was already over. Opening his eyes, Yuanju saw an alert about killing a 25th level lizard, but even so, he did not immediately accept that he had actually managed to kill it. Juju complained that the thing popped up seemingly out of nowhere, and that it scared him a lot. After that, Juju punched Kai and asked why he suddenly froze. After all, if he had been even a little slower, Kai would have been bitten by now. Jiang Kai replied that he wasn't sure, but his mind had suddenly gone blank, and Juji had said earlier that he would cover him in case of danger. Wenju was surprised at how Kai trusted him, and so he asked, didn't the latter know that he was a coward? Yuan said with admiration that he was very brave jumping out at such a strong monster. But when he was in Captain Li Biao's squad, he rarely dared to take the initiative against the enemy. Hu Yan admitted that she didn't even think that he would be so strong with his ground-stomping skill. Hearing him being praised, Juju chuckled and said that his class was 3rd in the world. Yuan Yu agreed that he didn't expect anything else from a martial arts master. Jiang Kai suggested that they continue to the armored lizard lair, but before doing so, he reminded them that they should retrieve the body. A short while later, Jiang Kai's group came across 3 level 35 elite armored lizards. Jiang Kai assumed that this trio was guarding a warrior-level lizard. But more importantly, there were too many obstacles in this forest, and there might be others like them lurking around the 3 elite armored lizards, so Jiang Kai advised the squad members to be careful. After all, he had managed to overpower so many elite fishmen on the ice island with the help of stealing the casino, which meant he had to be as careful as possible. Jiang Kai asked Hu Yan to use the rain prayer for at least 10 minutes to suppress their scent, after which he asked if she could do it. To which Huan replied that she had improved the rain prayer and that she had already gone through the ice island, so she would be able to last enough. After dealing with the rain prayer, Zhang Kai asked Nuan to prepare poison for emergencies, and he left Yuan Yu to protect the girls. Zhu Ji, on the other hand, would go with him into the forest as soon as it started to rain. Zhang Kai asked Zhu Ji to remember that he shouldn't attack the lizards, and instead just use the earth stomp to help with control and slow down the lizards. Everything else would be handled by him. After a while, it started to rain, which prevented the lizards from recognizing smells properly. And under the cover of rain, Zhang Kai along with Zhu Ji ran out to the lizard territory. Suddenly, a multitude of red eyes shone in the darkness not far from them. Immediately after, a multitude of armored lizards ran out of the shadows of the trees. As Zhang Kai expected, there were many lizards here, so he shouted to Zhu Ji to cover him, to which he replied that these monsters were just disgusting and started charging with the stomp of the earth. Immediately after which, Zhu Ji flew into the sky and landed in the middle of the crowd of lizards. Zhang Kai drew his blades while remembering that he could increase his attack speed by 100%. And since that was the case, this was the perfect moment to try out the gambler's timing. Zhang Kai used a special state of gambler's time, causing his eyes to glow. And with a few movements, Zhang Kai threw his blades at each lizard, after which they exploded. There were many alerts in the air about killing armored lizards from levels 25 to 37 and above. Huan was encouraged as they killed 10 lizards at once, as if Zhang Kai was just playing darts. Yuan Yu said that this was the first time he had seen Zhu Ji and Zhang Kai's abilities work together, and couldn't help but admit that it was powerful. Yuan Yu agreed that they were indeed very strong, and said that this was how they worked together when they were at the rookie trials. The armor of these lizards is too strong, and unless his weak point is exposed, he would be very difficult to kill under normal circumstances. Even Captain Li wouldn't be able to hit him so easily. Yuan Yu finished off the last lizard, after which he finally received a promotion to the 10th level, which made him very happy. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai had already collected the corpses of the armored lizards. Zhang Kai admitted that he believed that Zhu Ji could handle it. Huan said that Zhu Ji and Captain Kai's teamwork was even too cool, making her have more and more faith in their Vulcan team. To which Yuan Yu also agreed. Nuan was pleasantly surprised that in less than an hour, Zhu Ji had managed to rise from level 9 to level 10, although she already knew that Zhang Kai and Zhu Ji were very strong together. But she had in no way expected that their pumping speed would be so fast. Nuan hoped that she could do the same. Zhang Kai told Nuan that there should be an armored lizard treasure chest in a rock or crevice nearby, and so he asked Nuan to search for the treasure together. A short while later, Zhang Kai said that if he wasn't mistaken, there should also be a warrior-level armored lizard in this stone forest. Zhu Ji asked Kai if he wanted to rest, since Kai must have already expended a lot of energy. Zhang Kai replied that his energy consumption was high, but he could still move. Besides, there must be more than one path in this forest, and the noise they made was clearly meant to attract someone's attention. If this all drags on, there's a chance that whoever's inside will call in other lizards to guard the entrance to their territory. To hunt a warrior-level beast, you need to strike while it's hot, and therefore they should move out. 10 minutes later, Nuan said that it was too quiet, after which she asked if there really was an armored lizard warrior here. Zhang Kai mentally agreed that it was indeed strange that there were no traces here. He couldn't see a warrior-level armored lizard, even using ghost eye focusing. Because of all this, Zhang Kai wondered if he was mistaken about something. Meanwhile, Yuan Yu wrapped his arms around himself and suddenly began to tremble. Yuan Yu asked what was wrong with him, and did he feel cold here? Zhu Ji replied that he didn't know exactly, but as he walked, goosebumps suddenly ran down his skin. Huan chuckled and told Zhu Ji that it looked like he was too worried. Vulcan's group continued their journey through the lands of the armored lizards, finding no trace of them. It suddenly dawned on Zhang Kai that Zhu Ji wasn't overexcited after all. This was the place where they were standing. Zhang Kai ordered Zhu Ji, Huan, and Wen Yu to stop. Trinity wondered what had happened as suddenly a rock nearby began to shake. Suddenly, a huge tail came out from behind the rock and started smashing the rock, scaring the players nearby. After the creature knocked off the interfering rock, a 58th level monster, a warrior-level phosphatized lizard dragon, appeared in front of Vulcan's group. Scared because of the appearance of the armored lizard warrior, Zhu Ji said that they almost died. This monster is the color of stone, and moreover, it is well camouflaged. Huan agreed that what Zhu Ji said was correct. Zhang Kai ordered Nuan to check the armored lizard's data, and he himself took out his blades and threw them at the monster. Yuan immediately began scanning the armored lizard warrior with her watch, after which she revealed that it was a 58th level phosphatized dragon lizard, also known as a white lizard, which was about 36 years old and with a weight of 2 to 2.4 tons. Juji was dumbfounded when he heard about this warrior being phosphatized, because it meant that their very first warrior turned out to be a mutant. All of Zhang Kai's blades went straight into the armored lizard. Zhang Kai's hits triggered several critical hits, and the armored dragon lizard roared loudly. Juji was glad that Kai's attacks went through, after which Huan added that even give Kai a critical strike. The latter is very strong, but here there are two of them at once. Zhang Kai, on the other hand, was pondering at this moment that warrior-class beast mutations had more collectibles and a higher probability of finding better items in treasure chests, but their strength was also far superior to that of ordinary warriors. After which, he revealed that the scales covering the back of a warrior-class phosphatized dragon lizard's back not only had over 35 points of defense, but it was also heavily phosphatized, causing it to be resistant to heat and corrosion, making it extremely difficult to penetrate. In addition, the thorax and abdomen are covered with a phosphatized protective film with about 20 points of protection, and like the scales on the back are resistant to heat and corrosion. Juji, Yuan Yu, and Huan were amazed at what they heard, and Huan asked, couldn't they break the defense? Yuan Yu said that, according to previous data, phosphatized lizard warriors of similar size have intelligence between 100 and 150, and agility between 15 and 170. Cold sweat ran down Yuan's face when she said that their strength was 380 to 420, and their physique was 440 to 480. The warrior-level armored lizard accelerated and rushed at Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai tried to assess the warrior lizard, but the system only said that it was extremely dangerous. Seeing the monster running towards him, everyone shouted for Kai to dodge. Upon reaching its target, the phosphatized lizard struck Zhang Kai with its paw, but at the last moment, Zhang Kai managed to dodge. Zhang Kai asked his friends not to worry as he was perfectly fine. Even though this monster's body is resistant to heat and corrosion, and even if it takes critical damage, it's unlikely to be able to do much damage to the lizard. But no matter what, Zhang Kai only has to hit the monster back. Fortunately, he had a premonition, thanks to which he was able to dodge in time. With 400 strength, even if this lizard had touched him, Zhang Kai would have been crushed. But thanks to the secret potion of fish people from the boss treasure, Zhang Kai's agility was about 60 points higher, making him more agile than the lizard and able to dodge. Zhang Kai thought about the fact that if he was careful enough, he would be able to attract the lizard's attention and not get killed. And if he could provoke the armored lizard, Juji would have the opportunity to use a professional talent and impose an armor-piercing effect. Well, if that doesn't work out, he'll just continue to distract the warrior-level armored lizard until he finds a way to escape. If it came out the other way around and Juji still used his professional talent. After thinking about it, Zhang Kai shouted to Juji to help him. Immediately after, the one replied that he was on his way and used the stomp the ground skill by flying up to the sky. After which, Juji landed between Zhang Kai and the armored lizard, preventing the latter from passing on. Once right in front of the lizard, Juji told Kai that his skill didn't work on the lizard. Zhang Kai advised him to run away, immediately after which Juji rushed with all his legs away from the lizard, screaming about how scared he was. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Kai threw his blades at the lizard. Immediately after that, he picked up Juji and rushed away. Now this armored lizard warrior was looking at Zhang Kai and Juji, so Zhang Kai had to get him out of the way. Suddenly, something flashed near Zhang Kai, making him wonder what it was. Huan shouted to Captain Kai that Yuan Yu had gotten drunk, after which Yuan told him that the saliva of a phosphatized dragon lizard could quickly ruin most of the equipment and cause damage to the skin. After realizing that it was Yuan Yu, Zhang Kai realized that things were bad, because if he really kissed the dragon, Yuan Yu would definitely not be well. Yuan Yu jumped onto the dragon and slammed his shield against its head, but even without being able to harm it, Yuan Yu bounced the lizard backwards. Immediately afterward, he got to his feet and was slightly surprised that it was a phosphatized dragon lizard. Zhang Kai asked, "Why didn't Zhang Kai call the lizard beautiful? Wasn't he drunk enough?" Hu Yan replied that she didn't know it herself, but she noticed that he was drinking some secondary wine today. After which, she admitted, that she didn't even realize that it could remove the strange effect of his drinking. Yuan Yu laughed loudly and said that he was like a male lizard, always looking for a worthy female lizard that was good enough for him. He then told the phosphatized lizard that today there was a lover, or rather a dragon, who had finally found her in the sea of lizards. The phosphated dragon lizard was surprised by this man's behavior. Just as suddenly, Yuan Yu ran towards the lizard with smoke coming out of his nose, shouting to his darling to hurry up, and they would not miss this such a great time. Nuan was simply stunned that Yuan Yu had started to think of himself as a lizard. While Yuan Yu ran towards his beloved, Jiang Kai took the opportunity and threw several blades at the surprised lizard. Yuan Yu skillfully dodged the explosions, and at the same time assured the girl that no one could separate them, and asked her not to be shy since tonight was their wedding night. Besides, the more she fights, the more it turns him on. Things weren't as good as one might have originally thought, because it was too difficult to control Yuan Yu when he was drunk, causing Jiang Kai to be unable to freely attack the armored lizard and would only drain all of his strength. Yuan Yu was already too close. He shouted to his wife to let her fragile heart be warmed by his strong chest. Yuan Yu's out of it, and Jiang Kai can't hold him and fight off the lizard at the same time. With no other choice, Jiang Kai turned to Zhu and asked him to act, because his armor-piercing talent is the only thing that will help them right now. Looking at Yuan Yu, Zhu wondered, was this really what was called fearlessness? Brother Yu appeared to be truly a god in this kind of thing. Then he said that he had never thought of overcoming in fear, and hearing this, Zhu asked if he could teach him that. Zhu took out a special courage drink card from Yuan Yu. Immediately afterward, he told Kai that he was already running and drained the mug in a gulp. Zhu was grateful to Brother Yuan Yu for the demonstration, because he had emphasized a few things to himself. After a mug of the drink, Zhu went into a state of intoxication, through which the perception of his personality, strength, situation, and the like is reduced to 0. Immediately after that, he, ignoring any fear, used the stomping ground straight into the armored lizard's muzzle. Jiang Kai, along with Nuan and Huan, were scared for Brother Yuan. Suddenly, Yuan Yu pulled out a blade, and shouting that he was the strongest god of this world, rushed to attack. Immediately after, he managed to cleave the armored lizard with a single blow. Jiang Kai was amazed at what he saw, for Yuan Yu's alcohol was enough for Zhu to cast away his fear and destroy the dragon lizard armor. Due to the state of intoxication, Zhu's self-confidence reached exorbitant heights, while this blind confidence helped activate his professional talent and brought an armor-piercing effect to his attacks. As was the case with the Dusky Wolf King and the elite Black Ape, armor-piercing did not directly damage enemies, but it damaged their armor. Yuan Yu shouted that he was the greatest god in the world, then asked if anyone would dare to challenge him. Giving in to overconfidence, Yuan Yu missed the tail strike of the armored dragon lizard, because of which the latter managed to knock Yuan Yu off his feet, and was already preparing to finish him off with a vertical tail strike. Just as suddenly, several of Jiang Kai's blades flew into his tail, right after which he picked up Zhu and carried him to safety. Jiang Kai thanked Zhu for his help, and since Zhu had successfully broken through, the armor was the only thing left to do. Jiang Kai jumped up and summoned all of his blades. Immediately after that, he began to fire at the armored dragon lizard, dealing it many critical blows. Everything was just perfect. For now, the armored lizard could no longer withstand the attacks of the 9 blades of calamity. Jiang Kai told Zhu that this was his last strike, whereupon he rose to his feet and clenched his blade. Wenju shouted that he was the greatest god in the world, and that no one would be able to resist him. Immediately after, he rushed towards the armored lizard again and began chopping it with his sword. Seeing Zhu in such a state, Nuan asked Kai if he was okay, to which Kai replied that there was no reason for her to worry, since Zhu was just drunk, while the lizard's armor had already been pierced. A while later, Zhu still finished off the armored lizard, completely mangling its body. Immediately after, a system alert appeared, congratulating him for killing a level 58 armored lizard and obtaining its body and treasure. Yuan Yu had also reached level 15. Wenju laughed, after which he recalled that he had already told them that he was the #1 god here. Wenju stood proudly with his sword on his shoulder as he suddenly blacked out and fell face down on the ground. Huan suggested that Zhu was very drunk, which Jiang Kai couldn't help but agree with. Nuan admitted to Jiang Kai that she had forgotten something, except she couldn't remember what it was, whereupon Huan said that it was the same for her. Jiang Kai admitted that he also felt something similar when the two of them talked like that. Just as suddenly, they all realized that they had completely forgotten about Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu sobbed bitterly with the armored lizard card in his hands, for this was the only wife he had ever loved. Clenching his teeth in anger, Yuan Yu turned to his friends. How suddenly he rushed to them, screaming about treating them like family, and they killed his love in retaliation. But after a few seconds, Yuan Yu smelled a strange odor that suddenly made it hard for him to run. And without running a few more meters, he suddenly fell off his feet. Zhang Kai and Hu Yan turned to Nuanuan, wanting to know what it was that had just happened. Nuanuan asked, why is it that they were looking at her like that? After all, Brother Yuan had started to think he was a dragon lizard, and was even going to attack. She had only used the potion she had developed to make him sleep for a while. Zhang Kai and Hu Yan said that they didn't mean it and gave a thumbs up expressing their gratitude. Hu Yan asked Nuanuan to share the potion with her so that she could use it later, and Zhang Kai asked her to give it to him as well. Nuan replied that it was no problem. On the night of the same day, Zhang Kai and his team set up a small camp. The drunken Juji and Yuan Yu were still asleep after their recent drunkenness. While Nuan approached Zhang Kai standing by the cliff, Nuan asked if he wanted a drink. Kai thanked her and asked why she was still awake. Yuan acknowledged that so many things had happened today that she still couldn't move away. But fortunately, at the critical moment, Juji was able to overcome her fear with a drink and pierced through the warrior lizard armor. Zhang Kai admitted that it was indeed unexpected, as the second-rate wine from Yuan Yu had managed to awaken Juji's professional talent. Embarrassed, Nuan asked Kai if he thought that Juji would be able to activate any more of his professional gifts in the coming days. Zhang Kai turned around and said that this guy had never been weak, and that he only lacked confidence. Today's confidence was due to his alcohol intoxication, which gave him the courage to activate the armor-piercing effect and fight such a powerful monster. Meanwhile, Yuan Yu was trying to kiss his wife in his sleep. Suddenly, Yuan Yu raised his fist and asked, how dare they? After all, he is Yuan Yu, the world's greatest warrior. Zhang Kai agreed that perhaps they should still refine Juji's self-confidence. But anyway, he hoped that Juji would gain real confidence. Nuan agreed with Kai and said that she hoped so herself. The morning of the next day, Yuan Yu cried out in surprise upon hearing about yesterday. Afterwards, he said with a twinkle in his eyes that he realized just how strong he was yesterday. Hu Yan admitted to Yuan Yu that she had to tell him something, namely, that after getting drunk and grooming that phosphatized armored dragon lizard as if he was a male, it was very much a... Hu Yan raised her thumb and said with a glint in her eyes that it was very heroic. Thinking back to last night's drunkenness, Yuan Yu sobbed and at the same time began to vomit from what he had done last night. He wished that Hu Yan would stop reminding him of it all. A short while later, Zhang Kai took out the treasure obtained from the armored lizard, after which he offered to open the chest since they were all gathered. Hu Yan told Captain Kai that it was a rare treasure chest, and that she had just read a prediction that it would be better if this chest was opened by Nuan, for she would have better luck today than he. Hearing this, Nuan was embarrassed and asked if she was really allowed, to which Zhang Kai replied that it really is possible. And besides, Hu Yan is a fortune teller, so it's not an idle guess. Hu Yan asked Nuan not to worry about it after all. They were lucky to defeat the phosphatized armored dragon lizard anyway, and they deserved it. As soon as Nuan opened the chest, everyone opened their mouths in surprise. After that, Nuan decided to use the watch to check the item. The first one she tested was the superior phosphorate ore, capable of adding a phosphatating film to the gear, thereby increasing defense. It weighs 10.4 kilograms and is valued at 50 Shengyao coins. Next was a 17-kilogram core, which is an important source of energy and can also help in improvement. It was valued at 100,000 Shengyao coins, 48 kilograms of crystal blood essence that can be used to create, optimize, and improve important equipment, valued at 300,000 Shengyao coins, as well as 3 fragments of celestial bone, an important ingredient to increase talent level, worth 210,000 Shengyao coins. Checking the last item, Nuan was surprised. After all, it is 0.6 grams of mutated blood crystal, which is one of the ingredients for the secret attribute potion. It is valued at 6 million Shengyao coins. Zhang Kai was astonished that just 1 gram of this material was worth 1 million Shengyao coins, and this was despite it only being one of the potion materials. Suddenly, Zhang Kai remembered the fish potions he had drunk in the treasury of the king-level boss, which made him break out in a cold sweat. After all, this meant that he had eaten hundreds of millions of Shengyao coins in one sitting. The secret potion increases body attributes, and the materials for it are so rare that no more than 20 bottles can be made in a year. 1 bottle can increase attributes by 10 units, and the price of this potion is 150 million Shengyao coins. Juji's eyes glowed because of such a cool thing, while Zhang Kai quietly sobbed. for he had managed to eat an entire villa by the lake. If only he had known about it earlier. The next material from the chest was holy water, which was the material for a level 20 healer class change. It was rumored to require 5 milliliters to change class, while they found as much as 15. Yuan Yu said that 5 milliliters of this substance sold for 1 million, which meant that they had found as much as 3 million. Juji told Nuan that she was really lucky because it was her class change material. After all, even if it is a warrior-level monster treasure, the possibility of materials for 3 class changes at once is really amazing. Dollars appeared before Huyan's eyes, because the ordinary warrior treasure had brought them no less than 8 million Shengyao coins. And the value of this treasure exceeds 10 million Shengyao coins. Yuan Yu told Huyan that she was acting like a greedy person. Huyan asked, was he sure that she was the one who looked like a greedy person? After all, he still hadn't looked at Captain Kai's face. Zhang Kai, on the other hand, was giggling and drooling at this moment. At this moment, he was thinking that if they added to this treasure all the things they had found before, the total value of the items would exceed the entire 15 million. Huyan and Yuan Yu even became a little uncomfortable from such a sight. After that day, Vulcan's team began mopping up 1 lizard nest at a time, and sometimes even 2 warrior nests a day. As they went through more and more battles, the armor-piercing attacks combined with Zhang Kai's strong attacks, killing armored lizards became more and more comfortable, especially after drinking Yuan Yu's drink. After drinking Yuan Yu's drink, Juji shouted that this was just outrageous, because he, Yuan Yu, was the world's strongest god of war. 10 days later, Vulcan's team had destroyed almost every armored lizard nest they could come across. Yuan Yu and Yuan Yu had finally reached the 20th levels, while Nuan had raised her level from 9th to 12th. Team Vulcan set up a small camp and were busy cooking. Huyan asked Captain Kai, where would they go next? After all, they had already cleared everything here, and it was unlikely that armored lizards would appear here anytime soon. Just as suddenly, Nuan's watch activated and she dropped the bowl of fruit. Zhang Kai asked if she had something wrong, after which Huyan added that she had turned very pale. Nuan said that she had just received a message. A rather strong small guild had encountered a mutated fallen corpse king during training, which took them by surprise, and in the end, the entire guild was destroyed. As the name implies, it is an infernal monster that inspires nothing but terror. A commander-level fallen corpse king often has a level above 60th level, which is higher from armored warrior-level lizards, except that the strength of the mutated fallen corpse king is more unimaginable, except that the fallen corpse king was also seriously wounded, so he hid to heal himself. Nuan said that this guild was indeed very strong, and if they could only injure the fallen corpse king, Huyan assumed that if they had defeated the fallen king, they would have become rich. But unfortunately, they were caught up in the carnage and paid a terrible price as a result. Juju admitted that he felt very sorry for them, after which Yuan Yu added that they did everything they could. Zhang Kai asked Nuan if this news had just come out and how many people knew about it, to which Nuan replied that the news hadn't gotten around yet, but some of the major guilds should have already found out by now, and they were probably already preparing people. Just as suddenly, Nuan realized something and asked Kai if it was possible that Zhang Kai said that as far as he could remember, it was forbidden to steal bosses, except that it only applied to kings and those above. No doubt this wounded, mutated, fallen corpse king would make many people try it out. Zhang Kai asked the team if they wanted to try the boss. Huyan said that they had already defeated the mutated armored lizard anyway, so even if they couldn't get the fallen corpse king, they could consider it a new challenge. Wen Yu said that if it wasn't for Commander Kai, they would hardly be able to overpower the armored lizard, so he was in. After which, Nuan also agreed to go along with Kai. Wenju reminded that they were Vulcan's squad, and he was the world's greatest god of war. Of course, he would go into battle. Kai was pleased with what he heard, and said that in that case, Team Vulcan's next target would be the mutated fallen corpse king. The next day, Vulcan's team arrived at the scorched lands. Sticking out his tongue, Yuan Yu complained about the heat, barely restraining himself from getting naked because of how hot it was here. Wiping his sweat, Yuan Yu noticed that these trees stood out for something. Nuan used the watch, after which she told him that these were heavenly fire trees that were around 20 years old, and those over 30 could even become heavenly fire tree spirits. After killing them, they would be able to obtain the heart of the fire tree, which was a material to enhance the special effects of fire. After hearing this, The heavenly fire trees were clearly interested in Zhang Kai. Just as suddenly, Yuan Yu noticed the people ahead and told them that he knew them, for it was a team from the Green Dragon Guild that he had previously met with. The closer they got to their goal, the more teams they would meet on their way. After which, Yuan Yu noticed that there was another team of enemies nearby. It wasn't surprising because everyone who heard the news had already headed towards the fallen Corpse King, so they needed to pick up the pace. Huan noticed that although they had gotten here before the people from the city, they were still not as fast as the people who were already here. Zhang Kai mentally agreed with Huan, and although he doesn't know exactly how many teams are rushing to the location of the fallen Corpse King, those teams that were already nearby are surely waiting for support. Zhang Kai glanced at the tired Yuan Yu, who was walking behind the entire squad. Yuan Yu was shivering from fatigue and dehydration due to the heat, causing her to barely keep up with the others. Except she knows that the competition for the boss is so fierce that everyone is tolerated, and so she decided not to stall for nothing. But Yuan Yu's strength was running low, and her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. Zhang Kai offered Yuan a drink of water and a rest. As one of their main fighters, Juju should receive priority in leveling up, while Yuan Yu's original level was already quite high, allowing him to rise to level 20 faster, while Huan already had level 29. And only Yuan, who only has a 12th level, is not complaining in the slightest and is trying to keep up with them. Yuan lied to Kai, saying that she wasn't tired. Even though Yuan has the lowest rank in their group and has no fighting ability, Yuan is not as weak as she may seem. Zhang Kai said that if she wasn't tired, then he himself was tired, and so he suggested that the rest of the team stop for a while and take a break. Juji also agreed to take a rest. Looking around, he saw many high-ranked teams, and therefore he didn't mind taking a break and saving his strength for a new battle. Realizing that they were stopping because of her, Yuan tried to object. Zhang Kai explained that the flaming range where the fallen Corpse King is located is about 5 or 6 kilometers wide. Moreover, the monsters basically have no clear territorial representation and wander all over the range. With so many teams being sent out to search, it would be difficult for them to have an advantage in speed and physical strength. Huan asked what was on his mind in such a case, to which Kai replied that he thought they should stop and think about the search for the fallen king and whether they had any advantage over the other teams. After thinking it over a bit, Yuan Yu agreed with Zhang Kai. After all, why should their team of fire gods find the boss first when there are so many search teams filled with experts around? Wenju and Huan glanced over, realizing what was going on here. Sun Yuan admitted that she had never thought of something like this before. Is luck really something they can rely on? Hearing the good fortune, Zhang Kai suddenly realized what they should do. At the same moment, Juju asked Huan why she should count the hexagram to see if they would be lucky enough to find the fallen Corpse King. Huan replied that it would be really difficult to calculate such a thing. Suddenly, Zhang Kai abruptly approached Huan and said that she was the main advantage of their team, which frightened her. Huan was surprised to hear this and asked if he wanted her to make a prediction, or if he just wanted her to use the rain prayer. Zhang Kai wondered if she had forgotten that she was a feng shui master even before becoming a fortune teller. At the moment, the fallen Corpse King was seriously injured and was currently resting and hiding. Except where could such a monster be hiding? It suddenly hit Huan, and she replied that it must be a place with Yan energy. Zhang Kai suggested that the fallen Corpse King probably didn't have the strength to find the perfect place, and therefore could hide in an easier place. Zhang Kai reminded that she could read the Yan energy around the flaming ridge, after which they would sift out suitable places. With a wink, Huan said that divination was her main job, which meant they could all rest, while she scouted out a suitable place where the boss could hide. A while later, Zhang Kai pondered over what they should do. Wenju suddenly clapped him on the shoulder, after which he apologized and admitted that he hadn't expected that he could scare him so easily. Juju wondered what he was thinking about, since he hadn't noticed him approaching. Zhang Kai replied that he wasn't thinking about anything serious. He was thinking about the fact that Yuan had already gotten the materials to go to the 20th level, while he knew what materials he needed but didn't know how to find them. Jushi was surprised that Kai already knew the recipe and wondered what the ingredients were and how rare they were. Zhang Kai explained that the problem wasn't the rarity of the ingredients, but the fact that he couldn't figure out what it was. Not long ago, he had found the formula to advance to level 20 in the treasury of the fish boss. And after deciphering the formula, he realized something. He needs living water from an unknown source, flames that spontaneously burst into the air, quiet wind, flowing soil, and fickle metal. Juchi was surprised to hear about such ingredients. After all, What is this living water and flaring flames? Juji asked Kai if he was sure that this was really a recipe and not some mystery, to which Jiang Kai replied that there was only one recipe and that it wasn't wrong, but it was very confusing. He even thought about the living water from an unknown source being rainwater. But what about the rest of the ingredients? After thinking about it for a bit, Juji agreed that the rainwater could indeed be living water, after which he wondered if the bursting flames could be on the Liaoyan Ridge. Jiang Kai asked, "What kind of ridge is that?" And Jiang Kai said that he heard that the Liaoyan Range is very hot, but there is no fire there like a fireplace. So, doesn't Kai think it's amazing? Jiang Kai couldn't help but agree that it made sense. Suddenly, Jiang Kai was called out by an unfamiliar voice, who said that if it was indeed Jiang Kai, then he was unlucky enough to be the center of attention on the permafrost island and succeed as a villain. Behind stood a knight and 4 level 40 warriors, one of whom said that it was unlucky for them to meet on the same path. Juji quietly asked Jiang Kai why that player was so narrow-minded. And then he asked Kai if he had a grudge against those guys who looked like he had done something to them. Jiang Kai replied that he hadn't seen them before, but judging from their unfriendly faces, they were clearly from the Huang family. When he heard who these people were, Juji was furious, because he has to teach them a lesson for Brother Kai. Jiang Kai asked him not to be so impulsive, because these people are at a high level, and the target is not them at all, but the mutated fallen corpse king, so it is not appropriate for them to start a fight. Jiang Kai confirmed that it was indeed him, after which he inquired what did they want. The team leader began to approach Kai, during which he asked how could he ask them such a question. After all, he was the one who had destroyed their 5th Falcon team, and then sneak-attacked Master Huang while they were hunting the Icefish Lord. He praised Jiang Kai for his courage, after all. All he was doing was seeking his death. Jushi said that Kai didn't attack Huang Wei. Instead, he brought 4 helpers with him and tried to kill him, which made Kai have no choice. The female warrior asked, "How dare he bark while their captain was talking to Jiang Kai?" She swung her whip and threw a boulder at Yuan Yu. But Jiang Kai had time to react, and a moment later, the boulder was blown to pieces. The female warrior was angry that Jiang Kai had interfered and was already barely holding herself back from attacking. Jiang Kai admitted that he couldn't call himself brave, but he kept getting pestered by flies, and this was a real pain in the ass. Reaching for his sword, the captain asked Jiang Kai in a threatening tone, how dare he call the Xuanwu guild flies? He had originally wanted to give them an easy death, but now he wishes for Jiang Kai to experience a death painful enough that he would not even think of continuing to live in reality. Jiang Kai clearly understood that these people were determined to take decisive action, which meant that a battle could not be avoided. Suddenly, Su Nuanuan and Yuan Yu ran up to them. Nuanuan asked Shu Feixiang, what was he doing? Is he really going to fight them here? Jiang Kai wondered how Nuanuan could possibly know this person. Shu Feixiang clearly didn't expect to see Nuanuan here, and he asked why she wasn't in the army now. To which Nuanuan replied that she was now a member of the Fire God's team, and Jiang Kai was her captain. And if they are really going to attack him, she will never stand by and watch. One of the crew members told the captain that it was the sister of that woman working under Wei Ying. It was inappropriate for them to cause trouble now, and instead, they should focus on finding the mutated fallen corpse king. Shu Feixiang thought about all of this. After that, he hid his sword in its scabbard and told Jiang Kai that he was lucky today, and he wouldn't touch him. But today he would remember that Jiang Kai was a man who liked to hide behind women's skirts. As he left, Shu Feixiang recalled that Jiang Kai was a fan of throwing weapons, which suited Jiang Kai very well, because such a sneaky person only had the right to use sneaky weapons. Shu Feixiang asked Jiang Kai to remember that the next time they met, before killing him, he would not only destroy all his weapons, but he will also chop off Jiang Kai's hands. Jiang Kai held back as much as he could to avoid an unnecessary battle with the Huang family's team. As they left, the Huang family team members loudly mocked the cowardice of the Fire God team. And what was even more surprising was that their 5th Falcon team had somehow lost to them. Juju growled that this was too much and was about to rush after them. But Jiang Kai asked to let them go as this was clearly not the time for that. Jiang Kai asked Nuanuan if she knew who this Shu Feixiang was. Nuanuan said that she knew a little bit herself. Shu Feixiang had previously lived in the military district, and she had heard that he had changed his profession from martial artist to warrior more than half a year ago. His current abilities were probably equivalent to the heir's combat abilities. Yuan Yu, Juji, and Jiang Kai were stunned, suddenly hearing about the heir. Since the military highly values the profession of martial arts master, The 4 class paths leading to becoming transcendent are well known. Among them, they spend levels 1 through 20 under the martial arts master class, levels 21st through 40th as warriors, levels 41st through 60th as heirs, and levels 61st through 80th as ancient martial artists. Zhang Kai admitted that he hadn't even considered that Xu Feiqiang's fighting strength was already almost comparable to that of the heir. Yuan said that he had a good relationship with the Huang brothers and that he was rumored to have extremely high agility, which meant that they needed to be as careful as possible. For unknown reasons, Zhang Kai had an ominous feeling that he would meet this person again during the guild trial. As Zhang Kai was suddenly called out by Huan running towards him, she had already calculated everything and found 3 positions that suited them. The first place is the Twilight Cemetery located northwest of Liaoyan Ridge, which is near the territory of the fallen Corpse King. The second place is Shanyan Lake, located south of the Liaoyan Range. This lake is filled with yin and is closest to the main city. And the last place is a low-lying basin just west of the Liaoyang Range. But it is little known and doesn't even have a name, and you have to cross a hill to get to it. Zhang Kai thought about what they should do. Juju said that the fallen Corpse King was seriously injured and probably in a hurry to return to his lair. So why don't they go to the Twilight Cemetery to try their luck? Zhang Kai immediately refused Juji and said that they were going to the basin. Everyone was surprised that Captain Kai had decided to head specifically to the basin. Zhang Kai explained that even though the Twilight Cemetery was not far from his territory, there was a good chance that there would be many teams that thought the same as Juji. That meant that by the time they got there, everything would be turned upside down, and even if he was there, they would probably have to leave with nothing. As for the lake, it's not so secretive and secluded. It's also the closest place to the city, which means a lot of people are bound to head there. At the same time, a pit separated by mountains might seem like the most inconvenient place to hide a scarred fallen corpse king, and more than likely it's the kind of place most first-timers would ignore. All things considered, they should take their chances and head to the pool first. 2 hours later, an unknown basin. Zhang Kai wondered if they had already arrived at the spot. Shivering Juji said that he didn't even need to look at the feng shui of this place, as he could already feel the atmosphere of this place. Yuan Yu had noticed that this place was too big, and the fallen corpse king was injured and well hidden. This means that not only do they need to find him, but they also need to do everything before anyone discovers this place, which is clearly not an easy task for them. Zhang Kai explained that since the fallen king was afraid of being discovered, he must choose the most secluded place to heal his wounds, which was nothing but a cave or tomb. Su Nuanuan held out the potions and said that she had made them while she was fighting with the martial practitioners, and they were needed to weaken the effects of the poison of the hell-type monsters. This potion would last them for half a day, so it would be useful. Zhang Kai suggested that everyone take the elixirs, and afterward they would have to look around for caves, tombs, and the like, to which everyone agreed. A while later, Juji convinced Zhang Kai that he really didn't have any strength left to walk anymore, and suggested that everyone just go back to rest. But Zhang Kai asked Juji to keep up and speed up. Then Nuanuan said that Kai was talking business, and asked what would happen if a fallen king suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and Juji was behind him at that moment. Wenju turned blue with fear after hearing that the fallen king might suddenly jump out at them. He said that it obviously couldn't be, as he was injured and hiding somewhere. Noticing how frightened he was, Huyan asked with a smirk, "Why not? After all, there is a possibility that the fallen corpse king has spent a lot of energy on treatment and is very hungry. And just at this moment, he happened to smell the scent of a human. Goosebumps ran through Yuanju's body, for the fallen king could indeed catch him from behind at any moment. Hence, Yuanju shouted that he was on his way and closed his eyes and ran towards the rest of the fire god's team. Trying to catch up with the team, he asked them to wait for him, but he ran past them because he wasn't looking. Zhang Kai asked Hu Yan not to scare Juji like that anymore because he was very timid. Hu Yan replied that Juji is very strong, but he just needs training as he is weak in spirit. Just as suddenly, Yuanju's foot flew into a rock, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. The rest of the team asked Juji if he was all right, but Juji couldn't hear them anymore, for what he saw scared him very much. Zhang Kai and the others ran up to Juji, but he suddenly asked for them to stop, and pointing his finger, he asked them to look at the ominous tombstone ahead. Hu Yan immediately assumed that it was some kind of abandoned grave, and that they wouldn't be able to spot it even if they were just passing by. After which, Yuan Yu asked if this grave was too small for the fallen corpse king to fit underneath. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard from the lone grave, and the ominous aura around it intensified. Junkai shouted out that things were bad, since this guy was really here, and ordered everyone to move back. Immediately after that, everyone except Jujur began to retreat, and a small hill suddenly formed underneath the grave, shimmering with a foul energy. Junkai jumped onto the tree, after which he told Juji to let him hold the fallen corpse king while he prepared an attack from the shadows. Junkai asked Juji to flee if he could no longer restrain the boss, and if the boss did prove to be too strong, he would use his blades to restrain the fallen king. A few seconds later, a huge hand emerged from the ground. Wenju said that there was already a lot of pressure from this hand, after which the massive body of the mutated fallen corpse king emerged from the ground. All the members of the Fire God's team shouted that he was coming, after which the fallen corpse king, trying to get out of the ground, looked at Yuan Yu. Seeing his face, Yuan Yu turned blue and began to beg the fallen king not to come any closer. In his mind, he was screaming about how scary this rotten thing was. Suddenly, the fallen corpse king began to roar loudly, almost knocking Yuan Yu off his feet. The fallen corpse king was truly terrifying, and there was a hole in his chest through which you could see the organs. Yuan Yu said that this would not do. He could no longer hold on seeing such a terrible sight, and so he took out a mug of alcohol from Yuan Yu. Immediately afterward, he quickly emptied it and released the mug. Clenching his blade tighter, Yuan Yu said that it didn't matter to him what kind of demon stood in front of him. After all, he, Yuan Yu, is the greatest god of war, and he will defeat him now. Approaching the fallen undead king, Yuan Yu swung his sword, dealing damage to the boss. Except his strength wasn't enough to pierce through the boss's skin. Just as suddenly, Yuan Yu burped because of the alcohol, and the boss was infuriated by the odor emanating from him. Yuan Yu cried out that things were bad, for Yuan Yu's sword was stuck in the boss. Immediately after, Junkai shouted that something was wrong and asked Juji to run away. At the same time, he jumped down from the tree and rushed to the rescue. The fallen corpse king raised his hands, then sloppily pushed Yuan Yu away, and that caused him to fly into an old tree, decomposing right in front of the fallen king of corpses preparing to strike. Junkai shouted to the boss that there was nowhere for him to be in such a hurry, since he was his opponent. Immediately afterward, he began pelting the fallen corpse king with blades, causing him to be closed in with explosions, thereby winning Huan and Yuan Yu a chance to pick up Juji and take him to the hideout, after which they took Jujur to Nuan. Huan said that the situation was difficult, but the fallen corpse king was already injured, which meant that Captain Kai's attacks would be able to tear the beast to pieces. Yuan Yu revealed that he saw Jujur failed to chop the boss even with his sword, which makes him afraid that things won't be that easy. Noticing that Nuan was silent, Huan asked if something was wrong. But what she saw startled Huan, and she wondered what it was. After all, this fallen corpse king? It couldn't be injured, so did that mean it couldn't take damage? The whole problem was the boss skill, Resurrection of the Dead. When the fallen corpse king takes lethal damage, the unclean power within him would activate, helping him greatly reduce the damage he takes and speed up the healing of his wounds. And that's not their only problem, because the worst part is that even the biggest wound on his chest is starting to heal. The fallen corpse king roared loudly and then attacked Junkai, but at the last moment, he managed to dodge by bouncing back. Junkai had to admit that this fallen corpse king was indeed tough. After all, he had been struck by his blades. And even when taking into account the nailed armor and heavy wounds, he hadn't managed to do much damage. Nuan called out to Kai, then shouted for him to try to pierce the heart of this mutated fallen corpse king. Otherwise, no matter how hard Kai attacked, the fallen king would continue to regenerate its body. Now, Junkai realized what was wrong. No wonder this boss was almost impossible to kill. After all, it was the heart that needed to be hit. Just as suddenly, the fallen corpse king shifted his gaze from Junkai to Sunuanuan. Immediately afterward, he roared loudly, trying to stun one of his opponents. And after a moment, he immediately rushed towards Nuan. After realizing what the boss's goal was, Junkai ran to Nuan's rescue. But that was exactly what the fallen corpse king wanted. The fallen corpse king plunged his hand into the ground, and gradually lengthening, the arm swept toward the fleeing Junkai. Noticing movement underground, Junkai jumped, trying to dodge the boss arm. But it was all in vain, and the fallen corpse king still managed to capture Junkai. After which, his long, rotting arm appeared from the ground, clutching Junkai. Junkai realized from the sound that the fallen corpse king had managed to break his bones. This big guy really knows how to use his strength. He is in a terrible situation, and now he has no way to escape. The fallen corpse king was already pulling Junkai towards his mouth, about to eat him. Just as suddenly, Yuan Yu jumped up from his seat and rushed towards the boss and asked, How dare he threaten the associate of the strongest war god? Noticing the bug running towards him, the fallen corpse king took Zhang Kai aside and exhaled a purple mist at Yuan Yu. Although Sun Wanuan was in the distance, but even from this distance, the fallen corpse king's attack hit her. Nuanuan asked Juju to be careful, for this dark purple mist was nothing but corpse poison. The corpse poison attack is one of the fallen corpse king's most dangerous attacks. The darker the color of its mist, the stronger the effect. While the blue poisonous fog of the fallen corpse king is capable of eating away the skin of the pathfinder in less than a minute, the black mist of the fallen corpse king is capable of killing the pathfinder with a mere touch. This mutated fallen corpse king is badly injured, but even so, he is still able to utilize the dark purple mist, which is something between those two mists. Even if this mist doesn't kill its victim, it is incredibly toxic, and the medicine she gave them will be like a drop in the sea against it. Nuanuan finally realized the reason why the rather strong guild had failed to destroy the fallen king, even after they had managed to injure him so seriously. From the looks of it, Juji is not going to just give up, but unfortunately, the difference in strength is too great, and he won't be able to hold out for long. Suddenly, Nuan heard Yuan Yu shouting. He shouted to the monster that if it dared to even bite Captain Kai, he would be the first to stand up for him, right after which she heard a familiar sound. It was Yuan Yu, who was already in full preparation for the fight, getting drunk on alcohol, during which Yuan Yu shouted that he, Yuan Yu, would never yield to others. Su Nuanyuan tried to call off Yuan Yu so that he would not go to certain death and was about to run after. Suddenly, Hu Yan grabbed her hand and told her not to be so impulsive and just stay here, because this dark purple mist was probably incredibly toxic. Besides, she was their healer and probably their last hope. Nuanyuan agreed with Hu Yan, immediately after which she tried to explain. But Hu Yan interrupted her, asking her to defend herself. Immediately after which, Hu Yan ran, puzzling Nuanyuan ahead. Realizing that she was going to go to the fallen undead king, Nuanyuan asked her to stop and asked her what she was up to. But Hu Yan smirked and asked Nuanyuan not to approach the boss as the fog had already expanded and it was too dangerous. After that, she explained that she had to come closer to make it rain and wash away the poisonous fog. Su Nuanyuan was startled to the point of horror, for they had all gone to fight the invincible boss. Each of her comrades fights hard, regardless of their own safety, while she stands far away and trembles with fear. Nuanyuan gritted her teeth and asked why. Why can't she as a healer do anything for them? Ever since she was a little girl, her older sister always protected her from all dangers, and she, relying on her, grew up in ignorance, knowing that she would always be there to help. Until one day a devil star rose into the world, after which divine beasts began to appear all over the world. And only people who have learned the devil's star and become transcendent are able to fight against the beast gods who have invaded their homeland in real life. Her father had gone to the battlefield and died because there was no healer around during the beast tide. She felt as if she had grown up overnight, and since then, she had aspired to join the army and become a support for her comrades on the battlefield. When she first got on the Devil Star, she was alone until she met Kai and Juji, after which they fought together and even bonded. Under Kai's guidance, she and Juji were selected into the army with excellent grades from the rookie test. And finally, she, like her sister, joined the army. She believed that she had finally taken the first step towards her dream. But after enlisting, she felt the gap between herself and the others for the first time. She worked hard, but even so, her rating was only a C. She consoled Juji, who also had a bad grade, but she was actually more upset than him. Can she really become a good healer? And will she be able to protect her comrades? Meanwhile, Yuan Yu was surprised to see such a handsome fallen king and wondered how he could have missed it. Yuan Yu asked the deer to hurry up so that no one could spoil their wonderful moment. Yuan Ju continued to shout that he was the strongest god of war and demanded the monster to remove his ugly hands. Now Nuanuan is watching her best friends fight for their lives, and all she can do is hide behind them, just like she hid behind her older sister. And now she was beginning to wonder, should she have chosen the healing profession? The fallen corpse king continued to exhale a dark purple mist, under which Yuan Yu and Yuan Ju were barely standing. Zhang Kai coughed after his injuries, after which he shouted to Yuan Yu and Juji to take care of the boss's attack. Su Nuanuan trembled when she heard how painful Kai's voice was now. Realizing that it was his voice, Nuanuan reached forward with her hands. Just as suddenly, Yuan Yu and Juji flew into the trees nearby. Yuan immediately rushed to the rescue of Juju and Yuan Yu. But when she got closer, she noticed that although they had not spent even a minute inside the fog, but they were already seriously affected and their skin was being eaten away. While trying to cure her friends, Yuan tried to calm her thoughts, for right now she should only think about the most important thing. She should think about saving her friends. Juchi and Yuan Yu trembled in pain as Yuan tried to heal them. Meanwhile, the sky was engulfed in clouds and a severe thunderstorm began. Su Yuan was slightly relieved because the beginning of the thunderstorm meant that Hu Yan had managed to summon rain. More importantly, thanks to Hu Yan's rain, the dark purple fog gradually began to lighten. Hu Yan herself was hurt because of the fog, but she endured the pain to at least improve the situation a little. The fallen corpse king roared loudly. He was clearly displeased that someone dared to try to deprive him of his weapon of mist. Clutched by the fallen corpse king's grip, Jiang Kai could barely endure the pain, and due to the multiple injuries, he was already almost unable to breathe. Jiang Kai wondered if he was overconfident taking on so much. If it wasn't for his stealing casino skill, he wouldn't have even been able to wound that king-level boss, the Lord of the Ice Fishmen during the raid on the frozen island. And the mutated fallen corpse king was not part of his plans at all. But still, he had brought everyone here. The fallen corpse king exhaled a new wave of dark purple mist directly at Hu Yan, causing her to suffer serious damage. He had brought his friends here, but he couldn't even protect them. Hu Yan was already barely holding on and was coughing heavily due to the poison, but even so, she demanded the fallen corpse king to let Kai go. Unable to bear it, Hu Yan fell to the ground, and Yuan immediately ran out to help her. Jiang Kai wondered if he was really overestimating his own, and had made such a big mistake because of it. The Huang family. Jiang Kai wondered, could he really make that damn family pay the price they owed? The pain, guilt, and realization of his mistakes were too great, and Jiang Kai's eyelids grew increasingly heavy. Suddenly, a loud battle cry was heard, after which Yuan Yu once again shouted that he was the world's greatest god of war, and demanded the boss not to dare to behave so recklessly. Attacking the boss together with Yuan Yu laughed as he shouted to his beauty that he had returned to her. Immediately after shouting out, Yuan Yu jumped up and slashed the fallen corpse king's chest with a wide punch, causing him to loosen his hand. And without giving the beauty any time to rest, Yuan Yu immediately smashed into the boss with his shield. Jiang Kai finally broke free from the fallen king's grip, and in his mind, he shouted, "No!" Jiang Kai refused to believe it, he asked himself. How could he only dare to give up so easily? After all, brother and Yingzi are still waiting for him, hoping that they will live a good life together. And not just them, but his friends. His team of fire gods still won't give up and attack the fallen corpse king. They fight to the very end. Trying to get up, Jiang Kai coughed loudly. He was in pain and could barely breathe due to multiple injuries and fractures. Because of the pain in his bones, he struggled to even stand up, but he could barely hold on, shaking with his whole body. Just then he heard the cry of Yuan running to him. With tears in her eyes, she asked what they should do for Juji, Hu Yan, and Yuan Yu. Jiang Kai asked Yuan to calm down, and then said that Hu Yan had fallen, and that this storm wouldn't be able to last much longer. Jiang Kai said that he probably had almost all of his bones broken, and that they should get rid of this big guy as soon as possible. And so he asked if there was any way to get him back on his feet as soon as possible. Jiang Kai asked, letting Yuan do so. Yuan turned to Kai, trying to say something to him. As she suddenly grabbed his hand and said she agreed, Yuan said she would do it. The fallen corpse king dealt with Yuan Yu and Juji and grabbed them with his long tongue, after which he pulled his tongue back, trying to swallow his appetizer as Jiang Kai suddenly shouted to the boss that he was a bastard, after which Jiang Kai jumped up and demanded for the boss to let his friends go. Immediately after that, he demanded the boss to spit them out and kicked him in the head, causing him to inadvertently spit out Juji and Yuan Yu. Thanks to Jiang Kai's strike, Juji and Yuan Yu were rescued and taken straight to Yuan. Afterward, Jiang Kai turned to her and said that he was leaving them to her. Taking advantage of his opponent's distraction, the fallen corpse king tried to strike Jiang Kai, but he successfully dodged the attack by jumping into the air. Shortly before, Yuan admitted that with her current abilities, she couldn't heal Kai quickly, but she had a phoenix tear that she was lucky enough to get her hands on when she was training in the army. Taking this elixir can allow level 20 and below first-timers to return to their optimal state regardless of injury. But the side effect is that after a minute, the person who took the elixir under any condition would lose consciousness and then die. Yuan asked if he was sure he wanted to take the elixir. Jiang Kai grabbed the bottle and said that a minute was enough for him. Jiang Kai threw several blades at the boss, but the boss managed to block everything. After which, Jiang Kai called the boss and started to retreat, offering the fallen Corpse King to chase after him if he could, of course. Angry at the human, the fallen Corpse King exhaled a dark purple mist in pursuit. Everything was going according to Jiang Kai's plan, and besides, the storm had almost stopped. Running away from the boss, Jiang Kai calculated that he was about the distance he needed. Just as suddenly, a huge boss hand emerged from the ground, which Jiang Kai was just waiting for. Jiang Kai, smiling, asked the boss if the boss thought he would fall for a trick he had already seen. The fallen Corpse King didn't waste any time and exhaled a new portion of dark purple mist. Just as suddenly, Jiang Kai's blades pierced through the fog. This surprised the fallen king, for the blades were too close, and it was too late to block them. To avoid taking damage, the fallen Corpse King jumped up to dodge the blades. Immediately afterward, there was a series of explosions from the blades below. The fallen Corpse King began to look around, trying to figure out where the enemy had gone. Suddenly, he saw a flash in the fog, and at the last moment managed to dodge 3 more blades. Back on the ground, the fallen Corpse King immediately looked in the direction where Jiang Kai was, but he had already disappeared. Noticing the hole after his hand, the boss realized that the enemy would pop out from behind, and at the same moment, Jiang Kai crawled out from the ground. Immediately afterward, Jiang Kai shouted to the fallen Corpse King that his reaction time was too slow and threw the last 3 blades at him. With a loud roaring roar, the fallen Corpse King swung his arm in an attempt to dislodge the blades thrown at him. But it was already too late, for Jiang Kai's blades were already near his heart. At the last moment, the fallen Corpse King still managed to block Jiang Kai's attack, but he did so at the cost of his right arm. Immediately afterward, he once again grabbed Jiang Kai with his surviving hand and mockingly growled. Yuan cried out due to Kai being grabbed, and tears showed in her eyes once again. The fallen Corpse King pulled Jiang Kai towards his mouth to finally eat him. Suddenly, the light in the fallen king's eyes faded, and he felt pain. Jiang Kai turned to the stinking, rotting corpse and asked if he thought he could catch him like this for the 2nd time in a row. Jiang Kai told the trembling boss that he had just pretended to be caught in order to get him hooked. Jiang Kai swung his hand to call the blades back, causing the boss to take additional damage, causing it to roar painfully and eventually release Jiang Kai. Falling down, Jiang Kai agreed that this time the bet was right. Well, a minute from the effects of the elixir, time really was too short. A few seconds later, a rumbling sound was heard, and Jiang Kai, along with the fallen Corpse King, fell to the ground. Su Nuanwan immediately ran to Kai, but the latter only said that the next step was for her. Upon reaching, Nuanwan immediately began to heal Jiang Kai, but it was all in vain. Nuanwan thought Kai had missed when his 3 blades hit the tree, but as it turned out, it was a trap. As soon as Jiang Kai gestured for the blades to be summoned, those from the back stabbed into the fallen Corpse King's heart. Suddenly, Nuanwan heard a low growl, looking at the boss. She was amazed that this thing still wasn't dead. Now Nuanwan realized what Jiang Kai's last words meant, and raised, she summoned her blade. As she got closer to the boss, Su Nuanwan told herself that her comrades needed her. Walking up to the boss, Nuanwan raised her blade, preparing to give him one last blow. Just as suddenly, light appeared again in the fallen king's eyes, and with a roar, he reached for Nuanwan. But Nuanwan managed to dodge the grip of the wounded boss, receiving a small wound in the process. With a smirk, Nuanwan asked the fallen Corpse King if he thought he could get away with it. Nuanwan told the boss that he injured her comrades, which means he must die. A few seconds later, a painful death growl rippled through the neighborhood. The next day, having survived the encounter with the fallen Corpse King, Huan, Juju, and Yuan Yu were chatting with each other as if nothing had happened, and not far away from them, Nuanwan was treating Jiang Kai's wounds. Nuanwan explained to Kai that he shouldn't move too hard, rest more, and take medicine. That way he would be able to recover in just 3 days. Jiang Kai smiled as he listened to Nuanwan. And noticing this, she asked what was wrong, and is there anything on her face? To which Jiang Kai replied that it was nothing like that. After which he admitted that he was thinking that Nuanwan was growing very fast and becoming more and more like an outstanding pioneer. Nuanwan asked if that was true, to which Kai replied that it was indeed true. Nuanwan lowered her gaze and revealed that when they were fighting the fallen Corpse King, she, as a doctor, could only count on them since she was a healer. After which, she confessed that she felt as if she was only a burden to their team. Jiang Kai told her that he thought she was underestimating herself too much. In the past few days, all he had done was to help pump up Juji and Yuan Yu, while she endured the fatigue. All this time, she had been working hard to keep up with her comrades and didn't even think of complaining. And even when faced with a challenge from the other team, she stood bravely, even knowing she was no match for them. and after he seriously injured the fallen corpse king, she was the one who gathered her resolve and gave the boss a final blow, thanks to which she raised her level, after which she immediately started treating several seriously wounded people at once. Jonkai said that she is a healer who is almost incapable of fighting, yet he knows that she never thought of retreating. She has done a lot for their team and everyone has seen her contribution. She has contributed a lot, and they are all happy to have her with them. Jonkai smiled and admitted that they needed her. The rest of the trio came up to them, and Yuan Yu told Nuan that if she hadn't healed them with her good heart, they wouldn't be alive anymore. Jonkai was surprised to see them around and asked when only they had time to approach. Yuan Yu said that because of Nuan's presence, they could go forward without any worries. Huan reached out to Nuan and agreed with Yuan Yu's words, after which she admitted that if it wasn't for Nuan, she would have been offline by now. Nuan was touched by her friend's words, and she confessed that she also appreciated them very much, and she needed them very much. 2 hours later, Jonkai asked his friends if everyone was ready, to which those replied with determination that they were fully prepared. All 5 of them gathered around the treasure chest they had wrested from the fallen corpse king. Since everyone is ready for this, Jonkai said that he would start and open the chest. The fallen corpse king's treasures were rumored to be very rich, and there was a particularly good chance that they would be able to obtain something very valuable. Moreover, the fallen corpse king they met was a mutated one, meaning that the treasure would surely surprise them all. The first treasure was the fierce flame blade, a level 80 executioner's weapon. There were only 2 of them in Shengyao, and the total value of the blade was approximately 350,000 Devil Star coins. Yuanju was astonished to hear about such an amount. After all, it would be 3.5 million Shengyao coins. Hu Yan asked, what was so unusual about this? After all, in front of them was a first-class weapon of the 80th level, after which Yuan Yu reminded that, unfortunately, there was no executioner in their team. Jonkai wasn't too upset about it, after all. It meant that they would be able to get a lot of money for it. The next treasure was a gray equipment. Jonkai asked Nuan what it was, after which she chanted the garment and replied that it was something strange, for there were not even any records of it. Yuan Yu was surprised to hear that there was no record of this outfit, because it meant that no one had ever found it. Fortunately, Nuan had an appraisal card with her. Nuan said that when she was in the army, she sometimes came across equipment that could not be evaluated through a watch, so she bought some evaluation cards for the future. Only Nuan attached the card as a bright light flashed. Necromancer's armor requires level 60 to wear. The armor gives 24 points of strength, 27 points of defense, 33 points of dexterity, and 71 points of intelligence. The armor also has 3 effects. Yuanju couldn't help but shriek in shock, for this equipment gives an incredible increase in attributes, not to mention intelligence reaching an unthinkable 71 points. Jonkai added that the effects were even more amazing, because with only the first effect, this equipment could be worn by players of level 20. Necromancer's state is one of the main features of this armor, but the immunity to spirit attacks does not last long, unless the ability will be very useful when faced with sonic attacks like Fishman or some types of neurological poisons. This talent gives the ability to take a breath and fight back. Well, as for the third talent, Torment of Death. Although it can be experienced only after the enemy is wounded, after which he will feel the approaching death thanks to the skill. In real combat, it is not too useful, but it is a good way to scare enemies if necessary. Half an hour later, Su Nuanwan swept up that so far, what they had found in the treasure was mainly armor and weapons, although their level was high, but they were not suitable for their team members, and from the looks of it, they could only sell them. Suddenly, Yuanju noticed something sparkling in the chest and went to check what it was. As it turned out, it was a ring. As soon as they saw the ring, Hu Yan, Nuanuan, and Yuan Yu's eyes glistened. Wenju said that this ring looked quite high-end and asked Nuanuan to check it with his watch. At the same moment, an object near Yuanju's leg caught Jonkai's attention. Moving closer, Jonkai saw that it was a map. Immediately after, the Devil Star AI appeared and immediately congratulated Jonkai for acquiring the player's unique weapon, the Death God card. God of Death is Gambler's only unique weapon. There are no level requirements, and there are a total of 9 cards in the set, and the God of Death card is just one of them. When the user reaches Transcendent level or Trickster level, they will be able to bring the card into the real world. Hearing that it was a unique card, Jonkai wondered, Did it mean that this card was the only one of its kind? A Death God card with no level limit was just the perfect weapon for him. In addition, when he uses the Card in Ghost Hand talent to cast various weapons, his accuracy is increased by 40%, and his piercing effect is increased by 30%. But when he uses a weapon in the form of cards, his accuracy is increased by 120%, while his penetration is increased by a full 250%. When using cards as weapons, the effect is much greater. Except, what does it mean to be a trickster? A transcendent was a powerful person above the 60th level, and it seemed that this strange title corresponded to a transcendent. Jiang Kai decided to forget about it for now, and find out more when he returned. I revealed that the God of Death card increases the user's 4 main attributes by 20%, piercing by 50 points, and permanently increases critical hit probability by 15%, and critical damage by 150%. Jiang Kai was pleased with what he saw, because the card's attributes were recorded in percentages, which meant that the stronger it was, the better the card's effect. He was already surprised from the attributes alone, and after that, Jiang Kai was even more interested to know the special effects of the card. The Devil Star AI said that she would now familiarize him with the special effects of the Death God card. One The Hour Has Not Come effect is an activatable effect that attacks the target 50 times. Before the time of the effect expires, the user will expend a large amount of energy. During this process, the user will receive a 50% damage boost, but the target cannot die. Jiang Kai was surprised that after 50 attacks, he wouldn't be able to kill the target, because it sounds like, I'll give you 50 attacks, but still can't kill you. 2. Wrath of the Gods effect. After activating the effect, the Death card will begin to rotate intensely, gradually increasing its piercing power. Using Wrath of the Gods would require extra physical and mental energy. Jiang Kai was amazed by the second effect, because if the opponent couldn't dodge, he would receive more and more piercing damage. And if this card was used together with The Hour Has Not Come, it would be 2, 3 Divine Artifact Cognition effect. Death God card cannot be damaged. The user can summon, cast, and bring the card back with mind control. Thanks to the third effect, even if he encounters the Huang family, it will be difficult for them to realize what his trump card is. Jiang Kai picked up the map and said that he didn't expect to be able to find a profession change material, but now he had found a unique weapon for his class. Just what is his God of Death card, and where can he find 8 other cards? Just as suddenly, Jiang Kai heard the birds stirring behind in the fox. Immediately after that, he used the Ghost Eye Focus and saw that they were being approached by a team that was not of the lowest rank, especially since they were not in the best condition at the moment. If any outsiders found out that they had killed the mutated fallen corpse king and obtained his treasure, they would do their best to loot their loot. Jiang Kai immediately informed his friends that someone was approaching them and suggested that they move farther away without further ado. Sometime later, the commander-in-chief's musings were interrupted by a knock at the door, after which Su Lanlin walked through the door and reported to Wei Ying that another country had discovered the teleportation system. The commander-in-chief wondered if another country had gotten wind of it. Since the development level of Devil Star is low, the territories developed by different countries are not connected to each other. With the exception of some classes that can visit other countries' rookie testing areas through some methods, there is no overlap between the territories of other countries. But a year ago, every country one by one discovered the lost teleportation arrays. These teleportation arrays are scattered throughout the Devil Star, but they all connect into one common area called the Lost Land. And these lands turned out to be very strange. First, the Lost Lands are extremely huge, and their location changes every 6 months. Second, Lost Lands contain many unexplored mysterious areas called Lost Ruins. Within these areas are rare treasures and powerful class-altering materials. And third, only first-timers who have not reached level 60 can get to the Lost Lands. Most importantly, as soon as people get to the Lost Lands, the AI will transmit a message about this event. She will talk about the acceptable level and the fact that each team must consist of 5 people. The competition itself will not officially begin until all 80 countries have entered the Lost Lands. All first-timers will compete, and first, through third-place winners, will receive 3-to-1 keys to the Lost Lands, giving them access to the Lost Ruins to search for rare treasures. Su Lanlin revealed that teleportation arrays had been discovered in 49 countries so far. The competition itself would only begin when 80 countries had found an array, except that no teleportation array had yet been discovered in their country of Shengyao. She reminded that only by taking the first places could they explore the lost ruins, while the treasures from those ruins could change the destinies of nations. Noticing that the commander-in-chief wasn't going to say anything, Lanlin asked if he was listening to what she was saying. Commander-in-Chief Wei Ying leisurely extinguished his cigar. He then ordered her to call the representatives of all the national guilds to a meeting. 3 days later, Zhang Kai walked out of the market stall contentedly. Afterward, he was greeted by his friends. Yuan Yu asked if he had managed to sell everything, to which Zhang Kai replied that everything was sold out as soon as he put everything on sale. He then raised his hand with the test tubes and revealed that he had also bought the materials they needed for the class change. Zhang Kai explained that they were already ready and that they just needed to drink them to complete the class change. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled, and she said that this time they had managed to obtain really rare materials, and the prices couldn't be low, so how could they be sold out so quickly? Yuan Yu suggested that it was probably because the big shots with big pockets were becoming more and more numerous. Su Nuanyuan said that she had heard that the military had held a meeting of the national guilds a few days ago. Immediately after that, the various supply departments had increased their purchases of rare resources. She assumed that this was the reason why their rare materials had been bought up at such a high rate. While Nuanyuan was speaking, a few noisy players passed nearby, fervently discussing something. The players were discussing the fact that the guild trials were about to bend, and that several powerful new guilds were going to take part. One of the players laughed, after which he said that it was bound to be exciting. He had recently heard that the Huan Guild was taking this year's trials very seriously. They had even announced that the first place would belong to them. Hearing this, Yuan Yu shouted that the Huan Guild was too arrogant, whereupon he asked Zhang Kai not to worry about it, for he would definitely help him get even with them. With that, Yuan Yu supported Juji. Zhang Kai agreed with Juji, but before doing so, he suggested going to the guild area. Juji agreed with Kai's idea, after all. They are participating in the guild trials, which means they need to find a guild to join. Nuan asked Kai if this meant that he had found a guild for them. After all, he had previously revealed that he had insulted the Huang family, and that no guild had agreed to accept him after that. She admitted that she thought that they would have to go through a lot of hardships to do so. Hu Yan agreed with Nuan and asked what kind of guild had he found, but instead of answering, Zhang Kai smirked and said that it was a secret. A while later, the guild area. Zhang Kai told his friends that they had arrived, but after seeing the guild and with disbelief, they asked Kai if he really wanted them to join this guild. Wenju noticed that this guild looks kind of empty. The guild is in the middle of nowhere. There's no one outside the door, and this guild doesn't even have a name. Suddenly, Nuan had an epiphany, she asked. Didn't this mean that he had decided to form a guild? Zhang Kai attached the card to the mechanism, after which it activated. Zhang Kai replied to Nuan that she was right, immediately after which the name God's Guild appeared on the signboard. Area C, number 319. The gate to the guild opened, and upon seeing her, everyone was shocked. For as it turns out, their guild looks amazing. Zhang Kai welcomed his friends to their new guild, the God's Guild, after which they began to admire it with interest. Wenju tapped Kai on the shoulder and asked, when did he have time to start a guild? He didn't even say a word, and behind their backs, he took such a huge step. Hu Yan agreed with Yuanju and admitted that she didn't even think that a stingy person like their Captain Kai could agree to buy such a place. The words about him being stingy clearly hit Zhang Kai's estimation. Yuanyu asked, how much should a place like this be worth? After which he guessed that the whole thing was worth at least 100 million Shengyao coins. Zhang Kai was dissatisfied with what he heard, for it appeared that his avaricious image in the face of his partners was truly unshakable. Zhang Kai coughed to get his friend's attention and activated his wristwatch, after which he confessed that he had actually been planning to build a guild for a long time. And so he bought them the materials to switch professions just today, and also applied for registration in the guild. Zhang Kai said that the memory of when he first arrived at the Devil Star was still fresh in his mind. The way to other guilds was closed to him, due to the fact that everyone was afraid of incurring the wrath of the Huang family. Zhang Kai said that he would rather rely on him than some god or fate. He ended up personally founding the guild. The identification of the God's Guild began, followed by a verification of the guild's information. Zhang Kai said that even though the God's Guild was just starting out, At the same moment, the clock alerted everyone that the Gods Guild had been officially founded. Jankai said that they finally had a home on the Devil Star, and everyone rejoiced at the founding of the guild. A short while later, Yuan Yu walked out to the others and shrieked with joy that he had finally changed his profession. After which, Juji told Kai that by changing his profession, he had become a warrior, and his level and attributes had also been raised. More importantly, he now had a second talent that was incredibly strong. Zhang Kai inquired, what was this talent? And a satisfied Yuan Yu revealed that it was an almighty fighter, and because of it, he could receive 10% more attribute points than other professions at this stage of development. In addition, he now received an extra 7 points every time he leveled up. Jankai congratulated Juji, congratulating him on his successful promotion. Hu Yan swept up that the attribute enhancement of a martial arts master is really great, making her deserve to be called one of the strongest professions of the Devil Star. And even she is jealous of such a thing. Wenju raised his hand and said that this wasn't all, whereupon he chuckled in anticipation as he told everything. Now he can freely distribute all his attributes during battle, so he can become more agile, or boost his attack at the right moment. And then, he will restore his original attributes after the battle. This talent will also make it much easier for him to learn new techniques. Hu Yan swept up that the capabilities of his new skill were incredible, for if used properly, it could crush any opponent of his level. Zhang Kai told Juji that he would probably become the strongest warrior. Juji chuckled and reminded Kai that he had already promised to protect him. Meanwhile, Hu Yan was sobbing on the sidelines, as she was already tired of being jealous of these two. While they were chatting, the door opened again, and a frustrated Yuan Yu walked out from behind it. Wenju asked why he looked so gloomy. Could it be that he had failed to change his profession? After which Zhang Kai also asked, what is wrong with him? With tears in his eyes, Yuanju said that he had successfully changed his profession, but he had become a drunkard again, and his new skill was to easily enjoy drinking. With this, his strength and agility will additionally increase by 2 points per level, while his stamina has decreased from 3 points to 2. Junkai explained that usually after the 20th level of a profession, players would receive 20 attributes per level, except for special professions such as martial artist and warrior, which would receive extra points, which means that it's already good if his profession gets 3 extra points. Feeling a little cheerful, Yuan Yu asked, is this true? Huyan said that it was really rare, after which she admitted that she wondered how his new talent, enjoying alcohol, worked. Yuan Yu said that enjoying alcohol would stimulate his subconscious mind more thoroughly, allowing him to go from being completely drunk to a subtle state between drunk and not drunk. In addition, he believes that it can be compared to... All three of them together asked, what does it compare to? Yuan Yu awkwardly replied that it was like a libation. His companions suddenly felt uneasy, for what would happen if he suddenly became more liberated? Half an hour passed, but the door still wouldn't open. Zhangju asked if there could be any problems since Nuan is still not coming out. Huyan asked to wait a little longer, because changing careers has always been considered a difficult process. But even so, she believes that Nuan will be able to do it. Just as suddenly, the door opened and Nuan appeared behind it. But as soon as she stepped out, everyone noticed that Nuan was trembling for some reason, causing everyone to be frightened. Yuanju immediately asked, could it be that her career change was a failure? If so, there was nothing wrong, and she could try again. After which, Huyan revealed that the first time she changed her profession, it also didn't go well for her. Yuan Yu asked her not to get upset after all. They would always be there for each other. Zhang Kai asked the guys not to worry and said that he thought Nuan had something to tell them, as suddenly Nuan glared and said with tears in her eyes that she certainly didn't expect this. But after changing her profession to a doctor, she had a new talent, toxin analysis, the odds of which are less than 1 in 1,000. Everyone was pleasantly surprised by what Nuan said. Nuan revealed that with the talent of toxin analysis, she could increase the speed of medicines by 10%, poisons by 50%, and the ability to detect toxic substances by 30%. Wen Yu said that was just fine, after which he asked, does it turn out that she was going to go down the path of using poisons? To which she replied that it wasn't necessarily so, because as they say, medicine has 3 poisons, and when making medicine, she could use this talent to remove the toxins in the medicine, through which she would finally be able to enhance their effects. Now then, Yuanju, Huyan, and Yuan Yu understood the meaning behind her new skill. Zhang Kai once again congratulated his comrades on their successful career change, after which he reminded them that they had many strong teams as opponents. These teams were specially sent by the major guilds to fight for the team rankings, and therefore, they couldn't afford to be careless. Jiang Kai suggested that they should work hard in the coming days before the guild trials began. For the sake of that, they should put more effort into raising their levels. Having their spirits lifted by the rise in their classes, the friends happily agreed to give it their best shot. 7 days later, after clearing the area, there were notifications of collecting 180 carcasses of elite-level timberwolves and 2 warrior-level timberwolves. Yuan Yu, who had risen to the 25th level, said that he felt that he had grown a lot in the past 7 days. Yuan was also happy with the past few days as she had obtained the 24th level. Huan, who had reached the 31st level, giggled and then said that she was getting better at using the rain prayer. Yuan Yu, like Yuan Ju, had also obtained the 25th level. Everyone was discussing how well they had managed to pump up recently, when suddenly a notification arrived on Jiang Kai's wristwatch. Jiang Kai said that the guild's group battle lists had already been announced, after which he showed the list to the others. But seeing the description of the first day, everyone was confused. Horrified at what she saw, Yuan asked, "How could something like this happen?" In the first round, they would fight the Xuanwu Guild's instant kill team and Huang Da, who bore a grudge against Kai. After which, Huyan added that, while the previous guild trials had always been one-sided, this time, the only criterion for victory was to completely annihilate the opposing team. Angry at what he saw, Yuan Ju immediately went to the military to find out how much the Huang family had a hand in this. But he was grabbed by Yuan Yu and tried to stop him, asking him to calm down. Jiang Kai told Juji that there was no need for him to do this, whether it was God's will or an intention for revenge, but it had already happened. Plus, he had been planning to face Huang Du for a long time. Yuan and Hu Yan were worried about Kai since he dared to go this far. Jiang Kai said to himself that he was very lucky in the first round, because the Huang family had already owed him a long time ago. He was willing to take this opportunity to return his capital with interest. The next day, the arena where the guild trials are to be held, the spectators were buzzing about, waiting for the spectacles and fights to begin. The host announced that there were only 15 minutes left before the team competition for levels 21 to 40 began. So she called the audience to calm down and stop walking around in circles. After which, she announced the participating teams: the Xuanwu Guild's Instant Kill Team and the Gods of Fire Guild's Fire Gods team. If they are already here, then they can enter the stage. As soon as Huangda and his team entered the stage, the audience started chanting that no one would be able to stop the Instant Kill Team. Everyone believed that this time, the Instant Kill Team would create their own history and that the Zhuanwu Guild was invincible. Xiao Tao told the girl that she was lucky since she managed to get into the annual guild trial, and since she was here, he would show her around. And even though she had placed in the beginner rankings this month, he advised her not to be too proud and learn how experienced players acted. But the girl asked, "What is there to see in the preliminary rounds? After all, it is clear to everyone that the interesting will be at the very end." Xiao Tao advised Hongshuan not to be so proud just because she is the first in the rookie trials. Besides, among the participants in this trial, there is a person who broke Sheng Yao's 30-year rookie record. Just upon hearing this, with a gleam in her eyes, Hongshuan asked if she was talking about Jiang Kai. Hongshuang's comrades were astonished to see her like this. Huangda asked, where was Jiang Kai now? After which he chuckled and asked if it could be that he got scared as soon as he found out that he would be fighting with their team and didn't show up. One of Huangda's comrades laughed and said that it was fine. After all, their reputation was quite great. And even if Jiang Kai dared to touch Huangda's brother, how would he dare to do the same to an elder? At the top of his voice, Huangda asked Jiang Kai if he didn't like it here. He demanded that Jiang Kai come out and fight him. Immediately afterwards, the spectators began to mock the team that had chickened out. Just as suddenly, Huangda was approached from the other side of the arena. After that, he saw the Fire God team coming out on the stage. Yuanju asked Huangda, what was he yelling about? After entering the ring, Hu Yan told Huangda that he would not be able to find out who the coward was until he personally fought them. Yuanju agreed with Hu Yan's words. The martial practitioners were watching what was happening in the arena, and their attention was drawn to Yuanju and Su Nuanyuan. Professor Li said it was all planned, and that they could evaluate their freshman's performance during the game. Lu Jin agreed with the professor's idea, but dared to bother him to add another person to the calculations. Professor Li asked the deputy commander-in-chief, wasn't their goal just to evaluate Yuanju and Su Nuanyuan alone? To which Su Lanlin replied that Commander-in-Chief Wei also wanted to see the results of another person's fight. Hearing that this is the request of the Commander-in-Chief, Professor Lee has agreed to evaluate one more person, except he has to find out who it is first. Lu Jun told the professor that this person was the captain of the Fire God team, Zhang Kai. After which, Professor Lee opened the screen with Yuan Yu and Nuanuan's characteristics, and just seeing them, he said that it was simply incredible. After which, he revealed that in such a short time, these two had not only reached level 20, but had also made a profession change, and had even increased levels on top of that. Su Lanlin was astonished upon hearing this. Su Lanlin turned the screen to herself and revealed that more than 20 days ago when they left the army, they didn't even have level 10. So why then, regardless of who they were all evolving so fast being around Zhang Kai? Lu Jun winked and said that it was actually not even surprising, as Zhang Kai himself was a more interesting being. Raising her hand in the air, the announcer asked the players on the field for their attention. She then explained that once the match starts, none of the players can leave the ring, admit defeat, or surrender. The only way to win is to kill all members of the opposing team. The presenter asked if they understood the rules, after which all the players responded with glee, all clear. The announcer said that's great, in which case she's ready to call the match. As soon as the match started, Huangda ordered his men to attack and kill all the members of the enemy team. At the same moment, Zhang Kai gave out instructions that Juju would fight alongside him, while Yuan Yu would protect Huan and Nuanuan. Nuanuan should monitor the battle and provide timely assistance if necessary. Meanwhile, the enemy warrior was almost approaching, laughing as he shouted that he couldn't wait to chop up these weaklings. Juji warned the captain that the enemies were approaching, and then took out a bottle of liquor. Zhang Kai asked Juji not to be so afraid and listened to his slogans. Somewhere in the audience seats sat Li Biao, along with the younger ones. They were cheering Juji on so that he wouldn't chicken out, and shouting that his strength was not inferior to anyone else's. And also, that if he didn't progress, the captain wouldn't be able to keep him on the team. Li Biao was well aware of the fact that Juji's greatest weakness was his weakness. Hence, he wondered if he could overpower her. Suddenly, they noticed that Juji started doing something strange. Opening the bottle, Yuan Yu quickly drained it, then began to smile foolishly. The audience was trying to figure out why the hell is he drinking now? And could it be that he was a drunk? If so, the Fire God's team was clearly mocking them. But the one suddenly bent down and raised his blade and said that he was Yuan Yu, the strongest god of war. So how could some trash dare to mess with their Kai? Zhang Kai was amazed at how quickly Yuan Yu got drunk. Suddenly, Yuan Yu quickly approached the instant kill team and struck with all his might, shouting that it was their hour of doom. One of the instant kill team players asked, "Wasn't it said that this guy was just a coward with an E grade in the army? So what the hell is going on here?" One of the comrades admitted that he didn't know himself, but the guy in front of them was just a crazy drunk. Flaring an aura from the warrior's heart, Yuan Yu laughed loudly, then rushed towards the enemies, asking who would be able to compete with him. Zhang Kai fully realized that he would no longer be able to stop Juju, after which he thought about the fact that fortunately, Yuan Yu was still. Just as suddenly, a silhouette swept by him, not letting Zhang Kai finish speaking. The girls were astonished by Yuan Yu's act, for he had taken and left them without protection. The drunken Yuan Yu ran towards his enemies, shouting that he had never been weaker than others in his life, and that he would be the first to deal with all of them. The bald big guy from the instant kill team complained that these guys had another drunk on their team and advised the others to deal with him first. Unexpectedly, Yuan Yu's goal was not the enemy, but the big guy's heart. Rushing towards him, Yuan Yu shouted about how beautiful and charming this child was, and that he had only come here for her love. Before the big guy could ask, "What the hell?" Yuan Yu landed right on top of the shocked opponent. Immediately after that, Yuan Yu started trying to kiss his beloved, but his rival clearly didn't want it and tried his best to get rid of the fatty. The big man ordered Yuan Yu to get the hell out of here and kicked him with his foot, throwing him into the air. After which, Yuan Yu landed right beside Zhang Kai, who stared at his drunken friend with disdain. Hesitantly landing, Yuan Yu immediately jumped up and laughingly ran towards his fierce beauty. Everyone who saw it was amazed at what they saw, and even began to wonder if the entire team of fire gods was made up of lunatics. Hong Xuan turned to Brother Xia and said that apparently these people were perverts, and the latter chose not to comment on it. Meanwhile, the girls were uncomfortable because of the fact that people had clearly started discussing their team. Yan nervously said that now the audience would definitely think that the Fire God's team was made up of perverts. And then Nuanwen added that Zhu Zhi and Brother Yuan could only activate their power when they were drunk, and they did it to protect them. Since Yuan Yu and Zhu Zhi were both delirious right now, Jiang Kai decided that he needed to focus so that the enemy wouldn't break through, and so he used the Ghost Eye focus. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhu jumped into the air and flew towards the two opponents. After that, he crashed into the enemy's camp using Stomp the Ground, but those managed to dodge his attack. The warrior recognized that he had barely dodged the attack. Luckily, his agility was high enough for that. The warrior pounced on Yuan Zhu, wanting to send this madman to the other world. But at the same moment, Jiang Kai intervened and shouted at Zhu Zhi to beware of an attack from behind, and threw 5 blades at the enemy. Except that one was already prepared for Jiang Kai's attack, and so a card appeared in the warrior's hand. Immediately after, a shield appeared from the card, thanks to which he blocked Jiang Kai's blades. The enemy mentally laughed, for this shield was prepared especially for Jiang Kai. Until someone who could break through the shield's defense appeared, even a critical strike wouldn't be able to kill him. Taking the opportunity, one of the enemy players passed by Jiang Kai, Yuan Yu, and Yuan Zhu, then ran towards the girls. In front of him were the healer and fortune teller, who were unable to fight, which meant that they could be taken care of first. Huan spoke in front of Nuanwen and asked the latter to hide behind her while she dealt with this problem. Suddenly, a large hailstorm began to fall in the arena, which was impossible to ignore. And taking advantage of it, Huan began to fire ice shells at the enemy player. The warrior from the enemy team did not expect that this fortune teller was capable of creating ice blocks from the air, so he was attacked. A satisfied Huan said that in the past few days, she had been practicing using the ice jade that Commander Kai had given her, using it to knock down the enemy's attacks, and as it turned out, the effect was really good. Suddenly, another player intervened in their battle and immediately began chopping ice projectiles in front of his ally, and with a swing of his sword, he managed to push Huan away, preventing her from further using the ice jade. The newcomer asked his partner not to say that they knew each other, because he was caught off guard by the fortune teller. When he heard this, he got angry and rushed at the fortune teller, shouting that this was not the time to talk, and that he would personally kill the fortune teller. But at the same moment, they heard Yuan Zhu directly above them ask where they were going. Then he shouted again that he was the strongest god of war. Yuan Zhu landed using the ground stomp, and this time, the result was much better than before. After all, the opponents barely dodged his attack. One of the warriors even complained that this crazy drunkard was even harder to deal with than a fly. Seconds later, another partner arrived, and noticing him, the blonde man suggested that they deal with Yuan Zhu first. Yuan Zhu was on full alert and could rush forward at any moment. Meanwhile, Yuan Yu, armed with his ice shield, continued to pursue his wife. Yuan Yu asked her to let him taste her love on her cherry mouth. But his opponent clearly didn't want to meet this abnormal person in the future. He asked which wife he was talking about, and did Yuan Yu have any idea who was standing in front of him? Yuan Yu ran ramming towards his lover. His opponent had already realized that Yuan Yu's shield had an extremely high defense, which meant that he needed to attack him in such a way that the drunkard couldn't defend himself with his shield. As soon as Yuan Yu approached, the big guy bounced to the side and immediately grabbed the throwing blades. Immediately after, he attacked Yuan Yu in the back, wanting to finally get rid of this eyesore. Suddenly, but the blades were repelled by Jiang Kai's blades, who reminded Yuan Yu to remain vigilant. After throwing, Jiang Kai ordered his blades to return to him. Jiang Kai had already used 8 blades, and following the plan next should be Huang Da himself. The trump card he had prepared against Jiang Kai was the magnetic crystal. At the same moment, Huyan's hexagram and Nuanwen blade started trying to jump out of their hands, but the girls grasped onto their weapons and tried their best to hold them back. It was the same with Yuan Zhu. His blade suddenly started to be pulled to the side, but he was still able to hold on to it. The worst was Jiang Kai as his gauntlet began to be pulled, and what was even worse was that he couldn't get his blades back. Taking advantage of the magnetic crystal, Huang Da had deprived Jiang Kai of 8 out of 9 blades in an instant, and even weakened the remaining opponents. Huang Da asked Jiang Kai if the latter had thought that they would prepare for their battle beforehand, after which he revealed that this thing was a supermagnetic crystal, carved from the core of a high-end supermagnet, specifically to resist his throwing blades. Huang Da reminded Jiang Kai that he only had 1 blade left now, and also wondered what the latter would do with it. Being cornered by the loss of his weapon, Jiang Kai didn't panic, and instead even smirked. Jiang Kai summoned his last blade, then told Huang Da that he didn't want to upset him, but it was too early for him to rejoice in victory. Hearing this, Huang Da realized that Jiang Kai's last blade was not affected by the supermagnetic crystal, which clearly surprised him. Except it didn't matter to him because he had prepared a shield beforehand, which meant this guy was already dead. Peeking out from behind the tower shield, Huang Da asked Jiang Kai if he had seen this shield before. After all, today he would show him what it was like to fall into despair. Lu Jun was puzzled by what was happening, as Jiang Kai suddenly started losing. After all, this shield was the Titan shield, originally a transcendent weapon, and even if it was weakened due to the tournament rules, even so it had a terrifying 72 points of defense. On Devil Star, the more advanced the weapon, the higher the level requirement for the wielder. However, by lowering the level of high-level equipment, even low-level players will be able to use it. Although this process will permanently damage the equipment and reduce its performance, it is still stronger than normal equipment. Su Lanlan admitted that she didn't even realize that the Xuanwu Guild had downgraded the transcendent equipment. Lu Jun added that not only the shield, but also the supermagnetic crystal had been downgraded, and Xuanwu had done all of this just to get even with Jiang Kai. Worried about her sister, Su Lanlan wondered if this meant that Nuan would die. Smiling because of the near victory, Huang Da ordered the instant kill team to carry out his order. They must finish off all members of the Fire God's crew, but they must do it as slowly as possible, for he wants them to suffer the consequences of insulting people who are unacceptable to even look at. The trio of players immediately pounced on Yuan Yu and the girls behind. Their goal was to kill Yuan Yu until he could use his weapon. The bald big man, on the other hand, attacked the enemy drunkard. Li Bao explained to the subordinate that this was the end, because the difference in their equipment was too great, and there was no hope of victory. The girl was saddened by the fact that the fire gods had lost, although Juju had found a way to overcome his cowardice, but he probably wouldn't be able to continue fighting. Li Bao could hardly believe that Jiang Kai would lose this time, and Hong Xuan wondered if this meant that Jiang Kai wasn't that strong. Armed with high-end equipment, Huang Da could barely contain his laughter. He told Jiang Kai that their team wore black rhino armor, and the equipment in contact with it was practically immune to magnetism. No matter how the fire gods held on, this would be their last strike. Huang Da raised his hand with the supermagnetic crystal and said now. The crystal's action suddenly intensified, and Nuan, along with Hu Yan, dropped the equipment unable to hold on to it. Huang Da shouted to Jiang Kai that he wanted him dead. He wanted him to repay what he had done to their family 100-fold. He wishes for Jiang Kai to finally realize how insignificant he is, and for him to start begging for mercy on his knees afterwards. Jiang Kai said that he would never accept fate, and his blade immediately flooded with aura. Huang Da laughed with Jiang Kai and advised him to stop fighting in vain, whereupon he asked if the latter really thought he could defeat with just one blade. Jiang Kai used absorption, and his Death God card replaced the blade in his hand. Huang Da was confused by what he saw and asked, "What is this?" At the same time, Xiao Tao also asked the same thing, and even Lanlin couldn't understand what had just happened. After all, just now, Jiang Kai's 9 Scourge Blade had taken and turned into a map. Lu Jun swept up. What was more surprising was that this weapon, with its own aura, it possessed a truly tremendous killing intent. Jiang Kai wasn't surprised by the reaction of the people around him. After all, it wasn't his 9 Calamity Blades at all, but rather Gambler's unique weapon, the Death God map. The Devil Stars AI revealed that usually the Devil Stars gear is divided into levels from F to S, but actually above S level there is a higher SS level and even SSS level. The Death God card is just an SSS level weapon. Jiang Kai was astonished to learn that he had just gotten an SSS ranked weapon. The Devil Star AI added that the God card also has a card set effect. 1 God card set effect. For each God card available, all available God cards will additionally increase basic attributes by 10% and penetration by 50%. 2 effect of the God card set. The absorption transformation can absorb another weapon and inherit its attributes and special effects. But absorption does not affect the original attributes of the God card. Jiang Kai said that before the test, the Death God card under the absorption effect turned into the 9 Calamities blade. The Death God card wasn't made of metal, so magnetism couldn't affect it. Jiang Kai said that the next person who would have to kneel down and start begging for mercy was none other than Huang Da himself. Only he won't take pity and kill him. Huang Da kept trying to figure out what Jiang Kai was trying to do. Jiang Kai used Wrath of the Gods, and the Death God card flew into the Titan Huang Da's shield with a bullet. But unable to withstand the pressure of the map and several shields, a dent appeared in the shield, and it began to be covered in cracks. Huang Da tried to understand how this was even possible. After all, his titanium shield was the equipment of a transcendent, even though he had come through a downgrade. At the time, some unremarkable card crashed into him, so how could it penetrate his Titan shield? Unable to withstand the onslaught, the Titan's shield was still destroyed, and Huang Da received damage from the Death God card. He then flew backwards and crashed into the barrier, dropping the supermagnetic crystal. As soon as the crystal fell out of Huang Da's hands, the weapon he had grabbed was immediately released. And since weapons held nothing back, Yuan Yu was able to block the swords of 3 opponents at once, without any problems. Meanwhile, the big guy from the instant kill team kept trying to bypass Yuan Yu's shield to finish him off. But Yuan Yu didn't mind too much, because in trying to do this, his wifey shows herself to be quite naughty. The spectators were trying to figure out if they were being mocked or what. After all, a seemingly thin card had hit a huge shield, but somehow, Zhang Kai's attack managed to break through it. Huang Da refused to accept what had happened. After all, there was no way he could lose to such a loser. Huang Da tried to stand up, but suddenly he realized that he had no strength to do so. Frightened by what had happened, the members of the instant kill squad were already about to go to the boss's rescue. But Yuan Yu and Yuan Yu stood in their way, whom they were never able to kill. Yuan Yu said that he would now be their opponent, and Yuan Yu asked, where do they want to run away to? After all, the harder they try to escape, the more he howls. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai slowly approached the frightened Huang Da. After returning his card, Zhang Kai told Huang Da that it was time to have some fun. The time of his death will not come soon enough. Zhang Kai chopped the card at Huang Da, causing him to shriek out due to the pain. Su Lanlan said it was so fast that the naked eye could hardly follow the impact. After hitting Huang Da with the card, Zhang Kai didn't stop, but instead started slashing him harder. While suffering unimaginable pain, Huang Da shouted at the bastard to stop now. Huang Da swore that as soon as it was over, he would find Zhang Kai and kill him. Zhang Kai looked at the offspring of the Huang family with disdain. Huang Da really wasn't going to repent for his crimes so easily. So Zhang Kai said that if he thought that was the end of it, Huang Da was greatly mistaken. Immediately after that, Zhang Kai used more strength, thus dealing more and more damage to Huang Da. Unable to bear the pain, Huang Da screamed with all his might, terrifying both his companions and all the spectators watching his agony. Zhang Kai said that for Huang Da, killing is a common thing because he doesn't care about other people's life and death, and so he will let him feel the same fear of death as his victims. Hearing this, Huang Da began to panic and pleaded in a trembling voice for him not to do this. But Zhang Kai had no mercy on him and used the ability of his equipment, Death Torment, which caused the enemy to begin to feel the uninterrupted torture of death, through which he instantly put Huang Da into a state of deathly despair. But even so, Zhang Kai wasn't going to stop and said that the hour hasn't come yet. Immediately after that, the Death God card began to inflict cut after cut on Huang Da, forcing him to endure more and more pain along with the applied skills. After a series of cuts, Huang Da could no longer think of anything but pain. Huang Da wondered who was cutting him. He felt as if he was being ripped through his stomach and had already started to devour his insides. Unable to bear it all, Huang Da began to beg for salvation, but the process continued until his body turned to mush. The pain still didn't stop piercing his body like a multitude of swords. Huang Da only wanted to know one thing. Why did he continue to feel all these things and couldn't die? Huang Da stretched out his hand and shouted that he couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Kai asked Huang Da, "Is it really that unbearable?" After all, the pain he was feeling now was less than 1,000th of the pain of the innocent people he wasn't even going to spare. Huang Da squeezed his head with his hands and shouted and began to beg to just be killed. This was exactly what Zhang Kai had expected from the hour has not yet come and death throes of his equipment. Combining severe physical pain with mental torture, the effect is perfect. Huang Da fell to the ground and, clutching his head, began to sway on the ground as he continued to beg for death, but it never came. Su Lanlan jumped up from her seat and asked, "Why is Huang Da still alive? After all, with his injuries, he should have died long ago." Lu Jun admitted that he didn't know what the matter was, but Huang Da would most likely be completely destroyed. Lu Jun wondered what Zhang Kai's secret weapon was. After all, no matter how much he thinks about it, he can't figure it out. Meanwhile, Huang Da's torture continued. Huang Da crawled up to Zhang Kai and, coughing up blood, grabbed his leg and started swearing that he would never touch his family again. He even admitted that he was wrong all along. But now, he pleaded with him. He prayed that he would finally grant him death. Jiang Kai wondered how he could kill Huang Da so easily when he had such a good opportunity. After which Jiang Kai looked at one of his biggest problems. That person was probably already barely restraining himself. Huang Tong didn't expect that even after so many preparations, he still wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Kai. In addition, this guy doesn't kill Huang Da on purpose because he's waiting for him to come out. Huang Tong rose from his throne and still addressed Jiang Kai as he expected. Jiang Kai pretended to be surprised that he was approached by the Xuanwu guild head himself, Huang Tong. And why did he need him? Huang Tong shouted that he knew what Jiang Kai wanted to accomplish, and if he killed his son now, he was willing to swear that Huang Da would never touch Jiang Kai's family again. Jiang Kai wondered, why should he suddenly take Huang Tong's word for it? Especially if Huang Da wouldn't touch his family, what about the others? Huang Tong advised Jiang Kai not to cross the authorized line, to which Jiang Kai replied that he personally made the choice and continued to torment Huang Da more and more, driving him insane. Seeing this, Huang Tong gritted his teeth. He didn't want this to happen again. His youngest son, Huang Wei, was already undergoing psychological treatment for the second time after meeting Jiang Kai. But if Jiang Kai continued to torment his eldest son, he might become disabled. After a brief thought, Huang Tong turned to Jiang Kai again, after which his face appeared in front of the audience, and he said that in front of everyone present, he swore that he would guarantee the safety of his family using the reputation of their Xuanwu guild. If Jiang Kai didn't believe him, he would agree to make an agreement in front of the military when everything was over. Jiang Kai nodded contentedly and said that he agreed, after which he gestured with his hand to withdraw the card so that it would stop tormenting Huang Da. Jiang Kai said that if anyone dared to touch his family from now on, whether it was the Huang family or the Xuanwu guild, he would destroy them. Right after Jiang Kai's words, the Death God card took away the support of Huang Da's head in one move. Huang Tong was barely holding it together. Just now, his son had been tortured in front of his eyes, after which he was forced to publicly promise protection to Jiang Kai's family. One of the soldiers still dared to approach the head, trembling with anger, and addressed him to. He immediately called the soldiers idiots and asked them why they were numb. He ordered them to act immediately and call the best psychiatrist to check Huang Da's condition. Huang Tong asked Jiang Kai to wait for him, for he would still get his revenge, and then he left the arena. Meanwhile, a satisfied Jiang Kai watched Huang Tong walk away in a rage. Just as suddenly, Jiang Kai felt a sharp jolt, and fatigue immediately came over him. Jiang Kai had risked too much by simultaneously using absorption, wrath of the gods. The hour has not yet come, an agony of death, and now he could barely stay on his feet. His mental power was already too close to overconsumption, except now is clearly not the time to let his hands go. Even though he had killed Huang Da, there were still 4 warriors from the instant death team standing against them. As long as he's here, they'll be afraid of him and will surely be distracted by him, while they fight with Juji, Yuan Yu, and the girls. Meanwhile, Juji continued his battle and used a strength boost. Yuan Yu asked his enemies, how do such cowards even dare to fight him? After that, he hit the enemy warrior with all his might, but he managed to block the blow with his shield, which damaged his shield. Although Yuan Ju's punch was blocked, the man suddenly smirked. Immediately afterwards, Yuan Yu swung his sword, causing his opponent to be thrown back. The warrior's muscles trembled because of the power he had just blocked. He wondered why this guy's strength had suddenly increased. The girls watched Juji's battle with admiration. What he had just used was his almighty fighter talent. The moment he attacked, he converted his characteristics into strength, making him capable of pushing back even a level 40 warrior. Right after Yuan Yu pushed back his opponent, 2 more warriors immediately rushed at him, and quickly catching up with Yuan Yu, they swiftly dissected him with swift blows, as Yuan Yu suddenly sped up and was at their backs. Yuan Yu laughed and said that he had already said that they were trash, then attacked them. Li Biao wondered if it was still Juju. The disciples around him were surprised at how fast and strong he was. Meanwhile, Yuan Yu continued to chase after his dear wife, who was running away from him for some reason. The onlookers were sure that they would never again see a drunken drunk chasing a 40-level warrior. The big guy complained to the pervert about the guy chasing him and threw a few darts. But no matter how hard he tried, the drunkard's shield was too strong, and he couldn't do any damage. Besides, if Jiang Kai made his move and attacked any of his allies, he could not worry about him and focus on his opponent. Suddenly, he realized that since his recent performance, Jiang Kai still hadn't taken a single step. Yuan Yu attacked the enemies, but they were covered by a recently discarded shield warrior. At full speed attacking the shield, Yuan Yu shouted to the enemies that they were just a bunch of losers if that was all they were capable of. They are a true disgrace to the warrior profession. The rescued warriors also wondered why Jiang Kai was still inactive. After all, with his strength, he could have dealt with them long ago. Besides, delaying the battle would obviously not do him any good. Apparently, they had missed something, namely that Jiang Kai's level was low, and yet he used several strong attacks in a row. This means that he simply ran out of strength and cannot do anything. Realizing this, the warriors realized that victory is in their hands. Professor Lee said that Yuanju's data was constantly changing, and looking at it, he couldn't help but admit that Yuanju was amazing. Su Lanlin wondered just how strong the Fire God team was. Not to mention Jiang Kai, who at level 20 was able to defeat the level 40 warrior, Huang Da. And even Yuan Ju, who had been timid all along, had performed well. Be that as it may, she felt calmer at the thought that the Fire God's team would win and Nuan would remain safe. But Lu Jun added that this was not necessarily the case. Huang Da had died, and there were only 4 of the instant kill team left. And although their morale had dropped a lot, it was still a life-or-death battle, which meant that they wouldn't be caught off guard easily. And it was Jiang Kai they should be worried about, because ever since he killed Huang Da, he hadn't made a single move, even though this is a deterrent for the instant kill squad. But how long would it take for them to notice it? Most likely, Jiang Kai is exhausted, and the worst part was that the 4 warriors of the instant kill team should have already noticed this and started to take the initiative to attack. The beige-haired warrior said that if Jiang Kai continued to watch his lonely and helpless brother continue to be attacked like this, then it was just as they expected. After which, the other ones said that they had better start acting soon, rather than tying their hands and feet in a prolonged battle. The bald big man jumped up and threw throwing spikes at Yuan Yu. He finally decided to take action. 2 minutes later, Jiang Ju was already exhausted from trying to hold off the onslaught of enemies. During this time, the enemies had already noticed that Yuan Ju's attributes seemed to change all the time, and as soon as his sword strength increased, his speed would increase, or vice versa. This guy probably has a skill that allows him to redistribute attributes. Thanks to it, he can be powerful, but if he hesitates even a little, it will become his fatal weakness. All they need to do is make him redistribute his attributes to attack, then attack him. Besides, Jiang Kai hadn't moved for a long time, so he must be exhausted. The blonde man asked Yuanju, didn't he want to fight them for another 300 rounds? He suggested that he should attack them if he had the courage, of course. Hearing this, Yuanju turned all attributes into strength and said that their commander had died, but they continued to speak such arrogant words. He said that he would smash them. Seizing the opportunity, a beige-haired warrior jumped out from the side and said that it was a good thing, because after dealing with him, they could proceed to kill Jiang Kai. The martial practitioners watching from behind the stands realized that things were bad, because the enemies had already adjusted their strategy, and Zhuji would most likely lose. At this moment, Jiang Kai attacked the enemies with his blades and asked, did this kind of scum think that they were capable of defeating a team of fire gods? The blast covered all 3 warriors, dealing them multiple critical hits. In an instant, Jiang Kai had dealt with 3 of the 4 warriors. The warriors were astonished to see Jiang Kai and wanted to understand how he had managed to do this, as he was definitely exhausted. Jiang Kai asked, why was it that they were so surprised? The night before the competition, as she walked out to Kai, Nuan noticed that Kai was worried when they ate, so she asked if he was worried about something. To which Kai replied that the guild trial is already tomorrow. Huang Da hates him and will most likely try his best to defeat them. Although he still doesn't know what strategy he will adopt, Huang Da knows that he relies on the 9 Calamities blades the most and will most likely target his weapons. Nuan asked if he had any ideas. Jiang Kai asked if Nuan had forgotten about that mysterious map he was telling him about. Thanks to the map, he was 90% confident that he could single-handedly solve the problem in the form of Huang Da. Except they aren't facing Huang Da alone. While using this card has some consequences. If they don't have a strategy, they have less than a 60% chance of wiping out the entire instant kill team. Nuan recalled that they had already used up the Phoenix Tears, whereupon she opened the interface and, looking for something in it, told her that she had been looking for an alternative to use for the test for some time now. Unfortunately, it was not successful. The only thing she can give is an anesthesia capsule, which, coupled with Kai's attributes, will briefly restore 50% of his energy a minute after taking it. But the problem with the pill is that while digesting it, he will fall into a state of paralysis. In addition, the anesthesia capsule has very harsh conditions of use. Before using it, the user must use up all his spiritual energy, otherwise, it will be ineffective. A minute of paralysis during a fight is too dangerous, and voluntarily draining all her strength is tantamount to suicide, which is why she needs to think of something better. Suddenly, Kai grabbed Nuanuan's shoulders and said that she was awesome, which embarrassed her. Kai explained that his confidence in victory was now 100%, and Nuanuan would just have to wait and see. A moment ago, Kai was watching what was happening in the arena. Juji was shouting to the enemies during the fight that when attacking the strongest god, they should be prepared to die. And Yuan Yu kept trying to kiss his fleeing wife. The situation on the battlefield was under control, and so Kai dared to swallow the biting anesthesia capsule. Immediately afterward, it began its effect, and he fell into paralysis for a full minute. Kai admitted that he was even a little sorry that they had exhausted all their chances. Catching the moment, the bald man threw his blades at Yuan Yu, but he blocked them and then asked his fleeing wife, "Does she want to play hide and seek with him?" Just as suddenly, the big guy felt goosebumps all over his body from the wind behind him. But before he could react, Yuanju delivered his finishing blow, shattering the enemy. Yuanju asked to remember that he should be honored that he died by the sword of the greatest god of war. Yuanyu ran up to his wife's body and hugged her and cried out loudly in grief. Yuanyu asked what was wrong with him. Why did he take and kill his lovely wife? Yuanju wondered if he was joking by asking such a stupid question. He is the strongest god of war in the world, so there is no point in asking why he killed this warrior. Suddenly, Yuanyu said that his lovely wifey had left, which means Juji should take her place and accept his kiss, whereupon he rushed towards Yuanju. But no sooner had he taken a couple of steps than an incomprehensible aroma spread around him. Things began to swirl in Yuanyu's eyes, and he complained about being disturbed by that fragrance again. Kai was glad that Nuan had prepared some sleeping pills for them for such occasions. But from the looks of it, they would have to prepare even more because now the drunken Yuan Yu was much more dangerous than before. After sorting out the problems, Kai asked the girls if they were okay. Huan asked Commander Kai not to worry, as they weren't hurt and they were fine. The bodies of the instant kill team members began to disappear, and the anchor woman announced that, as Yuanju suddenly came out to her, he asked who she was, and if she had come for the sake of fighting the strongest war god. The presenter did not expect something like this, and wondered what was going on here. And Kai with Nuan and Huyan panicked as they forgot about the drunken Juji. And rushing to the rescue, Kai started apologizing to the hostess for their friend. Kai, along with Huyan, grabbed Juji, after which Kai said that he had already realized that he was the strongest god of war. Hence he asked him to calm down. After which Huyan added that he was indeed invincible. The host was dumbfounded by what was happening, but even so, she announced that the team of fire gods had won this round, and then she asked them to participate in the second round of the tournament tomorrow morning. After finishing her sentence, the presenter tried to get her feet away. Meanwhile, Yuanju clung to Kai and shouted that he would definitely protect him. A tired Kai replied that he had already memorized that a long time ago. Taking Juji by the hand, Kai motioned for Nuan and Huyan to leave this place. The girls, on the other hand, were embarrassed by their team's drunkenness at this moment, but they tried not to show it, and the sedated Yuan Yu was carried away on a stretcher by the staff. The spectators were amazed at how this round ended, as almost everyone was sure that the instant kill team would win. But as soon as they recovered from the shock, loud applause rose throughout the stands. Only now did they realize that the rookie team had managed to defeat the instant kill team with multiple rewards. Some people exclaimed that OK warrior Yuanju, but wasn't a drunkard the most useless profession? How could he be so ferocious, chasing after a level 40 warrior? Hongshuan told Xiaotao that she now understood why he had brought them to watch the fire god team battle. Su Lanlan was satisfied that Kai's team had actually won, and Lu Jun said that as he expected, even the fire gods team led by Kai had acted unexpectedly at every stage of the battle. Plus, he was confident that Commander-in-Chief Wei was looking forward to the ranking results. Professor Li interrupted them by saying that the results of the rankings had been released. Yuanju's ranking has reached the SS rank, while Nuanyuan has not shown any ability, and therefore she remains at the original C rank. Su Lanlan was surprised to hear about the SS level. After all, Jiang Chun hadn't had anyone with an SS rank below the 40th level in a long time. Lu Jun swept a glance at him. If Yuan Yu had already reached the SS rank now, it wouldn't be surprising if when he reached the 60th level, he could immediately enter the Holy War Cathedral's preparation camp. To cope with the influx of beast gods, the country's national and military shrines, as well as preparatory camps to select and train the men who are to become gods of war. There are two paths to boot camp. The first is to stand out in evaluations and at selections during local selections. That's the path most people take. And also the second path is to go through the military selection process. And having met the level requirements, to be certified and recommended by the military for direct admission, a path that few can take. Su Lanlin was astonished by the deputy commander-in-chief's words, because in all of Shengyao, within a year, there might not even be a single person who could enter the cathedral. She had in no way expected that Yuan Yu would have such potential. Thinking of something, Lu Jun asked the professor, "What about Zhang Kai's ranking?" To which the professor replied that the rank was undetermined. Lu Jun and Su Lanlan were astonished at what they heard, and Professor Li revealed that it was because Zhang Kai's data had some serious inconsistencies. Zhang Kai's characteristics at level 20 are incredibly inflated, but considering that they don't know his profession, they won't take it into account for now. Furthermore, Zhang Kai's stats are still below level 40, but his attacks are already showing incredible destructive power. Even in a certain test, Zhang Kai's attack ratio reached an exaggerated 24,000, which was simply unbelievable. And as for his weapon as a map, it wasn't that they couldn't find relevant data in any equipment database. It even caused the calculation program to crash. The only thing they could determine was that although Zhang Kai excelled in terms of combat efficiency, he had exhausted his abilities too early. And being the team captain, he was letting his teammates play freely. If he has to give Zhang Kai a grade, all he could do was to give Zhang Kai a D rating. Su Lanlan and Lu Jun could hardly believe what they had heard. Lu Jun agreed with Professor Li's results and said that he would report the final results to Commander-in-Chief Wei. He then thanked the professor for his work. Su Lanlan said that Zhang Kai simply could not be at the D rank. Lu Jun didn't deny anything and even agreed with Lanlan's words. After all, it was indeed impossible. Hearing this, Su Lanlan asked, "Why didn't the latter raise an objection as soon as he heard this? There is no problem in Professor Li's evaluation itself, but the whole model is wrong." Lu Jun said that the evaluation system uses countless samples and collects countless pioneer data, and then he asked Lanlan if she had thought about that. If a person is going down a path that no one has ever gone down before, it may be a mistake to measure them using this system. Lu Jun told Zhang Kai that, like Commander-in-Chief Wei, he was looking forward to his next speech.